Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing? It's another awesome day. Doot doot doo. Give me a moment. Just a moment. Let's see. All right. So we're gonna play the Beastmaster a bit, just a wee bit. Bum 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 bum. What's that guild name? Ricky Tan and the Shades. Okay. Hey. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate Speed of the Wild. Let's get back over here. I want to try to fight more of these. I might have to bring the wizard over here, actually. I want to do these Sangrel. Do I want to try to get in a group today? Let's see. Night Harbor. That's the thing, is like all the groups. Oh, shoot. Oh, whoops. All the groups in this, well, not all, most of the groups in this game are going to, like, they want to be over Night Harbor side. And I want to try to do stuff over here on this side of the world. I'm trying to. It's much more difficult. Much more difficult. This time of day, much more difficult. Morning, by the way. What's going on, Meta? How are you? Yeah, like this time of day, it's definitely harder to get a group together. I was able to do it though a lot on my Spellblade pretty easily. I didn't really have much trouble. When I was playing the Spellblade, I didn't really have much trouble at all over on the other side of the world trying to get groups together and stuff, so. Here's a striker. I wonder if I can just get some of the solo guys here. What I would like to do... Here, let's come over here. We're gonna put on a... We're gonna put a campfire out here. Does a mob come this far? There's a hunter. Does he come this far? So if I put like a campfire right here, I don't want to camp necessarily right next to... We're going to camp right here. Then do the poachers. Yeah, I mean, I can get a group over here. I'm sure we could make a group and get them over here, but... Yeah. We'll see what we can do. Let's do this for a little bit. See if we can solo these. Well, we'll make it work. We'll make it work. Most of the time you run into people out here, they're just soloing for so no reason to group. Just slows down XP. It does, yeah, it does. And that's what I don't like about it, man. It's just like, I really wish... This guy's got a long beard. He is a hunter for sure. That's what I just don't like about a lot of the game right now, is that there's just no incentive. No incentive to group up and go and explore stuff. So it would be nice if we could incentivize that. Good luck on stream today. Don't forget to hydrate. 84 days. Thank you so much, Ketalone. How you doing, bud? Thank you so much for being here. Coming in. Wishing us luck. You've been awesome, bud. I appreciate you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Fallen Pass is like the Barrens. Yeah, yeah. Did they fix Fallen Pass yesterday? They did a reset to Fallen Pass yesterday, but I think I logged out not soon after that. Was super laggy? Yeah, that's what I heard, that there were some issues with it yesterday. Definitely heard some issues. Was it like that all night long? It's rough. Go, go, Gadget Waspy. Yeah, I like this spot too, not only because the enemies, but I like the view. It's like sitting out here right on the cliff with a little campfire. It's just nice. It's kind of relaxing. Just super chill. Other than fighters everywhere that can spawn on elf side, is strong solo, so obviously the groups are going to be more Night Harvest side, with the majority of classes like Rogue that need group. Yeah, I also feel like only fighters can spawn over there, right? There's no other tanks that can spawn on this side of the world, or that can start on this side of the world. And since you only have one tank to choose from out of the 4, it limits your tanks, which is going to limit your groups. Also, you can't be a cleric on this side of the world, right? I think you can be a shaman. I know you can be a druid. So I feel like that limits things as well. Anything can tank at these levels? Well, yeah, that's true. That is true. Anything can tank at these levels. But people tend to want to, like, make a group with a healer, a real tank, DPS, like that kind of stuff. Halflings can be clerics? Okay. I wasn't sure on that one. So that's good to know. Okay, let's go see if we can find another enemy here that is solo. It's a really far pull. Thing is, I don't need too many. There we go. This guy. This striker here. Oh, shoot. That forest drake, I did not even see that thing. Didn't even see it. Don't shoot at me. That's super rude. Lol Beast not working as intended right now? I tried it a couple times and no, it does not seem to work. Try splitting a few times with my beast and multiple times even when I get the proper lol message. Yeah, it wasn't working for me either. So I have no idea. I tested it. Did not seem to work. Speaking of which, I need to take lol beast off and put my other ability on. Oops. Make sure that I cast my savage spirit. Good morning, Pity. How you doing, bud? I pity the fool. Oh my goodness. That was my monk in EQ. Nice. And there's the hunter. So yeah, we don't even need that many mobs over here. Ooh, we can start and get wool now. We can start making wool bandages. Woolly, woolly. Whoa, we gotta go. Wow, 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 wow. Let's make regular wool bandages for now. I feel like bandages, you make them more consistently. Does anybody else agree with that? Like, you don't fail as often on making bandages. You don't gain skill as often, but you also don't fail as often. feel like this one's a higher level. This one's rough. McRuff, the crime dog. We only got one heal left in us for Waspy here. Let's go ahead and do it. All right, I think we're back to where we were yesterday when we died unexpectedly. Why can't I loot this? There we go. Wool scraps. Good morning, Kerrigan. How are you? Can't get enough wool scraps? Sure can't. Sure can't. Yeah, I need them for right now. I need them for bandages. I have made a lot of cotton bandages though on my other character, like a stupid amount of cotton bandages. So I got to grab those at some point. I put a bunch of them in my my bank. Let's get some mana back before we pull this next one. I got my mana back, mana back. Chilies. We'll wait a second, and when he starts to path away is when we'll try to grab him, I think. It's going to be a slow level, I feel like. But as we get... once we level up 21, it'll probably speed up a little bit. And then 22, 23 should be pretty fast over here. So my goal today might be to hit like 23, 24, depending on how much I spend, how much time I spend. Okay, there he goes. Let's grab him. We'll keep meditating for a moment. All right, let's go. Dang it, I pulled aggro. What pet you want next? The spider? I'm going to stick with the wasp, I think, until they fix it or change it. I might even stick with the wasp a little longer than that because that slow proc that it does is really nice. So I'll probably stay with this for a little while. I wish that they gave us the ability to swap pets earlier. Like that level 50 ability to swap pets like out in the wild or a little earlier. So that we could have multiple. And then I would probably have multiple pets. Like, I'm thinking, you know, like, maybe add it to where you could have one additional pet at, like, level 20, and then another additional pet at, like, level 40. Something like that would be better, I think, than just, oh, you can swap all your pets at 50. But, yeah, I don't know. I'll probably do Spider... I don't know. I might do Spider at some point. How does dual wield work? I'm not quite reading the log. I'm trying to see. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell if he's actually critting or critting twice. If he's actually dual wielding or double attacking or anything like that. So we have to just watch this log over here, and if you see 2 attacks back to back, it looks like right here, because of the double critical, it kind of looks like he's getting a double attack, but I can't tell. Dual wield is until 36 on pets. Yeah, I don't know, but the dual wield, yeah. Anyway, either way, it should be attacking twice, but I can't tell. It's not doing it often if it is doing it. How can you dual wield stingers? You know, I don't know. Uh-oh, I'm going to be out of wood. No, I've got 6 wood. Okay. Oh, no, it's an Arcanist. Can I kill an Arcanist with this guy? Or is this thing going to just wreck me? Let's find out. This thing might hurt a lot. I mean, he's gonna run out of mana. That's gonna be a good thing. Casters seem to randomly destroy you now. They always did when you get to higher level. Low-level casters were never really an issue, but high-level casters, holy moly, man. They always did a stupid amount of damage. Like, you definitely want to interrupt casters. But this one, I'd rather it just run out of mana. So it's out of mana now, so it's really not going to do anything. Well, it's still going to melee. That's the thing that I don't get. I feel like casters in this game... Oh, shoot. I should save my... It's fine. I should save my interrupt for gate. But casters in this game, the melee... Like, their melee should be weaker than non-casters. Because their abilities should be better. But it doesn't really work out that way. That really wasn't too bad. It just cost me extra healing. Cost me more mana to kill this guy, but it wasn't that bad. The cultists at night in Shaded Dunes were hitting my monk for 150 with some ice spell. Yeah, they hit really hard. You have to interrupt them. So it's that the goal in the future is for abilities like that to be more hard hitting. They for a long time were just not hitting hard enough, so that people didn't really care. Oh, I do have kick on my bar. Shoot, I didn't even realize I had kick on my bar. That's good to know. I need to move... What is... Okay. We need to swap these abilities. There we go. Now we're good. Now we're good. All right. Messing around with pets. Wasp is the GOAT for 2 reasons. Both are in the slowing attack. 1 to 3 stacks. And a 2 to 5 second cooldown. Yeah. It adds more threat as well. Because every time you proc that or hit that that slow attack ability, it will give them more threat. So it's double-edged. How does one open all bags at once? Shift B. Shift B opens all your bags. 0 chance you could interrupt everything with just one player. Rogues used to be able to, but that got tuned out of existence. Yeah. A solo shouldn't be able to interrupt everything. They shouldn't. No. That's why, like, you gotta pick and choose. Actually, well, I don't know. I think that some classes should be able to interrupt. Like, I think that a monk and a rogue having 2 interrupts, like a monk has an interrupt and a stun. So, like, having 2 interrupts, you know, and a stun would be plenty to be able to interrupt a lot of stuff. Stop shooting at me, man. Casters are super easy if you can just chain interrupt. They are, yeah. They're super easy if you can chain interrupt them. Like, the trick, honestly, the easiest way to kill a caster in this game is to let it cast its spell all the way up to like 90% and then interrupt it. And then it'll try to cast another spell and then interrupt it. Just always, if they're constantly casting, they're doing no damage. Literally no damage. Because they're trying to cast spells all the time. Easy to deal with as a monk. Was expecting that much damage just before they didn't hit that really. Yeah, they didn't hit very hard prior. Like, I feel like the low level NPCs now are getting stronger and a little bit more difficult. So yeah, they're just kind of keep tuning it until they get it right. SKS3 interrupts. Yeah, they have like their kick. They have their grasp or whatever. Wait, do they have a stun? I don't think they have stun, do they? Is there data on the slow percentages of wasp? Not that I know of, no. But I use it for the slow proc because of the slow. You slow the mob, right? You slow their attack speed. But 2 for the threat. So they get like it's a double bonus. Wonder if they're going to eventually have NPCs have visible charges like they did with Blink and other abilities. I don't know, maybe. Oh, you're talking about the fear? Yeah, the fear ability. I'd be careful using that. The slow doesn't last super long. If it applies and the next cast gets resisted, it'll fall off again. Rarely see 3 stacks from the wasp. Gotcha. Now, I mostly use it for the threat, to be honest. I don't have the measure stick, so I can't see if an enemy has debuffs or not. Okay, let's go see if we can find another enemy to pull. One of these should walk over here in a minute. They don't run, cower in place. It's an AoE fear, though, is it not? They don't run away? That seems bugged. Oh, wait, there's the mob right there. It's an Arcanist again. Dagnabbit. Can't find a group unless I make it, and I don't want to. I get it, Burl. That's the problem. That's a huge problem with this game right now, is people don't just make groups very often. Like, nobody wants to make a group. Lack of players is also an issue. Yep. Lack of people at that level range. Absolutely a problem. There was a group this morning, though. Ah, interrupted you that time, buddy. Don't call me buddy, pal. Yeah, the Arcanists really aren't that bad, actually. That's not that bad. There was a group, though. There's a couple groups right now. Look, let's see. Oh, nobody at that higher range. You could try to join up with this guy. They say 33 to 37. It depends on what level that person is. Try to use that all the time. Rarely get a tell from it. Yeah. Made the group the last 4 mornings because it was fine. Today I'm like, let me take a break from it. Yeah, it's a problem. Like, I agree. I agree. If you make groups, it's easy to get groups going. Super easy. And I think that's the difference between players. You have players that are out there that are like, no, making groups is not hard at all. It's actually really easy and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, that's because you're making the group. But as soon as you expect others to make a group, yeah, the whole thing falls apart. Maybe I can catch up, Burl. Maybe I can catch up. And then we can group up again. That's why, like, every time we grouped up previously, I was always making the groups. Like, if you don't take the initiative to do it, yeah, people just don't do it. It's a lot of work to make a group and keep it together. And I think it should be incentivized. Honestly, I really think it should be incentivized. I wonder if they could do something like the leader of the party gets 5% XP. I mean, I don't think they should do that, but would that incentivize people to like form groups? Would that be enough? But I just for the record, I don't think that they should do that. Everyone would exploit that? Yeah, I think it wouldn't go over well. Gold, give them more money. Yeah, maybe they get an extra split. Maybe when the split The leader of the party always gets the remainder coin when split. So like if it's, let's say you have 6 people in your party and you get a 7 copper split, everybody gets 1, the leader gets the second one. That could be a way to do it. They always get the bonus coin. I don't know. I'm just trying to think of ways that like it would incentivize people to be the leader. Leader of the party will end up just being the lowest level in the group. That would probably happen quite a bit, yeah. Lowest level in the group, just make them the leader. I mean, I could definitely see ways that it would not work, but I feel like they need to incentivize, do something for people that are willing to be the lead. Feel like we get the wrong people as leader if it's just monetary reward. I mean, you probably will. I mean, anytime you reward somebody, you're just going to have people just be like, I want to be a leader. I want to be the leader. There's already a benefit to being the leader, by the way. For those that aren't aware, the benefit to being the leader of your group means that you are the one in control of who gets invited to the group. So you can make sure that your friends get in. You can make sure that specific classes get in that don't compete with you on loot. I mean, think about it. There's a huge advantage to being a leader of the party. Because let's say that I'm playing a melee class. Like let's say I'm playing a rogue and I'm going after a haste item. Well, right now it's me as the rogue and the tank that would need the haste item. So I could just make sure that I invite nothing but caster DPS, right? Then nobody else needs the haste item. So that limits the number of people that I'm having to compete against for that haste item. You're at an advantage. People don't realize that they're at an advantage for being the leader. I definitely never do that, right? No one ever does that. Like, come on. We know what we're doing. We know what's happening. Stop giving away all the secrets. I know, right? We know. We know. I've definitely done it before in the past. I haven't done it in this game because I don't really care in this game, and I have a static group for my main character, so I'm not worried about loot. But I have absolutely done it in the past in other games. Absolutely. I was an enchanter in EverQuest, and I would never invite casters into my groups. And because I was an enchanter, I was always wanted in groups. I would end up being the group leader, and I would always get melee classes, and I would never have to compete for any of the gear that drops. Did it all the time. Are there loot options for groups? No. Nope, it's all free for all. Toxic? You could say it's toxic. I'm not going to disagree with you, Dream. I'm not going to disagree with you. I was also, you know, a young kid. Well, I wasn't a young kid, but... I definitely played games differently back then. The real reason the Wizards never got into groups in EQ, Chanter Mob boss unlock. I mean, that's the reason I didn't want a Wizard. Well, one of the reasons. I never invited Wizards to my groups. Never. They were less DPS. It was just, they were not... I wanted to have a good DPS group to kill as many mobs as possible. I didn't realize I was doing it for the efficiency of the XP. I honestly didn't realize it at the time. But I could tell, and I had more fun without having Wizards in my group. So I just never did it. But I also didn't want them to take my loot. But you got to think, people are doing it. Like, you got to give yourself an advantage. Well played, Wizards that use their rain spell properly or great DPS, but not many players in the early days realized how efficient rains were. Yeah, I would agree with that. I always wanted melee in my party, even rangers. Like I loved having a ranger in my party. I didn't care anything that was melee because it was consistent DPS. Then, secondly, I would have a necromancer or mage in my party because their pets were consistent DPS. I mean, I'm at least honest. You ask other people why they want certain people in their party, they're going to lie to you about it. Sean made a post on Reddit last night, and now it seems he deleted all his past comments. Uh-oh. He made a post on Reddit? Let's see. Reddit Monsters of Memories. Can we do most recent? Best new. Like he started a post or he just commented on something? Oh, it's gone now? He responded? Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. What the heck is going on here? Somebody just like clipped in, okay, we're gonna put a gnome here. What the heck? I mean, I don't want to pick on somebody, but this is the worst. This is the worst, like, what do they call that? They just literally cut out a gnome and stuck him in there. Like, they didn't even cut around the gnome and try to place him in there. Like, that's just terrible. They didn't even try. Yeah, Photoshop. That's what I was looking for. That's just a terrible Photoshop. Like, that's funny, man. I actually appreciate that. I actually appreciate that. That's funny. That's like the worst Photoshop I've seen in 20 years. Oh, man. I don't read a lot of these things anymore. Like, I've given up on trying to read some of that stuff. Oh, shoot. We have plenty of mana. Let's go ahead and heal up the pet there. I gotta pay attention. I gotta catch up to Burl so we can group again. Let's get this wolf. I think I can do a wolf, a yellow wolf. I think I can. I think I can. I think I can. What are some good 39 camps? I'm tired of rats. More rats. 39, 39, 39. Oh, you could fight right in Night Harbor, dude. Make a group. Get some like 38, 39, 40, 41, 42 players. And you can go to the Pale Tower. Oops. Pale Tower in Night Harbor. Or you can get access to Glinting Hollow. Funny thing is, I did a whole Access Quest video yesterday, and I posted it on YouTube. So, yeah, if you don't know how to get into Glinting Hollow, go check it out. Check it out. That's just the base of getting into Glinting Hollow. I will do more about how to get to the different floors later on. But, yeah. You have to wait for certain times? Yeah, or get lucky that nobody's there killing it. Last night, I was literally sitting at the Glinting Hollow zone line on my wizard, and here comes the Warped Fae. Nobody touched it. So there are definitely times when somebody is not camping that mob, because it pathed the entirety of the zone to get to me. So it can definitely happen. Lifting Hollow risky with the key being bound to person. They need to hotfix that nonsense. I talked about that in the video, so hopefully they watch the video and see that it is bugged, or hear that it is bugged. I literally said it, so we'll see. But yes, I do agree. It is kind of nonsense. Like, should have been thought of. Should have been thought of, but wasn't. We need to lean on them to also change how the keys. Whoops. Hang on a second. This guy is wrecking me. Change how the keys work so you only have to keep the furthest key. I think so too. I think that you should just upgrade your key every time you go to a next floor. You don't need to run around with 6 freaking keys in your inventory. I'll probably mention that on my next video when I do the key progression, because I'm going to do a key progression video of how to get to each of the different floors. But I figured I would give people, time to mess around in there before I do that. Holy moly, dude! This guy's wrecking my wasp. Oh shoot. Dang it. How to get to Evershade Weld? You don't say that. By level 40, people should know how to get there. I do not say that. You're correct. Because I feel like people in the high 30s should already know how to get there. And be able to find the Druid Ring. Right? Like, if you don't know how to do that by your high 30s, then you should know how to ask people to do that. But yeah, to get to Evershade Weld, there's a couple ways you can do it. I would say the easiest way for you, Burl, is to get on a boat and ride it. That's going to be a 36-minute boat ride from Night Harbor. And then you will appear right over here. Well, technically right over here, but you'll come up this coastline and come in. You never been there? You've been very close. You've been literally in this zone that I'm in, and it connects to Evershade. When we were at the Poachers, you were a 30-second run from Evershade. Yes, the boat is where the teleporter was in Night Harbor. And it shows up at 8 a.m., 2 p.m., and midnight, I think. It's like every 6 hours or something, or every 8 hours. 8 a.m., 4 p.m., and midnight? Yeah, 8 a.m., 4 p.m., and midnight is when it shows up in Night Harbor, I believe. Can't reliably do that? Do what? Show up at the boat? Just listen for it to go ding ding. You've got like 2 minutes or something to get out. Like it comes and it docks for like a couple minutes, and then it leaves. Once you're on the boat, you got 36 minutes. And then when it arrives, you just jump off. It shouldn't be that bad. The NPC's blowing a horn. Well, they did add a little ding ding when the boat actually arrives. It's not very loud though, so I kind of agree with you that it needs something to blow a horn. I don't know, something louder. Enchanter at level 34. Anywhere you want. Bottom of the ramp in Fallen Pass is a good place. If you want something easier at 34, you could do the orcs in Vale of Zintar. I need to sit, so I'm meditating. You can group up with Burl. He's level 39, and you guys can go and charm and kill stuff. Yeah, there's... I would say Fallen Pass, go Shaded Dunes into Fallen Pass, go up the ramp into the Pyrmos Village, go down the ramp on the other side and kill those. Or you could even do the Drakes if you're charming. We're going to wait for this guy to walk away. Get as much mana as we can. Mana, banana, mana, banana. Why is my wasp not gaining health? I feel like it's not moving. He's sitting. He's full. Maybe it is moving. It's just moving very slowly. The heck? There it goes. There are named Drakes at the Drakes? No. There are not. Did this just dim? Did my fire just dim? Or did just the lights go out? Is the key lootable as a group or only one person? You could be in a group and do it, but it's up to 3 keys will drop. It could be 0, it could be 1, it could be 2, it could be 3. So it's kind of silly, to be honest with you. The entire thing is kind of silly. It should drop every time. However many people kill it in a group, it should drop that many keys. If 6 people are sitting there and they kill the mob, it should drop 6 keys. If they're in a group and there's 3 of them, it should drop 3 keys. Like, it should be pretty freaking simple. I don't know why they made it where, oh, you kill the mob and it's 0 keys could drop, 1 key could drop. Let's say 3 keys drop, but you don't know that 3 keys are going to drop, so you just solo the mob, and it's just like, if you're lucky and you're happen to be sitting around, you could, try to click on it and get it's so dumb. The whole thing is dumb. What's your thoughts on taunt in this game? I think it needs to be nerfed. Cooldown, failure rate, maybe limited time to put you on top of the threat table, something. I don't know. I don't think it's really a big deal because it just puts you at the top plus 1 threat. So it's very easy for somebody to then pull the threat right back off of you. But it does have a failure rate or resist rate. The mobs can resist it, but they don't resist it a lot. So I don't know. I don't really have too much of an issue with taunt. Would help the difficulty in TTK. The devs want to improve. I don't know. I personally feel like because tanks right now are not really needed in the game, having them be able to taunt mobs off of people is like literally their only thing that they can do. Because they really don't. You don't really need a tank because it's DPS. Certain DPS classes can just DPS well enough to hold threat, and it's not really a big deal. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't think taunt is much of a problem at the moment. Separate issue, not needing a tank. It is a separate issue. You're right. You're absolutely right. It is a separate issue. So, but I don't see that taunt being too much of a problem. Like tanks need a way to say, to save a DPS that pulls threat. Like DPS pulls threat, use taunt. If they pull threat again, they're dumb. But yeah, I don't know. I don't find it to be too much of an issue, personally. I'm on the opinion that it needs to be more of a strategic game that doesn't reward button mashing. I mean, sure. I get that. But I mean, taunt should not really anymore. It used to be used on cooldown for the threat. But not anymore. Like now you want to only use taunt if you are not on the top of the threat. I don't know if I want to kill this bear. Rogues seem to be pulling a lot of aggro now. I don't know why. Probably because they're just not used to being able to do anything. I don't know how rogues should be pulling aggro. They don't do enough damage. So if they're pulling aggro, they're super twinked rogues. Versus like non-twinked tanks or something. Because they don't do nearly enough damage. What level range are you seeing rogues pull aggro though, Dream? Golly, I have to like squint to see anything. This is so bad for my eyes. My gosh, man. So bad for my eyes. Where in the world are some mobs? There we go. Is this guy walking over? This hunter? Heck, dude, where are the mobs at? Why is this mob not pathing over here? There's one that paths back and forth over here, and it's not moving. I don't understand. Like, he should be coming straight to me right here. So confused. So when the boat lands, which way do we go to get the mob spawn? When you get over here, Burrow, let me know. I'm literally like a 30-second run to you. Not even a 30-second run, like a 20-second run to you. Entangler. All right, let's do that. My goodness. This is just awful. I had the same thing. Rogues level 55 plus with Whalebone Spear. It's intended though, so he gets it hit, activates Gambit. I mean, Rogue should be doing enough DPS to pull aggro. They just generally don't. Because they don't do enough DPS. Like, a 55 plus rogue with Whalebone Spear is like basically best in slot weapon, right? So if they don't have a tank that's similarly geared, of course it's going to be an issue, and it should be an issue. That rogue needs to learn to manage their aggro. 1k plus backstabs, finally, right? Finally getting a 1k plus backstab. Rogue should be doing 1k plus backstab at like level, I don't know, 40. Like, when do wizards start getting a 1k nuke? That's about when Rogue should be getting a 1k. Oh, shoot. This Entangler is tough. Holy moly, whoops. Yeah, they need to have more weapons like the Whalebone Spear for rogues to be able to level up with. Like I could make a rogue and get the Whalebone Spear and test it out, but I'm probably not going to do that. What the heck is this? All right, sorry, hang on one second. Rogue Backstab is on what cooldown versus Wizard's Nuke? Regaining the mana to nuke again, though. Excuse me, sorry. I don't know what the Backstab cooldown is. I think it's like 10 seconds or 20 seconds or something. And that's the reason why like a 1k Backstab should be fine. I don't... Like... Wizards can chain 1,000 damage over and over and over and over until they run out of mana, and that's their bonus, right? That Wizards can do that, so they're gonna still have more burst damage than a rogue, but they just need to balance those two things out. Where's the guy in VOZ that drops the whalebone spear? He's a level 60 giant. So it's in the giant city. It's a level 60 item. So, of course, the whalebone spear should be good. It's off of a level 60 mob. Like, I don't see why people are like, oh my god, your whalebone spear is allowing them to do 1,000 damage. Who cares? Like, it should be that way. It's literally best weapon in the game, and it comes off a level 60 mob. Best weapon in the game for rogues for backstab. Yeah, I'll put an asterisk on there. It's the highest damage ratio weapon that rogues can get, but it is also two-handed. So, you know, it takes away from other things. Rogue is still auto-attacking the whole time between mage nukes, who are just sitting there currently. Hopefully that changes again. Yeah, so that's what I'm getting at. So, like, that's what we need to look at, is rogues auto-attacking for, let's say, you know, if they turn on auto-attack and they're doing 100 DPS, and then they have... I'm trying to think of the best way to try to talk about this, because you have to look at it as a whole. Rogues auto-attacking, just turning on auto-attack, 100 DPS. Then every 10 seconds they can backstab for 1,000 damage. That means they can do 6,000 damage every minute, right? So if they're doing, I don't know what they're actually doing for their DPS, but let's say it's 100. So they're doing 100 damage every second. That's 6,000. That's 60 seconds. So that's 6,000 damage a minute from auto attack. And then they also do 1,000 damage every 10 seconds from backstab. That's 6,000 damage backstab. So in a minute, rogues are doing 12,000 damage. Let's just say, right? I don't know what they're actually doing. Let's just say they're doing 12,000. Right? 6,000 plus 6,000, 12,000. Then a wizard, though, can do, let's say, 50 DPS. So they're only doing 3,000 a second, or 3,000 a minute from their volley plus reclaim, let's assume. But what if the wizard can now burst 1,000 damage every 2.5 seconds, which they can do, every 2.5 seconds? That means that they're doing 4 times the amount of damage in burst damage than a rogue is, because they're able to do 1,000 damage every 2.5 seconds versus every 10 seconds. So that's where it balances out, and that's what they need to be looking at to make sure that these classes are balancing out properly that way. All right, we're gonna have to go get more. Okay, let's kill this and then go get more firewood. You got a port? Yeah, you are ported directly to Evershade Weld. If you got a port from a druid, you're in Evershade Weld. You're actually at one of the spawns. So /time. Just sit right there, Burl. Literally sit where you ported in at and don't move for the next 15 minutes. And the mob will spawn that you need. Yep. It'll spawn in the middle of that circle of mushrooms that you need for the key. There's other people there? I'm sure there are. I'm sure there are. You could try to go to the other location. You have 15 minutes to get over there. I won't be able to make it to you in time to show you where it's at. Are you in a group with people or something? Like, are you trying to do that quest with other people? To go from where you are right now, if you run... Put the wall on your left and start running, you'll eventually get to... You put the wall on left or right. It really doesn't matter. And start running, you'll eventually get to the zone line, and that's where the other one is. You're grouped with Burl, Ketalone? Okay. Here, I'll come show you, Burl. Stay right where you are. Don't move from the thing. Are you trying to get into Glinting Hollow? You can't just look at burst damage. You're correct. You cannot look at burst damage. You have to look at sustained damage and burst damage. You have to look at the comparison of the two. Rogue should have the sustained damage higher than wizards. Wizards should have higher burst damage than rogues, but they should be comparable. All right, I'm coming to you, Burl. I'll show you what to do. But we got to move quickly. Here, invite me to your group. This will be faster doing it this way. Did you ask anybody at the circle if they are camping that mob? Like, you have 3 people in this party. You're not going to be able to get the key very quickly. It's going to take a while. Asking now? Yeah, definitely ask them real quickly. It looks like, I mean, they've got a camp there. There's people clearly camping it. They are? Okay. So gather up on me. I'll take you to the other location. All right, so come this way. This is the second location. Hopefully nobody's there, but they might be. Yeah, there's a person here too. Second location is right here. But there's 2 people here that are camping it. So this is the second location. So you guys can camp like after these guys get it if you want to. It's going to take 72 minutes per round, right? 72 minutes this mob spawns and you get the key. And then 72 minutes for the other one. Hang on one second. All right. Sorry about that. We're trying to figure out this this quest line for these guys. Trying to help them out. All right, my opinion, they should lower mage burst damage and vastly up their sustained damage. I think so too, Meta. Like, I would agree with that. I think that wizards' burst damage is extremely high, but their sustained damage is not high enough, and it's not really fun for wizards in a group because of that. So yeah, they should. I think that like if they lower the burst damage of the wizard, I don't think they should lower the burst damage of the wizard right now. That would not be my take. I think that they should increase the damage, the sustained damage of the wizard, and they should also look at the damage on the rogue and potentially increase the damage of the rogue because I still don't think it's doing enough. I would need to actually look at the parses and all that kind of stuff to know exactly, but just based on my experience, the burst damage of the wizard is actually pretty good. It's in a decent place. They need to adjust some of the numbers on a few other things, but it's in a decent place. All right, Burl, you should be good. Just claim this camp. Tell Druna to go away. Druna is going away. So you have this camp now, Burl. If anybody shows up, just tell them you are camping the Fae, the Twisted Fae. I claim this camp. There you go. You now own this camp. The mob will spawn like right here. So yeah, it'll spawn like right there, and you're going to be good to go. You should be able to solo it as an elementalist. You should be able to, but I can log in an hour and check it with you. I'll help you kill it. Okay. So there we go. Helping people out. It's a beautiful thing. Let's go get some firewood, and then we'll come back over here and keep camping these things. But I need some firewood. Firewood. Daytime's coming soon too. I like it. Oh, let's go to Prowler so we can run faster. All right, sorry I missed some chat. I'll catch up here. We'll hurt their solo and Netflix play style. Their Netflix and solo play style. I love it. That's what we're doing these days. It's not Netflix and chill, you're out. Netflix and solo, you are in. Or just give mages multiple viable spell lines for different scenarios. That, I think, was the idea, is that they were supposed to be giving the wizards multiple ways that they could play the game. They just did not hit that nail on the head very well. Like, the idea for wizards was they're supposed to have sustain through their volley reclaim, right? Volley reclaim, volley reclaim. That sustain damage that they do through that should be less than a rogue, but way more than what they currently have. So the volley reclaim should be like a rogue auto attacking, but slightly less damage. Like maybe 25% less damage. So if a rogue's doing 100 DPS, wizard should be doing 75, but maintain that indefinitely. Right? Then you add on the ability for rogues to backstab for X amount of damage, let's say 1,000. And if they're backstabbing for 1,000 damage, but a wizard could hit 1,000 damage every 5 seconds, whereas a rogue can do it once every 10 seconds, they can literally double their burst damage, right? Does that make sense? So they're doing 50% more burst damage for 25% less sustained damage. And something around there, I think, is what the rogue wizard balance should be. Again, exact numbers are kind of tough to figure out, but something in that range would probably be good. So there you go. You need a scale from both spawns, Burl. You're going to get a twisted scale and a warped scale, and you're going to need both of those for the next stage, next step. How would you describe each revised class? What they got, need work on, overall feel? Sorry if you answered this 100 times. No, you're good. You're good. I don't mind answering questions over and over and over. If I did, I wouldn't be a streamer. So there's 6 different classes. We'll go through all 6, hopefully very quickly. So let's start with Spellblade. I think the Spellblade is very good. It's high DPS. I think that they kind of nailed it. It's very good DPS. It's got a little bit of utility to it. So they did a good job there. I don't like the stance dancing of it. Some people may like that. That's kind of an opinion thing. But I feel like it's kind of a clunky way to play the game, and it just doesn't feel very good. So I think they need to work on that a little bit more. But other than that, I think that the Spellblade's in a pretty decent spot. Archer does very good DPS. I think that they did a pretty good job with taking away. So at first, it was like you had a 5% chance to break your tools. I think now you can't break your tools, if I understand that correctly on how the devs changed that. I like that, but it kind of makes it to where you make the tool once and you never have to make a tool again. So it would almost be better if they were allowed you to make, or they required you to make multiple tools, but you could stack them in your inventory and have maybe a toolbox that you could have. And inside the toolbox, you could carry a bunch of tools. That would probably feel better than what it currently is for the Archer. But I think the Archer is doing really good DPS at this moment and doesn't really need a whole lot of change there. They can also solo fairly well. Let's say Druid. Druid right now is a really good healer, a really good DPSer. It has a lot of utility. It's just overpowered. Period. That's just how it is. It's just an overpowered class still. It always was a very good class, and now it's just a more good class. More gooder. So they need to adjust some numbers. I personally don't like the seasons of the Druid, but the Druid seasons are fun for some people, but I'm not a big fan of them. So that's again going to be one of those opinion things, kind of like the Spellblade stance dancing. Some people are going to like it. Some people are not going to like it. Totally an opinion-based thing. But right now, the way that it works for the druid is it feels weird because you want to have a low-level spell to cycle through your seasons, and you don't really otherwise you want to stick to either spring or autumn. That's kind of what people want to do because of the mana regen. So when they get to a wrong one, they just cycle through very quickly. So that it just feels kind of bad. I don't know what this person's doing, so I'm going to go ahead and cut these down. So yeah, I think they need to look at that a little bit more. It shouldn't be cast lowest level spell to cycle through seasons. I don't agree with that, but meta is that's the way you're going to play the class. Eventually, you'll learn to play the class that way because it's just going to be the best way to play it. So what else did we miss? Beastmaster. Beastmaster is really good. I like the way the Beastmaster currently functions. I don't have a lot of complaints on it. It's just kind of buggy. It's very buggy right now. It's one of the most recent ones that was done, and a lot of things just don't work right. The pets are kind of all over the place. Some pets are way better. The wasp right now being kind of the best pet for the Beastmaster. The donkey is completely broken and shouldn't be able to be tamed, but it can be, and it's absolutely a broken class or a broken pet. So they just need to balance out the pets more. Beastmaster right now I think feels good, but it needs balance. It just... you're going to end up getting meta, and it's just going to be you use this pet, period. There's no, like, when you look at the different pets, one pet, the wasp, is just far superior than the other ones. The spider being kind of the second one, that's still good, but not crazy good, but it's good. And then the rest of them are just kind of like, why even use them? The wolf being absolutely terrible, the jackal absolutely terrible. Then there's the bugginess of the provoke that is supposed to be 10 seconds, but it's actually 15 seconds. The guardian spirit is not worth using over savage spirit. It's just balance. The balance is way off on a lot of abilities for the Beastmaster. What did I miss? What's the other class that came in? We got Archer, Druid, Spellblade, Beastmaster. Why can't I think? You can tame a donkey. You can tame a donkey if you're level 60, yeah. And it's completely and utterly broken. It does 400 damage quad attacks. 400 quad. That's 1,200 damage per round of combat. Auto attack. It's dumb. Rogue. Rogue right now, I feel like just needs more tweaks. The poison on Rogue is awful. They should have made damaging poisons for Rogue rather than just have like more utility or something for Rogue. I don't know what their plan was for the Rogue poisons. I feel like the Rogue poisons should be kind of like the Archer traps or whatever they use. I think that was their idea, is that the traps are supposed to be utility and the rogue poisons are supposed to be utility. But, yeah, it just kind of feels bad. I think that the rogue poison should be more damage, personally. I would like to see like a damaging poison that ramps up over time. So you put it on both your daggers and you're dual wielding and you're proccing this poison. And then the poison, when it procs, does, let's say, low damage. Let's say it does 5 damage a tick. But then every time you reapply it, it reapplies that poison and stacks up to 5 times. Now it's doing 25 damage a tick, right? So it starts out low, but as the fight goes on, it builds up. So longer fights do more damage, which would make rogues like insanely good for raid type bosses or big, longer duration fights. That's what I would think. Now, of course, we need to look at all the numbers and see how that would balance out, but I think it would be fun for the rogues to do that. Yeah. Where's the Spellblade supposed to live in damage? A little less than Rogue Wizard. Originally, yes, I would say yes, Pajama. Like, a Spellblade was supposed to be more utility than a rogue or a wizard, but slightly less in damage. The Spellblade was also at one point supposed to be kind of an off tank, but they've kind of changed that. They removed that. So now it is no longer an off tank because it doesn't have taunt. It can off tank temporarily with its kinetic ward ability. So it has an ability to put up a ward to absorb some damage. So it can take a few hits. But I feel like kinetic ward is more like just allows them to be solo. So it gives them a little bit of solo ability, whereas the rogue has basically zero solo ability. It's an F tier. It is literally, out of the 18 classes, the rogue is number 18 as far as solo ability is concerned. The Spellblade is probably in the top 5 or 6, right? I would say it's underneath right now any charm class. It's underneath quad kiting wizards if they're geared well enough. But it's somewhere up there in that range. So yeah, I think if we use 100 DPS as like the base, so like 100 DPS on the wizards and rogues, I would say a Spellblade should be somewhere in the 90 range. So maybe 10% less DPS, but a little bit more utility, like 10% more utility compared to those classes is how I would describe it. It's not necessarily how it is, but that's probably where it should land. Right now, the game is not balanced at all. Like every time they do these class updates, every single class is out of balance. They're either way too high, way too low. They're all over the place. There's no balance whatsoever in them. They really need to look at that. There's no tiers to DPS anymore, so everything could be the same, but no clue how that fits into the game. Yeah, it's tough to see where those DPS tiers are right now because I want to look at something real quickly. Guys. Is there a stable master over here? We may have just... Hang on. We may have just stumbled across something here. Didn't know they could solo. They can solo fairly well, yeah, because of their kinetic ward. They can solo fairly well. They're not great, but they're better than many classes. We're gonna take some time here, and yeah, this is crazy. Mossy Brook Inn, Wheelhouse Tavern. Is there a... There should be a stable master at that stable, I feel like. I don't know why there isn't a stable master there. But we may have found a broken pet, and I want to test it out, because that's what we're doing, right? We are testing. We are testing. Um, all right, we're going to have to... We're going on an adventure, ladies and gentlemen. We're going on an adventure. I don't see a stable master over here, which would be really nice if they had one. But we got to go for a little walksies. It's not too far. We just got to go over to Phalandraw and back. Yeah, this is where I feel like we need more. Like they need to fill out this this town a little bit more. It has a stable. There's no stable master. Check guild chat. I don't have guild chat on this character, bro. I'm not in the guild on this character. If somebody's online, they can invite me. I can join, but yeah, I don't have access. This is going to be ridiculous if this works out the way that I think it might. Amount meta. Donkeys right now I know are broken, but you can't get one till level 60. But I think I can get one. And if I can, it's a major bug that needs to be fixed. If it works out the way that I think it might. What do I do if someone comes and they don't respond and appear to sit in camp? Right now, nothing, Burl. Just what did you say to him? Like they can sit there and camp. They might just be like, "I'm next in line," or "if two drop" kind of thing. Like just be like. See what they say. But you could say that you have another group or whatever. You have like a group member. You're camping it, etc. Just said hello. I'm camping. You said that and they didn't respond. That's it. That's all you need to say. You're good. If they steal the camp, the spawn from you, then just let me know. When it gets close to 2 a.m., I'll log in, invite me, and they won't steal it. Don't worry about it. Unless they're a wizard, they're not going to steal it from my wizard. So I'll log in at 2 o'clock and burn it down for you. But what you would do in that situation, based on the play nice policy, is you are camping a static spawn. If somebody comes in and steals it from you, you have told them you're camping it. You were there first. You would then petition if they killed it and looted the item. You would then petition and just let them know, hey, I was camping this static spawn. So I informed them when they arrived. They then stole the static spawn from me, and the GM will deal with it. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Like, I don't know, man. I don't know how I feel about it. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about it. I hope there should be a stable master over here, right? I never saw a stable master over here in this area, but I'm assuming there is one. There has to be, right? I would assume it's over here where the beast masters are, where the stable master is. I would imagine. To put your pet away, you're looking for a handler NPC near the Beastmaster trainer? Okay. That is what I'm looking for. If this works though, it's a big bug. It's a problem. Where do we have to go here? Over there, okay. I'm going to have to level it up, though, is the thing. We're definitely going to have to level it up. Because it's going to be green to me. Hopefully it's not too low of level where it can still get XP. So I don't know if it is or not. Yeah, there's the handler right there. So we can go to this guy. So we don't want to retrieve. How do we just put... Oh, I probably have to summon my pet. Board. What did he cast on my pet? Oh, they cast Speed of the Wild on your pet? Okay. That's nice. One here. Nightheart, yeah. Are you allowed to camp the same spawn twice in a row? Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. You're allowed to stay at that camp as long as you want. The only thing the devs will do in that situation is a wellness check to see if are you well. If you're camping it for too long. And then they might check in on you. Like if you go AFK for quote unquote an extended period, there is no definition of extended period, but if you go AFK for an extended period, then the devs will say that you were AFK for an extended period. But you're not AFK, you're just sitting at the camp. As long as you respond within a reasonable amount of time, then you are not AFK for an extended period. You're good. Level disparity issue was disproven. It just took forever for a super low level to catch up. You do have to personally get some XP from a kill for the pet to get XP, though. Okay. Good. Good. What's up, Criddle? How's Beastmaster feeling so far? Can you do named farm solo? Some of them, yeah. I actually farmed... I have killed two different named solo. around my level, right? Yeah. I think we got... I got this item. No, not that item. Sorry. This item. I got this item solo off of a named. Oh shoot, I meant to go. Hang on a second. I got to go to the bank real quick, like. I've got way too much weight on me, and I don't want to have this much weight. This key unlock in EA gonna be... Oh yeah, it's gonna be awful for early access. For that key, if they don't change the way that key works for early access, we're gonna be doing that access quest as soon as we get to high enough level. We're gonna go do it. It's gonna be a freaking disaster. All right, there we go. That helps me on weight quite a bit. Just like the single mob from Cemetery key drop. Yep. Yeah. Anything, as long as you can get stuff solo, you can solo some named omp. At least up to where I'm at now, right? I was soloing that name that I killed for the shoulders, for example. It was dark blue to me when I killed it, and it's surrounded by several mobs. I just had to split the camp. Once I split the camp, though, it was absolutely fine. Oops, ran to the wrong side. It's this one over here. I'm glad they disproved that, though, Italica. That's actually really good to know. It just takes a while. So if you were in... Could you just, like, join an XP group and do it that way? And it would just level up your pet? As long as you are getting XP, right? Okay. That's good to know. So, like, you can still get a low-level pet, and then it just might take a while for it to level up. It's probably because the discrepancy between you and your pet, or you and the group, or whatever. The only requirement is you have to be getting XP from the kills. They can be green as long as you're getting XP. Okay. Good. Well, let's get over here. Let's get this pet that I'm thinking of, and we'll level it up and see what happens. Because this could be very bad for balancing of the game. Cooldown 10 seconds. What's the cast time on this? You gotta channel it for like 10 seconds or something. What stats are good on the Beastmaster? You mostly are going to want strength, but you're also going to want wisdom. The reason you're going to want wisdom is for better heals. So when you heal your pet using your Min Companion abilities. So I would say strength, dexterity, and wisdom. Dexterity, just enough dexterity to hit the monsters that you're fighting. Strength for your DPS, and then wisdom for your mana pool and bonus healing on your pet. Wait a minute. They have a stable master. He wasn't here earlier. All right. Let's see if this works. Oh, it's not working. Target too far away. Hang on. Cannot tame that. Well, I tried. You can't tame these, but you can tame the donkeys in Night Harbor. That was what I was trying. All of that hype. So much build up for failure. Yeah, they just need to change the donkeys in Night Harbor where you can't tame them. Have you tried different pets? Yeah, I see most people running around with Wasp. Wasp is the best pet. Outside of the donkey at level 60. But that's because it's broken. It's bugged. You should not be able to charm donkeys. The other thing I want to test, does anybody have a mount around my level? I need somebody that has a mount around my level or under my level and try to duel somebody and then charm and then tame their pet. This is the part I don't like. Taking 40 minutes round trip to swap out a pet. Yeah, it's silly. I think around level 20, you should just be able to swap out a pet. Like one pet. Like have 2 that you can switch between. And then maybe level 40, have 3 you can switch between or something. It's silly having to run back and forth to get different pets. And then all of a sudden at level 50, you can have an unlimited number of pets. Like why? Why are we waiting to that? What? It makes no sense. Yeah, it's specifically one ability, Zor, that makes the Wasp better, and it's their slow ability. So it casts... it has an ability that slows the attack speed of their target, which also gives them more threat. So the Wasp has high threat, keeping the mobs targeting on them. And it has the slow attack speed. Imagine you're soloing with a tank pet, get invited to a group, but you need to spend 40 minutes to swap out a pet. Exactly, Doozle. That's it, 100%. The way that it should work is I have 2 or 3 pets. At level 1, 1 pet. At level 20, 2 pets. Now I've got a tank pet and then a DPS pet, right? And then, you know, like be able to have a balanced pet at level 40. And then you have 3 pets that you're allowed to have, and you can swap between them. I don't understand why they don't make that how this works. Yeah. That is true. Italica is correct. Right now, if you have a tank pet currently, you're playing the game wrong. Like, it's just bad. And that's the thing, though, is they've got to balance these, and they don't have to balance it for the more hardcore player. They need to balance this stuff for the casual player, because the casual player doesn't know. So the casual player is going in and they're like, oh, a bear. They're reading it on the deep dive. The bear is the best tank pet. Cool. Let's go with bear because I'm going to be soloing and I want to have a good tank pet. But it currently doesn't function that way. So what ends up happening is the casual player that doesn't have time to test all of this information just ends up using a worse pet for a long time until they finally realize that it's not worth them using the tank pet. This is exactly why I am such a big advocate for getting things balanced properly. Because it's going to hurt the casual player more than anybody else. Like, a casual player is not going to know, oh, the wizard sucks. They're going to play it for a couple hundred hours before they realize, oh, crap, the wizard is not good in a party. You know, the casual player isn't going to realize that charm is overpowered because they probably don't realize how to use charm properly, and it's an overpowered ability. And then once they do realize it, now they're like, oh crap, this is an overpowered ability. And it's, you know, I understand that people are like, oh, well, you shouldn't make the game for the hardcore players and for the people that, you know, that poop socket and all that. You shouldn't build the game around that. Absolutely. But those players are finding out this information far faster than the casual player does, and they're able to take advantage of it far faster. It's the age-old exploit early and exploit often. Right? That people say that all the time. The people that get those advantages are the ones that find out about the stuff early on, and then they use it to their advantage. They skyrocket ahead of everyone else, and then later on, the bug or whatever, the balance is changed and fixed and reworked, and then now all of a sudden, the casual players are like, well, crap, I didn't get to benefit off of that, but the hardcore player did. And it makes a huge discrepancy. That's why I am so adamant about getting things balanced as much as possible and as quickly as possible. It's for the benefit of the casual player. Because the hardcore poop sockers are already going to have an advantage. They're on the game more than anybody else. They're doing more than anybody else. They have a huge advantage already. They don't need more of an advantage. So, but it's funny to me because the casual player comes in here and they get mad at me for saying that certain things need to be fixed and changed, etc. And it's like, I'm trying to help you. You just don't realize that I'm trying to help you. It's like a child almost, you know? Children do stupid things and their parents are constantly telling them, stop doing stupid thing. And the kid doesn't realize it's stupid until after it's too late. All right, let's get our wasp. Let's go back and XP some more. It looks like the wasp pet is still going to be the best. Unless we find another another place that we can charm, like one of those mounts or something, but it looks like... Oh, is this guy casting buffs too? What? He's giving my pet Prickly Barrier? Wow. That's a pretty big advantage. Wasp pets aren't a phase, Dad. Right here, we're going to dismiss our pet. I think that should suspend our pet's buffs, correct? When you dismiss it. Did I make it to Warmly in Faction? I've been Warmly in Faction. I think it's level based because I've been Warmly in Faction for a little while. I think that now that I'm level 20, maybe, or my pet's level 20 or something, it was not doing it before, but I had Warmly Faction last time we checked. Pets OP. Pets get free buffs. They do get free buffs. My pet just got free Speed of the Wild and free Prickly Barrier and free Corruption Protection and Steel Skin, I think. I don't know. Got free stuff. It's acknowledging an issue. We read that. Right now, you messed up having a tag. True. I tried getting a wasp, but gave up after spending 3 hours and only got it from 16 to 20 when I'm level 31. Oof. That's rough, Doozle. Yeah, it takes a while. Apparently, it takes a while to level them up, which feels very bad. They need to fix that. Worst part is when the devs are like, in the deep dive, tame more pets to find out the rest. Yeah, instead of just telling us in beta, when we could have told them just by description, the Wasp OP. Absolutely, yeah. You tell me what they do, I'll tell you which pet you're going to want. I don't need to test it. Don't need to test it. Right? Like, you just don't. As soon as I found out, I tamed a wasp. I saw that the wasp had a slow. I was instantly, this is going to be the best pet. I just knew because I understand the way the game is played. And that's just experience. But a casual player would go and test out different things and be like, oh, a bear pet gets 100% bonus. Gets 100% bonus health for some limited amount of time or whatever. Oh man, that sounds really good. It's not. It's not worth it at all. It's in fact the worst. Well, the only worse ability than that would be the wolf pet getting a 5% run speed for 5 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever it is. Like, who the heck thought of that? That's almost as bad as the static field for Spellblades. Like, what? Why would you give a pet 5% run speed for a couple seconds? What does that do for anyone? I mean, if they gave it 100% run speed for 5 seconds, it still wouldn't really be worth it. What is it going to do? It's going to get into a fight faster that you're already next to? Like, what? Literally, what is it doing? What's the point of the skill? Anyway, I digress. If only there's some sort of pet window to manage your pet buffs. I would love to have that, yes. In theory, once more of the world exists, finding higher level animals to tame shouldn't be an issue. Yeah. Hopefully it's like giant wasp or something at level 40, you know, and things like that. Zilla said there is a cap on how much XP you can get, so you don't level up multiple times from a kill. I mean, I understand the reasoning for that, but yeah. Things like that have slightly different value for PvP servers, but the numbers are still too low for that. Exactly. Yeah. But if they start balancing, which they already did once, if they start balancing PvP by adjusting PvE, that is a problem. If they start doing that, it's going to push away so many of their player base. The PvP in this game should be secondary or even tertiary to everything else in this game. That never ends well. It does not end well. It does not end well at all. The cap is probably screwing with pet leveling rates. It is, yeah. Absolutely is. Yes, the mana reclaim cooldown, because it was blah, 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 blah in PvP, blah, 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 blah. I don't care what it's doing in PvP. Don't screw with it in PvE. Fix it on the PvP servers. You start adjusting things on the PvE servers because of PvP, that's a problem. You're going to have a lot of angry customers on your hands if you start doing that. Best way to do it is just have skills have different function if you use on a player. Yeah, and they do have that. That's the thing that's crazy, is they have things like diminishing returns on PvP that don't work on PvE side, right? They have it can function on PvE side. It's not turned on for the PvE side, and that's perfectly fine. Have a flag that you can turn on and off for PvP and on and off for PvE. And then just figure out how you want to do that. But adjusting things on both sides because one side needs it, that's a problem. It's a big issue. And I will fight the good fight as much as I can for all of us. If I have to argue with devs over it, I will absolutely argue with devs over it, because that is an issue. Again, it comes down to the hardcore poop sock player versus the more casual player. And I hate to say it, the devs are way more casual. And rightly so, because they have their day jobs and they get on here to develop the game. They don't have time to play this game as much as some of us do. So they are considered, and they're going to be considered, casual players. And I think that's the problem, is a lot of this game is being developed by casual players that just don't understand what they're changing, why they're changing it. They have an idea on the casual side of things, just like I said a minute ago. Oh, a bear pet having 100% more health for a short duration. For a casual player, that sounds phenomenal. It sounds like, oh, that's really cool. My pet can tank, a little bit longer, etc. But it can't, because once that 100% wears off, now what? Right? Now what? All right, let's get back to XPing some. We wasted a good hour plus right there running around. Completely agree with you there. You cannot balance PvP. Yeah, in the same brushstroke. You can't. Yeah, you can't do it. This is a crazy assumption to take. What, that the devs are more casual players? It's just a fact. It's not an assumption. Think about it. Most of the devs for this game have day jobs and lives, right? So they're spending a good portion of their day doing that. And then on top of that, they now are developing the game. So they're spending, let's say, 3 or 4 hours out of their free time developing the game. So that leaves them only with a couple hours maybe of free time to be able to play the game. Versus somebody like myself, who sits here for 10 hours a day playing the game. Sometimes more. Like there's no way the devs are playing the game more than I am. There's no way. Like there's not enough time in the day for that. I shouldn't be playing the game as much as I do. Not that they're casual players, but their approach to development is with the understanding of a casual. Yeah, I understand that. Yes, I understand that. Some of them probably do have. Some of them are probably trying to think from the poop soccer perspective, but I'm saying like in general, as a general rule, right? That's the problem. Is they clearly are more casual players, and they're developing the game clearly based on the decisions that they have made from a casual perspective. It's extremely clear that that's what's happening. Because otherwise, if they're not doing it from a hardcore player perspective, then they wouldn't have made some of the changes that they've made. The choices that they've made a lot of times with these updates are from a casual perspective. They're just completely out of balance. Bear Pet needs a defensive proc while tanking like 15% to gain. Well, I mean, I think the Bear Pet needs a lot of things. I think the Bear Pet should get the provoke ability, and they need to fix the provoke ability, right? But they should be getting that. And the other pets maybe not get the provoke ability. That might fix some of the problem. But Todd, like I get where you're coming from. It is an assumption. It is an assumption. But they don't have time to play the game as much as some of us players do, right? They just don't have that time. And when you play the game enough, you start to see big differences. We said this same thing in Pantheon. Joppa did not play the game enough to understand why he needed to change some of the things he needed to change. He is and will continue to be a casual player trying to build a game for a casual player, but the casual player is going to have a huge disadvantage. They just will. Didn't Joppa leave? I don't know. Somebody said that Joppa did, but I checked. I checked their Discord. If Joppa left, then he was he's right here as the creative director on their Discord as VR staff still. So if he left, I don't know why he's still considered staff. So I have no idea. Like, I don't work for VR. Pantheon was so fun when EA came out, and then you hit level 20. Yeah. He hasn't streamed in a long time. Yeah. You never heard he left? Yeah, I've heard from a couple different people that Joppa left, but I think it's because he's not streaming as much. I think that's the only reason. He just hasn't been streaming a lot. I'll come and help you in a second, bro. Don't worry. Bears can't provoke. No, they can. They can. Bears can provoke. What I'm saying is DPS pets probably shouldn't be able to provoke. Tank pets should be able to provoke. And what I mean by that is instead a DPS pet should probably have a de-aggro ability instead of an aggro gain ability. Then your Wasp won't be the best solo pet because you won't be using it to solo with, because the idea here is that you want your pet to take the hits. If your pet's not taking the hits, then you start taking the damage, and you don't have a way to recover damage easily on yourself as a Beastmaster, but you have a way to recover on your pet. So that's the idea there. That's why I say that they should do that. Now, the other issue is a Beastmaster in a group has almost no use for mana. Almost none. Because what are they casting mana? What are they spending their mana on? The only thing I ever spend mana on my Beastmaster is healing. So when I'm solo, I use mana to heal my pet, who is tanking for me, and also DPSing for me. But in a group, there's zero use for it. So again, the idea behind these classes is not well thought out. Like, how are you supposed to be playing this class in a group setting versus how are you supposed to be playing this class in a solo setting? And it just doesn't seem to be well thought out. What level is the Sangro Stalkers? These are level 20 to 22, from what I can tell. Zomboid's writing dev left. Maybe they got him confused. I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea what's going on. Probably not a good look to be streaming when your PTR refresh schedule is about 2 months behind. I mean, I agree, Todd. I mean, that's what I've been saying in this game. That's what I said in Pantheon. When these devs stream, and they stream for hours and hours and hours, you know, like Sean streams at most 2 to 3 times a week for like 2 to 3 hours tops, right? And sometimes he'll go a week without streaming at all. You had Joppa and Nick on this team that were streaming for upwards of 6 to 8 to more hours. And it's like, develop the game, guys. Like, you're do your job. Like, unless you're supposed to be a PR person, even a PR person wouldn't be streaming as much as those guys do. And I always thought it is in poor taste, personally. You know? Very poor taste. Nick was doing plenty of copy paste. That's a whole other issue. Yeah, that's a whole other issue. But yeah. Buy my donations. I mean, that's a whole thing. That's where I kind of was like, okay. It felt bad, man. It felt bad. And it's hard for somebody like myself to talk about it. It's hard for a content creator and a streamer to talk about because, this is like, Criddle's jealous that they're getting, lots of subs and lots of attention and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, sure, there's some of that. You know, I'm not going to deny it. Yeah, it's kind of like, man, you're taking away views and you're taking away, money from content creators that are trying to build your game up and help your game. You're taking that away from them. Sure, that is something that I will think about and I'll talk about and I'll gladly talk about it. But that's not the reason that it irked me. Like, it's not the reason, that I got frustrated with it. The reason I got frustrated with it is seeing somebody stream for like 12 hours and literally not do anything to build their game when they're supposed to be a developer. Like, why are classes taking so long to get into the game? Well, it's probably because you're streaming for 12 freaking hours. Like, maybe don't do that. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I could be completely wrong, and maybe I'm an idiot, but it's kind of telling. Is that guy still there, Burl? Is that guy still camping that mob? Or thinking they're camping the mob? They left? Okay. I'll come help you kill it. Anyway. I don't mind as long as someone is still working. If Joppa put in 8 hours of development and 8 hours of streaming, I think it's fair. No. That's fair. Sure. That's absolutely fair. If they have the ability to work their normal job or whatever, to work on the game for, 6 hours, 8 hours, whatever their day is, the developers of this game are not necessarily putting in full 8-hour days. They're not, and I don't expect them to, because they're doing it volunteer basis. But if I don't know, you have to put it all into perspective. You got to put it all into perspective. The art department streaming their work is great. I agree with that. Yes, Todd. The art department, like Zukin, ZBrushed, love those guys. They are putting in work. You can see them working. They're chatting with chat, but you can consistently see them putting in the time and effort. However, they're also doing it for free, right? They're not a majority owner. They're not any of that kind of stuff. They're not getting. They're doing it in hopes that in the future they get paid. And I'm okay with them doing that. I think it's great. They have their heads down and are working on what they need to. Yeah, Sean's stream feels important. Sean's stream, I agree, feels important. He is there after his work day. He says he works on the game for like 6 or 8 hours. He gets up at like 5 o'clock in the morning, does a workout. I know way too much about Sean. This is actually a problem now that I'm thinking about it. But he gets up early in the morning, does his workout. He works on the game for like a good 6-8 hours every single day. And he takes like a break to work out, eat some lunch. And then he sometimes will stream for 2 or 3 hours to give us information, right? You also know too much about Sean. Yeah, we all know too much about Sean. Honestly, we all know too much about Sean. But, I appreciate what Sean does. His 2 or 3 hour streams are perfect. It's the amount of time that they need to get the information out to us. And if he doesn't have anything to say, he usually doesn't stream. Let's be honest. He'll go like a week without streaming. And on top of that, the biggest thing to me about Sean is he doesn't have monetization turned on in his channel. Completely turns it off. The reason he says is because of taxes and blah 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 blah, all that kind of stuff. That's the reason. But who knows, right? Who knows? Burl, I'm going to help you kill this one. I'm going to go help the other 2 guys kill the other one. So you check this to see how many keys are on it. And I'll go help the other guys as well. One key. All right, you stay here, Burl. Loot that key and stay here. We're going to get you guys keyed for this today. But yeah, Sean doesn't have any type of like monetization on his channel, so he's not taking away from other content creators, right? He's just, when he streams to give us information, and that's it. And I like that. I personally feel like any of the devs streaming any of the content for any of these games, whether it's Pantheon, Monsters of Memories, or Drooling Online, I don't care what it is. I feel like devs should be streaming on a channel, like a game specific channel, and any money that they make from those subs and all that kind of stuff should go back into the game development. That's just my opinion on it. Oh my gosh, I'm getting interrupted. Hang on one second. All right. Anyway, Joppa streams were crazy amounts of self back padding while doing zero work. Absolutely, they were. That's the issue that I had with it. Yeah, I had a lot of issues with it, but I mean, and I try to not talk about it too much because it does sound like I'm just being like, oh, Criddle's jealous and blah 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 blah. And I mean, I get how it sounds. I don't mean it to sound that way, but it's gonna sound that way. Let's see. Like, I personally feel like both teams, Pantheon and Monsters and Memories, and any of these other teams that are doing games as well, they all just need to have, like, a PR person. Have you guys seen that game, Fellowship? Have you guys checked that game out? They have an awesome PR person. I love that guy. It's fantastic. And that's what he does. He logs in, he streams, he talks about what's going on with the game, gives people information, and that's literally his job. You know? I don't know if you can donate or buy subs or whatever to the channel, but if you can, it goes to the game. It doesn't go into his pocket. And that's how I think that they should do it. Now, Zukin, ZBrushed, and those guys, they stream not only Monsters and Memories stuff, but they stream development of other things as well. So if you like those guys and you want to learn how to make art, I 1000% encourage you to go to their channel, learn from those guys, and sub and donate and all sorts of stuff. Whether they're streaming Monsters and Memories content or they're streaming their other content of what they're making and otherwise, because both of them are doing art channel streams. It's not just them sitting around chatting with people about developing a video game. It's them chatting about developing a video game, but constantly talking about how to do the art, different techniques, how to get into the industry. They're basically there for artists to learn how to become video game artists. And I love that. Hamish. Yes, Hamish. Sometimes he tells us a bit too much. He does. Hamish does talk a bit too much. Like, I know, I don't even watch the dude a lot, but I know about his guitars and how he's like he used to be a music teacher or a musician of some sort or whatever. But I like Hamish. I really like that guy. He's a cool dude. But he doesn't take any money for himself. He is paid by the team, by the developers of Fellowship, to develop a game, So, yeah. I've been watching him since the Division 1. Oh, yeah, he was the community lead for that, too? I think he's been a community lead for a couple of different games, yeah. I like that dude. I like him a lot. But that's his job. His job is literally to stream and talk to the community. And he's paid to do so. So he doesn't need additional money, right? All right, Burl, come with me. We got to get away from these guys, from Silk, though. Yeah, I don't want to evac him, so come over here. Oh, he dropped. Okay. All right. So I'm trying to help this group get the keys to this dungeon. All right, we're gonna switch back over again. But yeah, anyway, that's just how I feel about the developers and stuff and their streaming habits. I feel like I haven't been getting much done the last couple of days. I've been very slow with my leveling. It's okay though. Sean should feel more like a social thing than a game thing. He speaks very little on the game, which that's the type of game he's fine. Yeah. Sean does often. That's why I do my recap videos of Sean streams, is because there's a lot of people that want to know what's going on in Monsters and Memories, but they don't want to sit through a 3-hour stream listening to Sean talk about his jujitsu or whatever, you know, and his stories about his military background. And, you know, I get it. They don't want to hear about his gardening, whatever, right? All the things that we know about Sean because we sit through the streams. I love that Sean talks about those things. I don't have an issue with it. But I know a lot of people don't want to hear that. Same reason some people don't come to my stream. You know, I stream for 6, 7, 8 hours a day, every day, and people don't want to hear about a bunch of that crap. They probably don't want to hear about what I'm talking about right now. And that's okay. I totally get it. Speaking of dev habits, where is the class? Frequent last question they gave us a ton of questions for. I don't know. I have no idea. But, you know, I kind of agree. Oh, shoot. Okay, this isn't good. Come on, kill this. Jeez Louise, kill it. Holy moly. Not good. I'm dead. There's no way I'm going to get out of this. I'm snared. You know what I could do? Let's see if this works. I'm just curious if this will work. Will he come down here? Oh no! He's casting spells on me. I'm camping. I got 10 seconds. 5 seconds. No! He nuked me. I got to get farther away. Where is he? He's like up on the cliff. He's going to teleport to me. I had 5 seconds left. Scorching embers. Oh, no. All right, let me try to camp here. Gust of wind. Oh, shoot. Where is he? I don't even know where he is. Oh, it got to me. I had 5 seconds left when he got me. Oh my god. He warped to me finally. Oh jeez. That was fun. That was fun. Now I gotta swim all the way over there and get my corpse. That's gonna be a problem. Whatever. What are we doing otherwise, right? We're just having fun. Oh, man. That's going to be a really long swim, though. That is going to be a long swim. Buy a coffin? I don't have enough money for a coffin. I could on my other character, but... A valiant effort? Yeah, I tried. I tried. It's okay. I'm not getting anything done today anyway. Well, I am getting something done. I'm helping a group of people get into access for Glinting Hollow. That is my goal for the day, is to get 3 people access to Glinting Hollow. And we 3 appreciate it. No problem, guys. No problem. All good. I don't mind. I have plenty of time to play this game and level up classes and all that kind of stuff. I'm only playing this class just to learn the class so I can talk more about it. I do like the Beastmaster, though. I do like it. But honestly speaking, I mean, once the next deep dive happens, I'll probably start playing another class. Let's be honest. I'm hoping the next deep dive, though, is maybe the Elementalist. If it's the Elementalist, then I don't need to play it because I've got Burl. So I can always log in Burl's character and mess around with it. If it's a monk, I've got a monk I can log into. If it's cleric or shaman, I've got those I can log into. So like some of these classes I won't need to actually play. I can just log into them and play them and test them out. Dibs on my stuff when I retire my Beastmaster? I probably will give it to a different character, to be honest. Depends on the class that I'm playing and stuff. I don't have that much stuff, though. Like, whoops. I don't have that much... Well, I have nothing right now. I don't really have that much gear on my Beastmaster. Couple of weapons, you know. I can give you a 2-handed sword. I should probably do that. I should probably do like giveaways of items. Typical boomer move, hoarding your wealth. That's true, Cass. That's true. Now I've got 6, I think, of those Stable Master Claymores. I have 6 of those in my bank right now. Just sitting there. That's the boomer move right there. They need to nerf the drop rate? Well, it's not that they need to nerf the drop rate. It's that the reason people camp that mob is for the rare item. So you end up getting the common item. It's a very common thing in games like this. So disenchanting, right? Let's talk about disenchanting. The way that disenchanting works in this game, actually, they've thought through the process, and it makes sense on paper, and it kind of makes sense in game too. The idea is that you want to camp something for the rare drop, so you're constantly going to be camping it to get the rare drop. The common drop, however, hang on a second, I want to make sure that I don't aggro this forest drake because it'll kill me a second time. The common drop, however, is common, and it's not going to be wanted very much, so like it's just going to sit there and rot. So the idea is that the common gear will be taken out of the game via disenchanting while people are camping the rare items that they actually do want. So that's the idea of it, and it actually works on paper. The problem is it's not working in practice very, very much because people are getting the item they want and then leaving, and you know, it's just like all these extra common items are not getting disenchanted as much. Like, I feel like disenchanting is going to end up being something that every player does. All right, my corpse is out there somewhere. Let's go find it. Whee! Naked Havling jumping in the water. Giveaway subscribers only. I could. Hopefully my corpse didn't sink to the bottom of the water. Uh-oh. It's around here somewhere. I don't see it, though. It might have sunk. Oh my god, I'm getting 1,000 text messages. What the heck is happening? Hang on a second, guys. Okay, I'm going to look at that later. All right, give me 1 second, guys. Be right back. I need to go move my my laundry from the laundry to the dryer. I forgot about it, and I told my girlfriend I would do it. So let me move that over real quick, and then we'll look for my corpse again. All right. Let's see if we can find this body. Click corpse drag, but it won't. Will it automatically grab my corpse if it's near me? If I don't have the corpse targeted? I thought you had to target the corpse. Do I need to target myself? If I type /target crit, it targets me. Yeah, that'll just target me. Like, /target crit targets me. I feel like I'm not moving. Oh, I am. I'm just moving very slowly. Oh, boy. It should be right out here. Well, it's got to be farther out. I definitely swam farther out than this. We might have to take you up on that corpse summon. I am not seeing it. I bet you it sank. Yeah, I bet you. I can, well, yeah, I don't know. I bet you it sank. It's probably at the bottom of the ocean. Like, I'm not seeing it anywhere. Fell off a cliff and died in a spot I couldn't get to. Potential GM summon corpse for me. I mean, if I asked the GM to get my corpse right now, it would be kind of poopy because I jumped off the cliff intentionally. Let's be honest, guys. I jumped off intentionally. I did it for science, though. But I feel like I should see the corpse, right? I'm also not moving. I'm literally not moving. How'd I die? Well, I got too much aggro, and I jumped off the cliff from this cliff right here. I jumped down into the water to try to get away from the monster. And then it continued to nuke me from on top of the cliff. I don't see it. Like, I would think you would see it. Like, I should be able to look up and see a body, right? It's going to be dark soon, too, right? Time. No, it's 12 p.m. So it's middle of the day. Maxed out gamma. I don't see a corpse, though. anywhere. I don't think I'm in the wrong spot. I jumped off of this cliff literally right here. It's always the last place you look. I hope so, because if you keep looking after you find it, there's a problem. Do you know anyone's desperate to play Imminent Beta? I bet you there's like 3 or 4 people on this channel right now that are desperate to play Imminent Beta. But yeah, I jumped off here, right? And then I tried to camp. And it kept nuking me. So I started to swim out this way. My corpse isn't here, man. It is not here. You sunk my battle? Yeah, somebody sunk my battleship. What the heck, dude? There's a necro in chat, yeah. So we can... I mean, I can get my corpse with the necro, but... They do get a cool swimming spell, but not until later. I like this right here. Look at that. Like, I can't swim forward. I'm wondering if it's like in that area where I can't get to. You're in Night Harbor looking for a port? Yeah, I could port you to, I can get on my wizard. The current's too strong. The current might have taken my corpse. Like, honestly, because I jumped off of here, I wonder if I can't get to it. Because I was on the other side of where I'm supposed to be. Yeah, there's like a zone wall here. Is it back on top of the cliff? I don't think so. Like, I don't think I can get to where I was. Where I jumped off at. Like, legit. I don't think I can. Because I jumped from up there. And I landed... I might need a GM after all. Maybe. Because I literally can't swim any farther that way. Go jump again? I mean, we could do that. But yeah, I legit think it is over there. I'm gonna try to petition it. We'll see what they say. Other GM assistance. I jumped off a cliff into the water and died, but now I cannot get back to where my corpse is because of an invisible zone wall. We'll see what they say. But yeah, I legit jumped off from up there. He will probably find it and laugh at me, most likely. But I mean, there's a legit invisible zone wall there. Like, while we're waiting for him, I'll try to swim back around and we'll jump off again. I'm around moving stuff to an alt. All right, yeah, we'll see what the GM does. I mean, if we have to, yeah, we'll get you to summon it. I appreciate it. It's going to take me a minute to swim all the way back over here. I'm at the edge of Keepers. Yes, this is Keepers, like, going into... That would be going into Evershade over that way. So I'm at the edge of Keepers. And I jumped off from up here. We'll see what happens. Oh, the bunny hop thing? Yeah, you can... It doesn't work nearly as well anymore. Used to be able to do it, like, really well. I can't do it very well anymore. Whew, back on land. I'm moving. Lightning speed. $10 gold for a coffin is way too much, yeah. I'll buy one, though. You don't have to worry about buying it. I'll clearly, I'll pay for it if I have to do it that way. It's pricey. It's super pricey. Yeah, it's very pricey. I think that, like, for situations like this, right? You're level 20, you die in a bad location, you need to summon your corpse. Why is it 10 gold for a level 20? I think it should be, we talked about this yesterday a little bit, it should be level-based. Level 1 through 10 should be like, you know, a couple silver. Level 10 through 20, a few more silver. You know, level 30, maybe like a gold, and like have it get a little bit more expensive as you get higher level. Oh, there's Tam. Tam! Tam moved my corpse to this sandbar over here, so it works out. How deep was it? I don't know. I have no idea where it was. But Tam moved it over here. And now Tam's gone. Well, Tam said... I don't see it. Wait, is it just invisible? There's the problem. It was an invisible corpse. Oh my god. Okay, well, we got it. Oh, we're making all sorts of memories today. This is nuts. Oh, that explains everything. Why I didn't see it. It was just invisible in the middle of the water. Oh my gosh, dude. That's bananas. Well, that was an adventure, right? That was an adventure. All right, let's get back to our camp. Man, I am getting literally nothing done today. I feel like I have done nothing. I have gained, let's see. I'm at 14 swimming. I'm going to be back with you guys in 25 minutes. Sounds good, Burl. I'll be there, buddy. And we are still having fun. We are absolutely still having fun, getting nothing done. Oh, well, it's okay. Oh, man. Bodies are 90% water, so it should only be 90% visible in the water. Maybe. Maybe. You know what we should do? You know what I just realized? That was weird. Okay. Let's revive our pet. Uh-oh. Guess what I just found? I found a bug. I just found a bug. Conjuration ability? Conjuration? Well, it was leveling my conjuration. Man, that's a lot of tweets. Elon Musk gonna be mad at me here in a minute. It was leveling it. It just stopped. It kind of stopped leveling it. That's weird. Oh, there he goes. Bug. Bug. What is this? Combat and abilities. Other. You can spam call companion in the water to level conjuration without actually conjuring your pet. Period. Nice, made it. It's not conjuring my pet. Why is my pet not showing up? There we go. Apparently you can do the same thing. Why can't I cast heal on my pet? There it goes. The heck is happening? Heal. Heal. The heck? You can't cast heal while you're on this thing? You can't... I can't cast spells while I'm on this... The heck, man? We're finding all sorts of bugs today. Environment, art, visual... I don't know what the heck this would be. I'm going to call it World Collision Terrain. I don't know what you would be. Cast spells while standing on the lift landing. Also cannot cast spells while on the moving lift, but that is a separate issue. Alright, there we go. Yeah, maybe, I don't know if it's classified as part, I don't know. Anyway. I'm doing my due diligence. Bugs, bugs, bugs. I can't cast here? Why can't I not cast a spell here? What the heck? Let's try to cross the river and cast it. I don't know what's going on. Why can't I cast spells? am so confused. Okay, can we cast it here? Maybe that's why my pet wasn't here. I don't know. Something just bugged out all over there. I don't know what the heck that was. That was weird. We're having a day here, guys. We are having a day. I've been streaming for 3.5 hours, and I haven't even leveled up yet. That's one slow level. There's sometimes a turn to look at your pet requirement if you have issues casting your buff or heal on it. That might have been it. Might have been it. I don't know. That was really weird, though. That was strange. All right, let's get back over here to our camp and continue our shenanigans. Our cheeky shenanigans. Well, we gained swimming skill there. We gained 16 swimming skill. That's good. We got some conjuration skill. Man, we're just we're slaying it over here, guys. We're slaying it. Why do you run with your weapon out all the time? So there's no sheath in this game? No, I don't think there is a way to sheath weapons. Kind of a weird one to point out, but you're not wrong. But yeah, I don't think you can sheath weapons. Yeah, you just always have them in your hands. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Is there any way to sheath them? That would be really cool, though. I would love to have that where you could, like, throw them on your back or throw them into, like, you know, sheath your weapons in your enemies. There you go. I like that. We're back at it, guys. Back at slaying the Sangrel. Hopefully we don't get 2 again, because I don't want to have to go through the shenanigans again. I've had the same thought, but didn't see a keybind for it. Yeah, I don't think there is a keybind for it. I'm pretty sure you can't sheath your weapons. But it would be nice if you could. I would put that as like a feedback option. Let the devs know that's what you would like. Looks like these, while I was doing my corpse recovery, these guys over here may have encroached on my my camp here. Wah, wah, wah. That's all right. I'm not concerned. Have you ever heard of Ural Render NPC. That sounds familiar. Why does that sound familiar? I don't know where that would possibly be, but it does sound familiar. Means you can group now? Maybe. I don't want to group though, because I'm going to be switching to help out Burl and team. He's a giant in Scarwood. Yes! Yes! I do know of that guy. Yeah, that guy drops, he drops a good item for monks? I think he drops a good item for monks, and he drops a staff, I believe. Isn't that, Issa, are you in chat? Didn't you kill that guy? Jarl Root Render, whatever? Didn't you kill him a bunch? I think he killed him a bunch to get a good item for monks. You camp him? There you go. Root Render's staff. Oh yeah, Root Render staff. I have one of those. That's 13 int. I have one of those in my bank. It is this staff right here. Burl has one of those because Isar camped it. This is like his common or maybe uncommon drop. And then he's got a rare drop that's really good. Yeah, he's along the path. So if you go into... So if somebody wants to kill him, he's up right now. If you go into Scarwood from Keeper's Bite, follow the road, and it'll turn left. And then follow the road to the left, and it'll take you right to him. That's where he's at. It's weird that I know these things. Hook a Necro up. Go kill it. What level are you, Dez? What level are you? But do you want one of those staves? I will give you one of those staves. I think I still have one. I will give you one of those staves just for offering to summon my corpse for me. You were willing to come over here and do that, and for that, my friend, you deserve a staff. So go to, well, let's make sure we have it. If I have it, you can have it. Come to Night Harbor, West Bank. I'll hook you up right now. You have one, Isar? I think I have one, so let me give him one if I have one. But yeah, if you have an extra, we'll give it to him. We'll get you hooked up, buddy. I got you. What's your character name in game? So same name? All right. I've got you, my friend. I've got you. Nope, that's the wrong one. Root Render staff. There it is right there. Boom. I got you hooked up. Are you here at the West Bank? Or near the West Bank? Out by the fire. Oh, there you are right there. Boop. Trade. Oops. Inventory. There you go. Enjoy. Have fun. Yeah, we have... Let me see how many of those swords we have. I was talking about. We have any low-level people? We have Stable Master's Claymore, 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 Stable Master's Claymore. Yeah, I've got six. I got 6 Stable Master's Claymores. Oh my goodness gracious. We have any low-level people that need a Stable Master's Claymore? Hoarder? I know. I'm a hoarder. I have so much stuff. I just take stuff when Isar gives it to me, and sometimes I break it down if I need to for disenchanting, and sometimes I just put it in my bank and I just hold on to it for when somebody needs it. You guys can thank Isar for this, by the way. I don't camp most of this stuff. This stuff is all given to me by him because he likes to camp stuff. So don't thank me. Thank him for giving me all sorts of stuff that I don't need. You camp too much stuff? It's the fun part about the game, right? I feel like it's the fun part about the game. Spent 6 hours this morning in Wormsbane camping a haste cloak. Ooh. Yeah, that one's rough. That one's rough. And I bet you somebody came in and said, why is this high-level character or player trying to get this item? Happens all the time. The heck's going on over here? The mics. Stan, Mike's buddy, and then Macachan. What? What are these guys? Who are these people? Oh shoot, we're gonna get another entangler. Oh boy. What the heck? What the heck is happening here? They haven't said a word. They haven't said anything. 11 p.m. All right, I'll come over there in a minute. You hobbits have ruined your own land. Yeah. Let me go let him know. Thanks for the buffs. I didn't say thank you. Okay. Well, that was fun. That was fun. I got time for like one more kill. If these guys will separate. Got to jump off the cliff and see if you can get outside the zone wall. Oh, I'm not going to do that right now. Not right now. I think I was stuck there earlier, though. That's why he was able to keep casting on me, is because I was stuck over there. I'm pretty sure is what happened. This Entangler is wrecking me, man. No, don't heal. Don't heal yourself. That's not cool. Only I'm allowed to heal myself. Dude, I really need to level up. These Entanglers they're rough. Ooh, we got the ring. The Entangler ring. 4 wisdom. I'll take it. Alright, let me go, let me go help out these yahoos over here. Archers are OP. Archers are good. I don't know if they're OP or not, but they're definitely good. I would say that archers right now are some of the top DPS. And it feels bad for rogues because archers are out DPSing them. And they have more utility. And they can solo. It just feels bad for rogues. How are you able to play? If you get access to the closed beta, you can play. And they do access every Friday. So tomorrow... Today's Thursday, right? Yeah, it is. They'll give access to more people tomorrow. So make sure you are opted in for the access. Hey, thank you so much for the sub. Xander coming in with the gifted sub. Love you, Xander. By the way, Sippy. You remember Cipollina? I know you remember him. You introduced me to him. You were friends with him first. He came in here yesterday and subbed to the channel and said hey and was chatting for a minute. And I told him you were getting married. And he was like, what? I was just talking to him. Him and his son like to come in here every once in a while and say hello. Yeah, he came in and said hey. So he said congratulations to you and all that jazz. You haven't talked to him in ages? Yeah, I've been talking to him every once in a while because of my streaming and gaming and stuff. And he started sending me messages. I guess his son really got into Fortnite for a few years when I was playing Fortnite. So he was really into it. We got two scales there, so we got lucky. I finally started playing Metroid on Switch. I haven't played it yet. I heard it's okay. The game looks good and fun so far. Yeah, I mean, it looks great. But, yeah, I've heard kind of mixed reviews. Oh my gosh, there's so much foliage here. What the heck? Story isn't quite coming together yet? Yeah, that'll happen in Metroid games. Well, hopefully it's good. I want to check it out for sure. Nice. All right. Should you text Sippy? I think I still have his number. Yeah, send him a text. I might have his number. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know if I ever had his number. I may have. That wizard spell gonna give me epilepsy? Dude, it's rough. It is rough. Do. Where'd they go? Oh well. Placken. I was tracking a player named Ravenhood. I thought that was a named. Nice. Let's see. Oh my gosh, these can all be stacked at least. Burl, do you have one of these? Never mind, you can't use it. I'm a liar. I'm so glad that these stack now. Holy moly. Look how much inventory space I just created for myself. That is nuts. What is this? Moonveil. I'll use it. Thank you. What's this? Okay. Put it in there. The heck? Oh. All right. All right, let's get back on the old Beastmaster. Master Claymores? Yeah, I still have them. Oh, man. Roughly how much they cost to buy from someone? I don't know. I gave somebody 5 gold yesterday for 5 of them. I have no idea how much they are. I can get a ton of them very easily by going out on my wizard and killing some monsters. I used to have stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of those. Like, literally, I deleted probably 30 or 40 stacks of those. Like, I had hundreds of them. I just didn't need them. I didn't have a use for them. But they're really common because they come from that Ashira Island that I camped when I was on my wizard. They come from those monsters there. But I have no idea how much they're actually selling for. Adrian, are you in Night Harbor right now? Can be in 2 minutes. Go ahead and go over there. What's your character name? Hey, Burl, ask that cleric. Ask that cleric if they want these wrists. I mean, they'd have to come back over here and get them, but I just got these yesterday, and I don't have a use for them. He's in the stream. Oh, well, you want those wrists? Think I'm in Sungri? We'll message you at the bank. Yeah, go ahead and head over to West Bank. I'll give you one, Adrian. I'm not going to do anything with them. They're literally just going to be turned into gold for me. Those are an upgrade? Yeah, you can have. You can. Oh, is that you, Catalone? Or is that who you're the cleric in that group? Yeah, you can have these wrists if you want them, dude. They're at this camp over here. What you need to do, if those are an upgrade to you, you need to go do the, well, I guess you're probably too high level for those now. I was going to say the poachers have a good wrist that you could get. But those are no drop. Yeah. If you have the daggers, then yeah, go turn in the daggers. That's going to be 6 wisdom, I think, on each of those. Do you have 4 daggers? Or 8 daggers? Sorry, 8 daggers? I think they're 6 wisdom each. You got 1 bracer already? Okay. Yeah, that's better for you for sure. After you guys get your Sparks of Magic, I can teleport you. Well, if you can get a Druid port, that'll be easier. Otherwise, I can teleport you slightly closer. You have 3 sparks? Oh, okay, perfect. If you can get a Druid teleport, let me know. If not, I can teleport you on my wizard and get you to Glass Flats, and we can run over. If we go the Glass Flats way, we can run through and get and pick up the bracers on the way, because we'll be running right past the treehouse. But if you can get a Evershade Well, that'll be faster total overall. So just let me know. We'll hook you guys up. I'm going to do a video on the next steps as well for once you get inside of Glinting Hollow. Once you get inside, you have to do like different things to get all the way through. You said, Ketalone, you said you normally play with your wife. What does your wife play? What class? And I assume you guys are the same level or similar level? She's out of town? Oh, she's just out of town, but she doesn't actually play the game? All right. She does not play in the slightest? Okay, yeah. I totally get that. My girlfriend won't touch this game either. She's downstairs playing some Genshin Impact, but she won't touch this game. She actually made fun of me yesterday. Because I was like, I needed to do something. Oh, I was actually, was it yesterday or the day before? We were camping those those items that you guys just got. And every 72 minutes, I was getting up off the couch. We were watching a movie, and I came upstairs, and I killed the mob, and then I went back downstairs because we were trying to get those for 4 people. When we port back, where from the Druid Circle is the mountain entrance? If you're on the Druid Circle and you put the mountain to the left, you'll go slightly to the right and straight ahead, and that's just follow the river. That's right there. So the Druid Circle, look at the river, follow the river to your left, and it'll take you right inside of there. You're making PowerPoints? Oh, sorry, she's not playing Genshin Impact right now. She's making PowerPoints. She plays with Words with Friends. My girlfriend does a lot of crossword puzzles. She loves her crossword puzzles. Words with Friends is fun, though, too. I enjoyed playing that game a long time ago. I haven't played it in a long time, though. Tell her she's tired of Genshin disappointment and try Wuthering Waves. There you go, honey. Try Wuthering Waves. I don't know if she'll play it. Your wife plays GTA. Wow. Is she a sailor? Does she have a sailor potty mouth? I feel like everybody that plays GTA is just a sailor potty mouth. It's where those 12-year-old kids get it from. She's a nurse? Oh, Jesus. Oh my gosh, dude. I actually like that, though, because I volunteer. I used to volunteer a lot at a children's hospital. And the nurses there did not play video games, like, at all. They did not play video games. But they anyway, GTA was not allowed on any of their machines, their PlayStations and Xboxes and stuff that they had for the kids to play on, for good reason. But they were like older kids, like 16, 17-year-old kids, and their parents were okay with them playing GTA, but they just, the nurses didn't understand it. They just didn't understand it. So that's cool that you have that hospital has nurses that could do that. And my bludgeoning is still only at 75. Golly, it's taking forever to level up this bludgeoning. Yowzers. All right, let me go give one of these swords to, is it Chama? We'll say Chama. Sounds good. It took until yesterday for my Beastmaster double attack to finally come out, or to finally max out. Really? Your double attack? Yeah, my double attack is maxed. My dual wield's maxed. My slashing is maxed. But my bludgeoning is just taking forever to catch up. But it is my offhand weapon. So kind of makes sense. Can you use this as a Beastmaster? Hopefully you can. Yeah, you can. There you go. He's level 48 when they patched it. Oh, it's just slow. Yeah. I got you. Yeah, yours was already higher level. That makes more sense. All right, back to the old Beastmaster. You guys just gonna follow my Oh shoot! I need to grab. Give me 1 second. Let me grab my laundry out of the dryer. Give me 1 minute, guys. All right, we'll fold that up later. Oh boy. Okay. What the heck? What the heck? But yeah, Burl, you just gonna follow the video on what to do? It should be pretty self-explanatory. You guys know where everything is now, I think. Okay, yeah, it should be pretty easy to follow. Let me know if it's not, because that gives me some feedback on whether it's easy enough to follow or not. Thought it was pretty straightforward. Yeah, it should be. I tried to make it as easy as possible. I saw another walkthrough of that, and it was just so complicated. It's like, go here, go do this, and it's like you don't need to run around that much. You don't need to run around that much. You don't even need to talk to these NPCs until after you get the items. It's hard if you don't know where things are, like me. Yeah, but I try to explain where things are, other than, like, I mean, the Druid Ring, that's easy to find. Find a Druid, go to the ring. The only difficult one would be the one that's next to the zone line. The rest of them, though, I kind of show you where to go, I think. Should. Oh boy, don't. Oh my gosh, I can't move. Come on, pet, kill it. World's longest route. Maybe I'll, well, I don't know. I was going to say maybe I can get Isar to power level me. And then get access to Glinting Hollow, and we could make a group for that area. It would still take a few days, though, to get there. But, it's fine. Wool gloves. All right, one more kill and we should level up. Light green mobs resist is just so stupid. I mean, if they resist every once in a while, it's one thing, but they resist way too often. Oh, I got too many. I thought I was just going to get one. Oh, shoot. I got them all. Run away. Run away. Man, I'm excited. My girlfriend and I talked about last night. We were talking about what we're going to do for dinner tonight. She's going out of town for a few days. So we're going to go get some Mexican tonight. We haven't gone to get Mexican in a while. So I'm super excited about it. And I'm actually really hungry, but I don't know that I'm going to eat anything for lunch. I don't know what time we're going to go eat, though. So maybe I should eat something. I like Mexican food. Hey, honey, what are we going to do for Mexican food? What time are we going to go? And what am I eating? Are we splitting a meal? What are we doing? Can she hear me? I don't know if she can hear me. Got to get a chimichanga. Fajitas for 2. We normally get fajitas for 1 and split it. They give you so much fajitas at this place. It's ridiculous. Like, it's a lot of fajitas. What the heck? Do those guards literally just ignore these mobs? What the heck is happening here? Here they come. But yeah, anyway, we normally get fajitas for one and split it. But we went to a restaurant in Florida where my mom lives not too long ago. And we're like, yeah, we'll get the fajitas and split it. And it was like a tiny little plate. It was so few fajitas. Like, it was ridiculous, man. I was really, honestly annoyed. I was super annoyed. The heck is happening? Kill these guys! What are you guards doing? Never know what they're doing. There we go. Mexican sounds good. Wife is bringing home a horseshoe for lunch. What the heck's a horseshoe? That's a little hard to eat, isn't it? Oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm excited for the Mexican tonight. We might get some fajitas. I don't know which Mexican place we're going to. We literally have 2 Mexican places that are within a mile of the house, and then we have 2 more that are down the road. The ones that we like better are down the road. Hey, I was just talking about you. I know. What time do you want to go get Mexican? Okay. And what are we going to eat? Are we going to split something or... That doesn't help me. It is a fair question. Do you want to get an APC? Do you want to get nachos? Do you want to get fajitas? Or do you want to get your tacos? She's not being helpful, guys. In fact, she's being unhelpful. I want some good Mexican food. I'm actually really excited. In Illinois, it was created toasted bread with a burger patty on top. Toasted bread with a burger patty on top, okay? Covered in fries and then covered with cheese sauce. So it's like an open face burger with poutine on top. Because isn't poutine just cheese fries? Is that how you pronounce it? Poutine? Poutine? Something like that? She doesn't know what she wants until you order it, and then she wants some of that. That happens a lot. That is very true statement. Yeah, I've been in those relationships before where like, hey, I'm going to go to McDonald's. You want anything? No, I don't want anything. And then you're like, okay. And then you come back and they eat all of your fries. Like, what the heck? It actually works out really well in our relationship, though. My girlfriend orders the entire menu and then eats one bite of everything. And then I end up eating whatever's left. You're so hungry until you eat one bite of everything, which is like 3 bites of food. That's pretty much what happens in our relationship. Oh, shoot. Oh, my goodness. That was almost bad. I interrupted that. It actually works out really well. I get tons of food because she just wants to order everything on the menu. Yay, I leveled up. Woohoo! I'm a big boy now. We got plenty of mana to do another one here. Let's do that. Alright, well, we'll play it on around 5:30 then, hun. Sounds good to me. These dang shadow blades, man, they stun you. What is a shadow blade, by the way? Because we have these Sangreal Strikers, and then we have a shadow blade. Neither one of them use mana. So is it a rogue? Are both of them rogues? I don't know. The lady doesn't accept the bundles and powder until you say Lilac sent me. She should. I don't think you have to say anything to her, but that may, I mean, yeah, maybe. She didn't until you answered the question? Okay. Did somebody else get theirs done, though, first, Burl? Because we had that issue the other day. When we did it, and I want to say that if somebody else turned it in, you all had to do it? Okay. Well. Yeah, maybe 3 people doing it at once confused her. I don't know. You guys figured it out, though. Whatever. I'm going to leave it the way it is for now. I'm not going to remake the whole video for that reason. By the way, I will give you a tip on quests in this game. Quick tip. All responses in this game are they only need one word. So, like, Lilac sent me, right? If you say Lilac sent me, you just need to say Lilac. I have never, ever, ever had this to give 2 words to any NPC to get them to advance a quest. You just got to figure out what the one trigger word is. But hopefully it's self-explanatory enough. Did anyone try brute forcing a quest keyword? I mean, I have, yeah. The quest in the quest for the cemetery key. I couldn't figure out what the heck to say to that character, so I just kept trying a bunch of different words. And eventually it worked. Wow. Another Drake scale. Those Drake scales are too rare. But I'm glad I figured out where to get them. Do I want to kill this bear? Yeah, we can kill this bear. Come here, bear. Oh, I shouldn't have killed this bear. Mob respawned over here. That's alright. Y'all got it? Now we just group up for the first floor? Yeah, you guys can go in that first floor. Don't die in there because you'll drop your key. But yeah, you can go in there. You can get a group for that first floor. You just need... Technically, you need a tank, but your pet... I mean... You should be fine killing some stuff in there. Your pet could probably tank. I don't know. You want to go for now? Yeah, but yeah, you just get a group and go in there. It's all ready? Yeah, you should be good to go. Oh, sorry. We got Revive Companion now. Let's memorize this. Why does this do this? Oh, it's because it's opening in page 10. Okay. Revive Companion. Let's take this over here to maybe here. No, we'll put it on this page. I'm curious. How much you guys want to bet that they didn't do a good job with this? Revive Companion costs 50 mana to revive your pet at 20% health. Revive Companion 2 costs 200 mana to revive your pet at 40% health. So you're paying 5 times the mana cost to go up 20% health. Or you can cast Mend Companion, which is 120 mana, plus the 50 mana So that would be 170 mana. Which one of those would be better? What do you think? I'm betting reviving it at 20% health and then casting Min Companion is going to give you more overall health on your pet for less mana cost. Also gives back XP to pet. That would be a different spell. That is going to be your Preservation. That resurrects a pet. But I don't think it gives back an XP or anything. I don't know that pets actually lose XP. How do you zone out? That's the trick, Burl. To zone out, you have to run through the north or west exits. Here, I'll come show you. Don't move. Because that is a little bit tricky. I was going to explain that in my next video, once you zone in. I probably should have put it in that first video. Gotta let people figure it out sometimes, you know? I got them access. I didn't tell them how to get out. You can zone out if you have issues. Camp near the exit. Yeah, I'll show you. Because it's this is going to be part of my next video, but I'll come show you for now. All right, so in this zone, you have north, east, southwest, right? This is north. Ah, shoot. Hang on. This is north, so that means this is west. Okay? So, you guys aren't KOS, so, yeah, just come with me. So, if you go north, it'll zone you out. Yeah, nothing should be KOS to you guys. It'll be KOS to me, but nothing will be KOS to you guys yet. So, if you go into this cave right here, straight in front of me, that'll zone you out. Or you can go this way. And the cave up here. So you go up this ramp over here, it'll take you to another cave. And that cave will also zone you out. Just keep following the cave through and it'll zone you out. But it's kind of down in there. Here, let me get... Oh, whoops. North. Yes, if you go north. Alright, here we go. I'm in Viz. Alright, so come down here. You can come in this cave. It's safe. I'll show you guys how to get to... Are you guys going to fight in here for a little bit, Burl? So you go down here and then like past this rock. Basically past this rock right here, just a little bit past that, that's the zone out. Let's go to the other place though. Go back to the north cave. Actually, wait. That's, well, whatever. Now, what you want to actually do, though, is... Where are you guys going? Y'all are going to the northeast cave. Which is where I was going to show you. I don't think I have See and Viz. So right here is the named that you need to get to the next thing. I don't know if you guys can see me, though. If I come out of stealth, though, they're going to attack me. Can you guys see and Viz? Yeah, where Silk is. Alright, so this right here is the named placeholder. Kill this until it gets a soft paw. Soft paw is a wolf. The named wolf that will say KOS but is not KOS. You have to give this soft paw a squirrel meat. And once you give soft paw squirrel meat, then the key to the next tier or next level of the dungeon will drop on random NPCs. Okay, so you kill this to get soft paw, give him squirrel meat, and then come this way. Is anybody in here? /who? All right, there's people in here, but I think people are killing the other mobs. Somewhere over here, yeah, where these guys are camping. This guy's camping the tree. So the tree spawns like right here somewhere. There's 3 treants, and one of them is called Thornbark, I think. Thornbark is another named that spawns in here. So the trick is... get Thornbark to spawn and get Softpaw to spawn. Give Softpaw a squirrel meat, then kill Thornbark, and you'll get 6 keys to the next level, next tier. Or you can just give Softpaw the squirrel meat, and every enemy in here has a chance to spawn or to drop the to drop a key for the next tier, next level. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. So right now, what you guys would need to be doing is be right over here and clear. It's very confusing. Yeah, it's very, very confusing. But you want to be trying to spawn Softpaw is what, if you guys want to try to advance. You want to try to spawn Softpaw in this cave right here. He can also spawn in another cave up here. But usually people kill them over here. Squirrel meat can drop off the treants. So kill any of the treants, and it'll give you the squirrel meat. You only need one squirrel meat. And then hold on to that to kill Softpaw. Then, after you kill Softpaw, kill all the wolves. And the wolves have a chance of dropping the whichever one it is. I think it's the Glinting Scale of Nature. I think this is the first one. Yeah, I believe it's Glinting Scale of Nature is this floor, or to get to the next floor. So, yes, kill treants, get squirrel meat, spawn Softpaw, give squirrel meat to Softpaw, kill wolves to get Glinting Scale of Nature, or kill Thornbark to get 6 Glinting Scales of Nature. It's all on the wiki? Yeah, it's on the wiki, so. Once you have your Glinting Scale of Nature, if you go into this cave here, so you go into the northeast cave, or either of the east caves, so the northeast cave or the southeast cave, going into those and just walk through it, and it'll level you up to the next tier, right? So you'll just go to whatever the next tier is. If you go to the south side, there's 6 cave entrances, but think of them as 3 caves. So northeast and southeast technically connect, but if you go into it with the key, it'll just take you up to the next floor, and then you just keep going through and you'll come out the next cave on the other side. If you go to the one on the south or the southwest, those connect. And then the north and the west connect. But the north and the west would just zone you out. So they don't really connect. Yeah, it's a little confusing. Right now, Burl, all you guys need to really know is just kill trees until you get a squirrel meat, and then kill this NPC right here, this snarling wolf, and he'll spawn Softpaw. So you guys can just sit here and do that, and then once you spawn Softpaw, don't kill Softpaw. Softpaw will drop loot. Don't kill it at first until he has to be up with the squirrel meat, and while you kill wolves to get your key. So if you guys want to try to get a key, that's what I would recommend doing for right now. That'll get you to the next tier. Once you get to the next tier, I can show you how to do that if you want to know. All right, there we go. Why is the key scale again? Going to put the rest of the scales in the bank? Yeah, I wish... Oh, wait, which key? The key to get inside Isar is the glowing Fey scale. Gets you inside the dungeon. But I think you have to have them on you. If you don't have them on you, you won't zone to the next tiers. I wish you could just put them in the bank, but I don't think you can. But yeah, the only key you need to get inside the dungeon is the glowing face scale. Yeah, you have to carry all of them. Yeah, it's dumb. It's very, very dumb. If you want to do that dungeon, you have to carry them all. I don't like it. I think they need to change that. Yeah, I think that you should be able to. I think you should be able to put them in your bank personally. Upgrade the key would be the best way, yeah. That would be best. Absolutely. You should get the phase scale key, and then when you get the next key, it should upgrade that key. And at each time you just upgrade the key. And then you just have one key all the way through. That would be so much better. Unless they have hotfixed it, if you die inside Glinting Hollow, the entry key is not soulbound. Correct. Yes. Do not die inside there with the entry key. You could get... I think you can get rezzed back inside of there to be able to loot your corpse. Otherwise, yeah, I think you need GM assistance to get in. It's silly. They did not think that one through. Yeah, I might make a walkthrough of the keys, the inside keys. I might do it tonight. Probably not. Most likely it'll be tomorrow sometime. Maybe. Hopefully. I got a lot going on right now. My girlfriend's going out of town, so I'm going to be spending the night, like the evening time, and hanging out with her tonight. And then my mom's coming in tomorrow. She's coming in town, and my son's coming over this weekend. I'm going to be busy for the next few days. But I'll see if I can find some time to go do that. I'll still be streaming in the mornings. What I might do, actually, is... maybe I'll do a walkthrough of it on stream, and then just record that and... and just put it on YouTube. It might be the easier way, because there's so much information. So much information about that zone. It's a bit nuts. Is the loot worth it? The loot is okay, But there is a shrink clicky. The best item in there by far is a 5 strength, 5 intelligence, range slot, secondary slot with a shrink clicky on it. So you can actually shrink yourself, which I don't think I have on this character. No, I have it on my wizard. But that's probably the best item in there. There's also some decent like leather boots in there. They're okay. They're not the best, but they're like second best leather boots. Trying to think of what else is in there. I like that for your ogres in my group. Yeah, the shrink clicky's nice. Isar camped some for our whole group. So I have one that I share amongst my characters. It's nice to have. Yes, Fallen Pass around 18. Yeah, you can go there around level 18 to do the skeletons and the like boneyard area. You could do that at 18. Let me give me 1 second. I'll tell you some of the items that are over there. So you can get a 12-slot backpack from over there. There's some leather boots that are 14 AC, 6 strength, 1 stamina, 6 agility. Those are pretty good. I would say second best boots for leather wearers. A 7 wisdom chest piece that is leather. Yeah, 7 wisdom. Nope, it's chain. Druid cannot use it, but Shaman can. So yeah, chain, 7 wisdom chest piece. It's pretty good. Some gloves that have 5 strength, 30 hit points on them. Let's see what else we have. 5 strength, 25 AC plate gloves. Seven stamina cloak. The bracers are okay for a tank. 7 strength, 2 stamina plate bracers. There's a robe. Actually, I think the robe that Burl's wearing might be from there. Burl, are you wearing the Barkfall robe or Barkfall vestments? Four upgrades in there for you. Nice for Wisdom Caster. Yeah, there's some decent stuff for Wisdom Casters that I'm seeing. So yeah, there's some decent gear. It's not the best, but it's okay. Like for people not like me, you know, like that don't have, you know, the best gear from like level 50 plus enemies, then yeah, it's good. Or if you don't have like an Isar type of friend that goes out and farms things all day every day, then it's good. Should I be going for chain gear as a bard? As a bard, you can wear chain gear, but I wouldn't worry about it. I would just wear gear that gives you more strength, and probably more either intelligence or wisdom. I'm gonna say I would go for intelligence on the bard to future-proof it, but I don't know. But I would go with as much strength as you can, possibly some dexterity. That would be what I would look for. And it doesn't matter if it's chain or leather or cloth. Honestly, I wouldn't care on a bard. You're not going to be tanking mobs. Chain if you can, right? Because it's going to give you more AC, but I wouldn't go out of your way. Charisma, yeah, charisma is actually good for you as well for Mez, but I don't know how important that's going to be in the future. Like, I don't know what their plan is when they do the deep dive on bards. Whenever they do a deep dive on bards, I will get on my friend's bard and we'll mess with that for a few days because he doesn't play it at all during the day anyway. So I'll probably just play his bard for a few days. We'll see if we can get in some groups and stuff. Wonder how much wisdom makes your heal on pet better, because nothing on gear makes pet stronger. Correct. Nothing under gear makes the pet stronger. Wisdom will increase your healing and your damage for those classes. Is there no way to pay to play right now? There's no way to pay to play, no. You have to get invited. Make sure you opt in. Tomorrow will be the next giveaway or next invite to the beta servers. So make sure you're opted in, and they'll do another invite. Really looking forward to what they have planned for bards. I think that class is really rough right now. It's very rough, yeah. I'm looking forward to it as well. I promise you, when they fix bards or when they update bards, I will play a bard. Well, I say I promise you, as long as my friend is okay with it. He's got a bard, and I'm sure he will be, but I'll double check with him. I'll play the bard in the mornings and during my stream. We'll play the bard a bunch. I think he's level 56 or 57, so we'll be able to get a good feel on the bard. During that time. What do you think they'll do with the Elementalist? I think the Elementalist is going to get the Beastmaster. Hang on. I think it's going to get the Beastmaster treatment. So they're going to get more things that they can do with their pet. I'm hoping for synergy between the Elementalist and their pets. A lot more synergy there, where they're going to be able to cast a spell based on the pet that they have active. Something along those lines. So let's say I have a fire pet active. I can cast like a fire nuke kind of spell, but it channels it through my pet. The only issue I have with that, the big issue I'm going to have with that is that it's going to allow Elementalist to clear their aggro very easily. So let's say that I cast on my Elementalist, I take mana and I pump it into my pet so that my pet can now do a big fire damage nuke. And say it does 1,000 damage. That threat goes then to my elemental pet. I could then dismiss my pet and then summon my pet again, and it clears the aggro. So it depends on how they set that up. It could be kind of cheesy, but you can kind of do that right now with like the Beastmaster, right? I can summon my pet, have it do some stuff, dismiss my pet, immediately summon my pet again. But that's my guess on the Elementalist, is they're going to have more synergy between the Elementalist and their pet. That's my guess. Would like to see that? Yeah. What's broken on the Bard? It's not that it's broken, it's just really underpowered. The Bard Haste is not as good as Enchanter Haste, but it's only on an 18-second cooldown or 18-second duration, and you have to be in a group with the Bard. The Bard Regen is not as good as like a high-level shaman or druid regen, and again, it's an 18-second duration, and you have to be grouped with them to get it. Just the bard is, their buffs are not strong enough, in my opinion, based on that they have to be in their group and they only last for 18 seconds. So you're constantly having to recast them. Granted, it is a group-wide buff, which is nice, but if you could just take an enchanter and cast haste on everybody in your party, and it's better, and they don't have to be in your party, you know, you see what I'm saying? Like, it just doesn't do as well. The bard also, their shout abilities, so they have these abilities that allow them to do damage, but those abilities just do very little damage. So that doesn't feel very good either. Like, they need to increase the amount of damage that bards can do with their shout abilities. So, just kind of all that kind of stuff. All those stack with the enchanter, 10% plus instrument over haste. Oh, no, that's not how that works. Bards, so there's somebody in chat sending me, they're listening on Twitch and they're sending me messages in chat. Try not to do that. It makes it confusing, me trying to read multiple different places, but I'll answer it. Bards have a secondary haste that stacks with enchanter haste that is additional haste. That is a good ability, but their primary haste doesn't stack with enchanter primary haste. So they're two different abilities. So for a bard, they have to cast 2 spells constantly, and they can only keep up 4 or 5 of those spells. Technically, it's 5 if you want to maintain them 100% of the time, but you'd have to be perfect anyway. I'm not going to get into exactly how it all plays out, but you can keep 4 or 5 spells up. 2 of those for a bard would need to be 2 different haste spells. Primary haste, secondary haste. The primary haste is about the same as it is for an enchanter, which feels bad because you can just get an enchanter to cast it, and then you just have to have your secondary haste. So it just kind of feels bad. And then again, you can get an hour-long regen buff from a shaman or a druid, you know, and just have that spell, and then they don't have to be part of your party. So that's kind of what I'm getting at, is because a bard has to be part of your party and their spells are equal to or less than the buffs of other classes, it just feels bad. So those spells need to be better than the spells than like a long duration, hour-long duration, because you have to be in the party with them. So they should be better. The other issue with bards is right now their instruments don't all work to increase the effects of their spells. So they're going to be making it to where the instrument means more in the future. So you're going to want to swap instruments around. So let's say if you have like your run speed buff, for example, Speed of the Wild gets up to 60%. A bard can get up to like 65% run speed, and then I think if you have an instrument, you might be able to get it up to like 70 or 75% or something along those lines. But they have to have an instrument in their hand, meaning that they're doing less damage because they're no longer dual wielding. So it's a negative to them to be able to boost up their abilities. But when you boost up their abilities, you see there's a trade-off there. There's just a really big trade-off that bards have that other classes don't have. And there's very little benefit that the bards get out of that for that trade-off. Like very little, if any benefit, depending on the spell. So that's what I think they need to do with bards. Like their abilities should be stronger than what they currently are. Especially their damaging ability. So they have shouts. They have like these dots, basically, right? And they do damage every 6 seconds for the 18-second duration, and they can use up to 5 shouts at once. They can literally put 5 different dots on their mob at once. But the problem is they don't scale very well, so like the lower level ones just don't do any damage to the higher level enemies. So you're doing 5 different dots on a mob, but only like 2 of those are really doing enough damage to be worth casting at higher level. So you would be doing like 2 of those spells, and then you would have 3 buffs, but they have multiple buffs that they can do. It just feels really bad because they have to make so many choices. They have to choose what abilities they're using, but there's not really a benefit for that. Like, I feel like the Bard abilities should all be doing more than everyone else's abilities because they have to make that choice. If that makes sense. The damage is horrible on their damaging abilities. It's just absolutely garbage. It's awful, and it really needs to be a lot higher. So there's just a lot to do with the bards, guys. Like, I mean, it's hard to explain. I could get on a bard and kind of show you, I guess, but it's more so when you compare a bard to another class, you can just tell that they are outclassed. Pantheon Bard win? Yeah, it's never happening. No, eventually we'll see. They fixed Bard Haste, by the way. It's their over haste stacks with their own haste. It's only how many years old. Yeah. So they have 2 different. That's what I was talking about. They have 2 different haste abilities. They have their haste ability, right? And then they have their secondary haste ability. People call it over haste. Call it whatever you want. It's primary haste and secondary haste. And then there's a tertiary haste in the game as well. So the primary haste will give you haste up to 50% or whatever it is, right? I think it's like 50% or 55%, something like that. Then you're supposed to be able to also have your instrument give you more haste on top of that. So it gives, let's say it gives it up to 60%. Then you have their secondary haste ability, which is only giving like 10%. Then you also have another 5% more that you can get on top of that through the, let's say, the instrument. So a bard by themselves casting 2 abilities, it's 1 ability every 3 seconds. So they're casting 2 of their 5 total abilities they could have up at once. They could end up with, let's say, 60% plus 15% for 75% overall haste, right? Let's say that they can do that. Or you can have an enchanter cast a spell that lasts for an hour and gives them 55% haste. And then the bard only has to cast 1 spell. So basically the bard has to continually cast this spell as part of their rotation. Every 18 seconds, they have to have this spell going. Whereas an enchanter can put it up once and it's up for an hour. And that's, I think, the difference. Like, they need to really make it to where the bard abilities are just stronger, right? Like, I'm not trying to say, like, the bards are terrible. Bards are okay. And a lot of their abilities do stack with other classes. But it just kind of feels bad. Like, I think they just recently changed it to where mana regen, the bard mana regen, stacks with enchanter mana regen, and then the health regen also stacks with shaman and druid regen. So I think they all stack now, which definitely helped the bard. But let's assume when you have a party of 6, you know, like, how often are you going to have a party of 6 where you have a bard in your party and an enchanter in your party and a druid in your party? You're going to have all 3 of those. It can happen. It can absolutely happen. But that's the only way that a bard is going to be like, okay, I'm actually contributing on top of what other classes can already do. That's literally the only time. Otherwise, if you have, let's say, a bard in your party and you have then a cleric in your party and 3 DPS, none of which has a regen spell or a haste spell, then the bard has to cast all 5 of their abilities to buff up the rest of the group, and it just kind of feels bad. So it's just a matter of comparing the bard to the other classes and how easy it is for the other classes to maintain their buffs versus the bard having to constantly cast these, and then they can't do anything else. Like, let's say you have an enchanter in your party versus a bard in your party. You have one or the other. the enchanter can put up haste on everybody in the party, and then they can also mez a bunch of mobs, and then they can also charm a mob, and then they can also nuke a mob. Like they have all these other things that they can do. A bard, however, would have to cast all 5 of their buffs just to maintain the haste and the regen and the things that they're trying to do. If they try to mez things, an enchanter can cast AoE mez and mez 5 mobs, whereas a bard would have to literally cast mez on one mob, mez on another mob, mez on another mob, and then in cycle. That's all they're doing while they're trying to mez 5 mobs. Literally, they can do nothing else. So it's just they're a jack of all trades and terrible at all of them, kind of thing. They should be at least halfway decent at them. So, yeah. I hope that makes sense. I know it's a lot of information, and it's really hard to explain unless you play a bard. Wizard regen buff definitely doesn't stack with Enchanter regen, unless they changed that in the last week. It was supposed to. Yeah, the Wizard regen buff is supposed to stack with all other regens. But I don't know if it does or not. It should be, in my opinion, the Wizard regen buff should be a tertiary buff. So the Bard should be a secondary regen, mana regen, and then a primary regen would be like that from the Enchanter. That's at least what I think they should do with it. If you ever played with a high-level Bard and a high-level Enchanter, you'll understand how far behind Bard is. Yes, absolutely. It's very, very far behind. There's a drastic difference in those two classes. Play with a high-level Enchanter and then play with a high-level Bard and try to tell me that you don't see the difference, because you will. And it just feels bad for the Bard once you know what Enchanter can do. It feels bad for the Bard. Now, I don't think that the Bard should necessarily be as good as the Enchanter, right? I really don't. Like, the Enchanter should be better at mezzing mobs and should have a really good mana regen and, all of those things. Absolutely should have those, because the Enchanter doesn't have the melee capabilities. They're not going to be sitting there meleeing a mob while casting all of these buffs. So the Bard definitely has an advantage there. A Bard that is dual wielding is doing some DPS while they are mezzing mobs and buffing the party and all of that. So there definitely is a reason that Bards should not be as good at certain things as an Enchanter, but they need to be better than where they currently are. So yeah. The way I like to describe it is Bard is a lot of extra steps to accomplish anything with no added benefit. That's a good way to put it, JD. I would agree with that, yeah. There are a lot of extra steps to basically do the same thing that another class can do much more easily, right? Like that, and it just kind of feels bad. It just feels bad. The Inquisitor is better CC class than Bard at the moment, and that's another sad thing, right? The Inquisitor and the Bard CC should be about equal, because the Inquisitor can also tank, The Bard can also, I'm going to say the word DPS, although they're not good DPS. They can also at least melee and DPS the mob. This is partly why I've been saying for the longest time that Charm is too strong, especially on the Enchanter, because the Enchanter can charm a mob, do more DPS than the highest DPS class in the game, and buff the entire group haste-wise and mana regen-wise as good as, if not better than, the Bard can. So why can they do now the top DPS and the top utility and be able to mez mobs all at the same time? Meanwhile, the Bard's over there going, okie dokie. Like, what am I going to do? Like, they don't have a purpose in a group. The Enchanter is just far too strong, is what it is. So once they bring the Enchanter abilities down, the Bard might feel a lot better. But until they do that, the Bard's going to feel pretty trashy. It takes over 12 seconds to mess 4 things as a Bard. Yeah, that's 12 seconds of a healer getting hit. Not acceptable. Exactly. Yeah, they don't have like an AoE mez. Give a Bard an AoE mez that they can mez a bunch of things for 18 seconds. That would then at least make them better, with enchanters being able to AoE mez, and that lasts for like 30 seconds or whatever. I don't know what an enchanter AoE mez, the duration on it is, off the top of my head. But it's at least 30 seconds. If not longer at higher levels. So, like, give a Bard an AoE mez that mezzes 4 mobs, let's say, and it lasts for 18 seconds. Then they only have to cast 1 spell every 18 seconds, as opposed to having to cast 4 spells every 18 seconds. It just feels bad. 30 seconds for the AoE mez. Okay, so for the first AoE mez? Okay, so I was right on that. That's what I thought it was. I wasn't sure, though. And I think the higher level one goes up to like 45 and then maybe even 60 seconds at a higher level. So they just get better as they get higher level. Bard doesn't get any better. It literally stays the same. It's 18 seconds, 3-second cast time, 18-second mez, and that's it. It doesn't change. And that feels bad. So we'll have to see what they do with the Bard, but I'm hoping the Bard gets a lot of love. It needs a lot of love. But we also have to remember what they're going to do with the Bard is they're going to be making the Bard where you have to swap your instruments a lot. So the idea anyway is that the Bard is only going to be using one weapon, main hand weapon, most of the time, and then they're going to have to swap out their offhand, to be able to get the benefit of all their abilities. So that's going to feel really bad on a Bard again, because swapping out weapons or items in this game, as most of us know at this point, is really tedious and annoying. So why is a Bard now having to constantly swap instruments around to be able to function well? And it's limiting their DPS considerably. It's literally having the Bard's DPS when they have to use an instrument in their offhand versus having 2 weapons dual wielding. Now, that said, itemization will fix some of that, where there might have weapons, and they do have weapons in the game, that are also considered instruments. So there's like, I think there's a dagger that is also considered a wind instrument. It's like a flute, basically, but it's a dagger. They could also make drums that are like a bludgeoning instrument if they wanted to. They could do a couple of different things, but that's part of the itemization that also needs to change along with Bards. So there's just a lot of things that need to happen with them. They're just really overall, they're an underpowered class compared to what other classes can do. They don't do good DPS compared to other DPS classes. They don't have the good CC compared to other DPS class or other CC classes. So yeah. Not just the benefit, but they talked about require instruments more. Yeah. Not sure if that's more combat oriented or downtime oriented. Exactly. So like it might be downtime. Like a Bard, I feel like a Bard would be a really good class. A Bard would be like a really good class that would be good to reduce downtime. So think about like between pulls, you would be able to have a really fast health regen, really fast mana regen that they could do to build up to get the party ready to attack again, because people don't really want to have downtime. They want to limit downtime, and they want to be in combat as much as possible. The Enchanter right now allows players to stay in combat longer so that they can constantly be chain pulling monsters, which is the best way to XP in the game, to farm stuff, like all that. It's better to be chain pulling monsters. So if they have it to where, let's say a bard can sit down and play an instrument and really boost up that mana regen and health regen like super fast, that could really be a benefit to the bard class, right? And make them want to be in a party. I main a bard myself despite the many issues. My biggest gripe is they can't accomplish their role as support with CC. They have no AoE for oh crap situations. Yeah, exactly. And therefore only desire as a least choice or in addition to an enchanter needing to support because you can't fully accomplish your role is ridiculous to me. Absolutely. That I agree with you on that. I would like to see more CC abilities. The enchanter they need charm to be nerfed. Like I know I've said it many times. Nerf the crap out of charm for enchanters. It just needs to be way down from where it is. And then have them be a CC class and have Bard be not as good of a CC class, but comparable to where if you have a Bard in your party, you don't need an Enchanter, right? You might prefer to have an Enchanter, but the Bard should be able to boost the DPS of your group more than an Enchanter can, because the Enchanter can then, charm more. They can CC better. They can charm better. They can do more things basically. It's annoying when people talk about how great Bard is when clearly they haven't played Eminem Bard and thinking EQ Bard. Yeah, EQ Bard is a very different Bard. It's a very different Bard. Instruments would probably go in the range slot. That'd be a way to go. Have instruments go in the range slot. There's also items you can get. I think there's a pair of shoulders, if I'm correct, that have like plus instruments. I don't know if it's all instruments, but it's like 5% additional bonus to instruments or whatever it is. Again, when they do the revamp on bards, I'll get on the level 56-ish bard and I'll play it some. I'm done with the zone. Don't like it. Wasted content, a low level no one would go to. I agree with you, Isar. Yeah. So we've been Isar's talking about he's talking about the resort. Oh my gosh, Sunken Resort. It's just a terrible zone, guys. It's just terrible zone. It's not worth going to. One thing Eminem Bard aren't liking with the downtime recovery is it also feels bad if we lose our puller role. Yeah, I don't know that Bard should be the best puller. I feel like when they took Bards in EverQuest and they gave them that whatever it was, their de-aggro, it basically took the pulling role away from monks completely, and that felt kind of bad for monks. So, yeah, like I don't know. I don't want bards getting a de-aggro. Or maybe they could give bards a de-aggro, and if they do give them a de-aggro, it needs to be on a longer cooldown, so they can't, like, feign death on a monk is every 10 seconds or 12 seconds or whatever the heck it is. Maybe have their, like, the bard be 60 seconds so that they can't really split pull as well as a monk. But yeah, something like that would be good. Shatter Shriek shoulders, 5% to all. Is that what it is? Breaker? Yeah, my friend's bard I'm pretty sure has those. So we'll have to double check on him. But like I said, we'll play that bard when that time comes. Yeah, that is another issue. Yeah, Troy, you're making a very good valid point. A bard that is pulling is now not buffing their group. So a bard would basically either be a pulling bard or a buffing bard. Because when a bard runs away, they lose the buffs. After 18 seconds, that buff's gone. So You know, if they're only running away for 18 seconds to go pull a mob, then they could keep up one of their buffs. But yeah, that whole thing just feels bad. Yeah, Fading Memories. That's what it was. Yeah, Fading Memories. That's the EQ version. So anyway, these are all the issues with Bard, right? They just have, it's just a lot of little things that add up to be a bigger thing. Like if you look at Bard's individual issue or individual abilities, it's really not that bad. Like they have some pretty cool abilities, but then you start factoring in that it's the duration on them and how often they have to cast them, and you know, all of that. It adds up. All the items are junk. Yeah, that's not worth your time. Crappy gear. Yeah, the Sunken Resort gear needs to be way better. Like way better. We didn't see every item in there, but the items that we did see in there were just on par with other level 30 items. They're not good enough to go all the way out to Scarwood and be underwater and have to deal with all. It's just not enough to deal with for the items that you're getting. Feels bad. Anyway, allowing bards to swing their weapons when bards are playing songs seems obvious. I agree. Like if they did that, they could do itemization that way, right? They need to do more itemization for bards to where they have more weapons that have instruments on them. Now, the only issue that I have with that is that makes bard exclusive weapons. It's kind of like the monk exclusive weapons. If they have too many exclusive weapons for certain classes out there, that's not really fair to the rest of the classes that now have to share weapons with everybody else. Like, oh, a good weapon drops. We have 3 different DPS in the group that are all rolling on it. Well, a good bard weapon drops. They don't roll against anybody. They just get it automatically. Kind of the same thing for the monk fist weapons. They just get it automatically. A little bit of that's okay. Too much of that would be a bad thing. So you can't really rely on itemization to fix that problem, unfortunately. All right, I'm going to meditate here for a minute. Let's do this. Some of the bard songs should be auras, like a spellblade. That would be cool too. Yeah, just bards should just give off an aura, right? That would be cool if they had different stances, and a bard can pick a stance, like they can be in their mana regen stance, or they could be in their health regen stance, and it just gives everybody around them. They just give off this aura. Like a bard giving off auras is much better than having like my Beastmaster. Like, why is this ability an aura, right? This gives off, the entire group gets this ability, and it's just a Beastmaster, you know? Whereas a bard should have more of those. I think even a bard, maybe instead of them casting a new spell every 3 seconds and they cast 5 of them, maybe a level 1 bard can have 1 aura active, a level 20 bard can have 2 active, and a level 40 bard can have 3 active, and then a level 60 bard has 4 auras automatically active, right? And they can have a bunch of different spells active all at once. So as they get higher level, they just become more powerful. Of course, that would need to be tweaked and balanced, etc. But something along those lines could be really fun for the bard, I think. Add a utility slot for gear where you can put harvesting gear or instruments. I think, yeah, I would love to see that. Monk shouldn't be solely the puller role in the game with 18 classes, only 6 slots for a party. No, I don't think they should be solely the role, but the monk, that's like saying, you know, like the enchanter solely the role is a CC. No, it shouldn't be. The bard should be a decent CC, not as good as an enchanter, but still good. So the monk should be the best puller in the game, and then you have like your rogue and your bard could be additional pullers, but just not as good. But they they can suffice in those situations. That takes away. Which part takes away from class fantasy, Miss Lippy? Just curious. I'd hate stances and auras on Bard. You can't twist those things. It's just automating. Yeah, that's why I say like be able to have more additional ones or something. I don't know. I always found twisting songs is not fun gameplay. I agree. Really like the EQ AO Bard. Yeah, I feel like on Bards they really should go the melody route. I think. I don't know why they don't go the melody route. Auras just takes away from the theme of a Bard. Maybe. It depends on the aura, I think. But, like, it's the presence of a Bard. Also, that's another thing that I've been talking about lately with my friends. Charisma on a Bard should increase all of their abilities. The same way that intelligence increases damage for a wizard, the same way that wisdom increases healing for a cleric, charisma should increase Bards' abilities. So, like, if you want them to have a better regen, give them more charisma. If you want to have a better attack speed, give them more charisma. And it just increases those abilities. You know, and then on top of that, they still need strength and dexterity because they're going to be meleeing and hitting monsters. So that gives them 3 stats to deal with, right? Gives them strength, dexterity, and charisma. Boom, 3 stats that they want to build up. I think it would be really good. I love Bard twisting. It's 90% of the reason I'm here, Bard twisting. Some people are going to like it, some people aren't. I mean, that's... Same way with the stance dancing. I don't like stance dancing. I can't stand it. But some people like to play that way. I think you're all weird for liking that. But hey. Different ways to play different classes I think is actually very good. So a Bard will probably not be a class that I'm going to enjoy. I acknowledge I'm definitely in a small minority. You probably are. Most people don't want to have to cast a spell every 3 seconds. Just constantly cast a spell every 3 seconds. Meanwhile, you're here spamming your pet commands. Well, yeah, but I'm just hitting one button over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Like, I don't have to do that. Like, technically, these are 5 second. This is a 5 second cooldown. This is a 10-second cooldown. And this is a 15-second right now. Supposed to be 10-second, but it's a 15-second cooldown. So I'm only hitting one button every 5 seconds. Right? If I want to do that, but I can set a macro to hit all 3 of those at once. So I don't have to think, I don't have to hit 1, wait 3 seconds, 2, wait 3 seconds, 3, wait 3 seconds, 4, and then get to 5, and then go back to 1, and then 2, and then 3. You see what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to do that. I can just sit here mindlessly spamming this one ability or one button to make sure that my abilities go off. Completely mindless. And I think that's the difference between weaving and constantly having to cast those abilities. And on top of that, there's the Sangreal Fist. Finally, we got this a pair of the Sangreal Fist. We've been here forever. And on top of that, a Bard can... Their notes, they can miss notes, and if they miss a note, their spell just ends early, and then you have to pay attention to that. It's just really annoying. So I want a main Bard, but it would depend on the rework. Yeah, I think a lot of it's going to depend on the rework. My buddy completely quit playing the game. He started a Bard on the beta, thinking the beta was going to be over June 1st. Little did we realize it was going to be extended to October 1st at the time. And he just got tired of playing the Bard. And that's why he's only level 56 or 57 or whatever he is. He just stopped. He just he got tired of logging in and playing the game. Bard it felt bad. If you played Bard, I'm sure you'd get the rotation and not realize it too. Well, that's the thing. You can miss a note, right? If I miss a note on my Bard, feels bad. Like I'm not just spamming a button. The reason I don't like the like something like the Bard without melodies, or something like the Spellblade with their stance dancing, is because I feel like I'm constantly watching timers rather than playing the game. I'm constantly having to look, do I have this buff? Do I have, is this timer up? Can I cast this spell? Can I do, like, you're constantly, you're playing a game of whack-a-mole with your UI, and you're not actually looking at the screen and playing the game. That's the issue that I have with it. That is a preference, so not everybody is going to feel the same way, but that's how I feel about it. I also feel like the way they currently have bards, most people will want to what's the word I'm looking for? They will want to create a macro, like a mouse or keyboard macro. Hang on, let's see if these guys need this. That's basically healer gameplay. That's why I don't like playing healer. Yeah, that's partly the reason. I don't know why Bard have to wait for deep dive for them to change some numbers. I don't know. But the thing is, meta, we got to expect that when the Bard comes in, they're gonna have to tweak the numbers again. So I think now they don't want to tweak the numbers now, because when they make the changes to the Bard, they're gonna have to tweak the numbers again. So it's just double work. The song weaving does get tedious, I'll admit. Sometimes I play lazy Bard and don't switch songs. Yeah. By the time I stopped playing around level 19, I was only weaving if fights started going south. Yep. It feels bad. It feels bad. It takes 40-something levels for Bard to get a snare on par with level 5 Ranger snare, and it's point-blank AoE instead of actually range snare. Yeah. That's another thing about Bards that I don't really like is a lot of their stuff is AoE based. Well, not a lot, but there's a couple of abilities that are AoE, their snare being one of them. It's an AoE ability, so they're constantly gaining aggro on all the mobs around them. So, yeah. Anyway. It's up there with Wizard, yeah. I think the Wizard is still a decent class to be played. But comparing the Wizard to other classes, it feels bad. But we have to compare them, right? We have to compare them. Oh my gosh. 40% snares, 20% secondary slow isn't bad. And it's not bad for an AoE ability, but it doesn't make it to where a Bard can solo. Like, Bard is probably, without Charm, Bard is probably the 17th or 18th, or 17th or 16th as far as solo ability. It's just bad. I would say it's probably 16th. I would say Rogue, then Fighter, then Bard. As far as classes that can solo. Gave away all the leather gloves. All right. Your wizard can at least make it through a level 30 dungeon. I don't think a level 60 Bard could do that right now. I don't know. I could get on one and try. A Bard, the Bard could do that using their Invis song. And yeah, they could, but it would be rough. But yeah, Bard DPS right now is really bad. Like, it's really bad. You can't invis through the underwater dungeon? Well, you can invis some of it. But you get, there's undead mobs in there. You shouldn't be able to invis any of it. They should all be undead. I don't know why the monsters down there are not all undead. They're all ghosts or skeletons. It doesn't make sense. Dual wield's a joke for Bard? Yeah, I feel like Bard should get double attack, not dual wield, and then give them instruments for their offhand. If they're going to do it the way that would be better in my opinion. But I don't know. Because then at least the Bard wouldn't have to swap their instrument so much. Right now you swap the instrument back and forth. It's just really tedious gameplay. It's really, really tedious. We're not going to get many Bards, I don't think, in the game the way they currently play. So they're going to need to, I think they need to really drastically change the way the Bard plays. I like dual wield on Bard. It rewarded instrument swapping, but it just isn't worth doing it after level 30. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's just going to be like you're worse off because you don't want the tediousness of having to swap your abilities. Like, why should one class be really good without ever having to swap anything, and then another class you're constantly in your inventory moving items around? I don't know. It just feels bad. It's to me, it's more about fairness, right? Why do I have to work 10 times harder to get the same or a lesser result? And that is the Bard. You're working much harder to get a lesser result. Hey, what's going on, Brent? How you doing, bud? It also shouldn't be a different instrument for different songs. Just make it that any instrument increases effects. Stop copying EQ mechanics just to copy them. I could probably get behind that. Because, like, I mean, think about it. Do you have to play a flute? Like, do you have to play an ocarina to play music from Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time? You don't have to play an ocarina. Right? You could play a piano. You could play a violin. You could play a lot of different instruments and play the same notes. So why not do that? You know? I totally get where you're coming from in that. I think it's neat that some instruments require, like, some things require certain instruments. But I don't know. They should loosen that up a little bit. But I think in fact they're going to be tightening that up more, From the sound of it to me is you're going to end up with more instruments needing more instruments are going to be required for more things. Which, yeah, I don't like. I disagree. I don't think I can pull that guy without getting these guys. I'm fine with working harder, but ending up being worse feels bad. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you're going to work harder, you should get a benefit. The problem is the combination of those. You're working harder for the same or less benefit. That doesn't feel good. No one wants to work harder than somebody else and earn less. Right? We all complain about that in our jobs. You know? You don't go to work and you're like, hey, you don't do any work at all and you're paid the exact same as I am. We all complain about that all the time. Right? So why should it be any different in this game? I hope in the revisit, the combination of songs and instrument determine the outcome. Regen song plus wind equals mana regen. Regen song plus string equals HP regen. That could be a cool way to do it, meta. That'd be actually interesting. I don't know how that would be balanced or whatever, because then you couldn't do both a mana regen and health regen song at the same time. But if they made the mana regen and the health regen far superior to our current mana and health regens, then that might work out, right? For balancing. But it would be a choice that you have to make. So, yeah, that could work. How does the TTK and the experience gain versus time investment feel during the level up process? Group XP feels suitably enhanced over soloing. No. I would say right now a good solo class, which there is like 6 or 7 of in the game, a good solo class is going to level faster solo than they would in a group. But it depends on the class you're playing. There's a big difference there, right? There's like, depending on the class you're playing, depending on the monsters you're fighting, depending on a lot of different things. But a necromancer is far better soloing. An enchanter using charm is far better soloing. A beastmaster for the first 15 or 16 levels was far better. The beastmaster is starting to fall off a little bit, or it was for a little while, but that I think was more because I was trying to find things to fight. But now that I'm finding things to fight again, it's actually becoming easier again. So I think the beastmaster is going to be better solo than they will be in a group. So they still need to work on the TTK and some of the other things. The idea is that they're trying to make the game more difficult for solo. So they've been adding in abilities for monsters so that you have a harder time soloing. So it pushes you into wanting to be in a group. And that is a route they can go. We just have to see how it turns out. It might work out okay, but we'll see. You can still twist it. Just plays regen twice and swap instrument. You can still do, yeah, you could do that, I guess. What level do fighters get dual wield? Dual wield is at level 10. Double attack is 15, if I remember correctly. Des, I believe those are the correct numbers or levels. It's basically a better version of Wizard incantation system. How many abilities are on the bar? I mean, yeah, that's actually a good point, Meta. I mean, that could work. I would like to see it in practice to see if it's worth having. But having a bard only have, let's say, 5 or 6 songs, but depending on the instrument you use, you get different effects. So you have, let's say, 5 different songs and 5 different instruments. That would make, an astronomical amount, because it would be 5 to the 5th power of abilities that you could make out of that, right? So like you could do this song with this instrument, this song with this one with this one, this one with this one, etc. So 5 different ones, 5 different abilities with this song. Then you could do, that would make it 10, 20, 30, or 10, or it'd be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 that way. So it'd be 25 different abilities that you have based on 5 different instruments, let's say. So that could be a way that they could do it, right? Could be very interesting. I don't know how it would work out, but yeah. So Chop no longer says two-handed weapon. Yeah, I showed that to Ali the day that they released it, and Ali went in and took it out. But there's another ability that we have. I don't think I have it yet. There's another ability that we get at some level, like 23 or something, that that does require two-handed weapons. It says it requires it, but it won't. It still doesn't. So they just need to fix it. If they want a bard to be an actual utility class, they need to have access to different things on the fly. Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good idea. Zilla said that it's because they don't have a way to tag abilities certain weapon type. Correct. Not sure if that means eventually it will. I think supposedly they will, but yeah, right now they don't have a way to say this ability requires a certain weapon to be equipped. It will be like that in the future. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Right. Sorry, this guy was asking a question about where a name spawned. That means ambush backstab won't be possible with a trident. It should be possible with any weapon. But it might be based on spells as well. Like maybe backstab works. Maybe backstab works, but like spells don't work. These guys wanted some help killing this, so. Oh boy, they got more. They got an enchanter, I guess, though, so we'll see how this goes. Not a bad ring, I guess. Well, it's okay. I don't know how I KS the whole group. What level are these guys? That's crazy. These guys are like level 15. Did the pet get anything new at level 20? I heard that they get whatchamacallit, dual wield or double attack or something, but I don't know. I can't tell. Like I'm trying to watch their attacks up at the top right, but I don't think I've seen it actually double attack or dual wield or anything. Like I haven't seen two attacks back to back. Like right there, maybe. I don't know if that was or not. Oh, it's kind of hard to tell. How long does the boat take to leave the docks? About 2 minutes. Like 2 or 3 minutes. I think it arrives at like 8 a.m. and then it leaves at 9 a.m. So it'll be 3 minutes. Something like that. How'd the camp at Sunken Resort go? It went okay. It's not... Sunken Resort is just not worth doing. All right, sorry, they're asking out, asking. They wanted to help killing something. I was like, yeah, sure. Whatevers. I left shortly after discovering where y'all were camping. Pretty much was the end of our leash. Yeah, it was just me and my rogue friend. Yeah, it's just not it's not worth dealing with. I don't like that we cannot sit to meditate there at all, even with the book open. So how it works, you can sit and meditate in there, but what you have to do is open a book and actually physically memorize a spell, and it'll start your meditation ticks. I know it's silly, but that does work. Yeah, you opened a book and never memed your spell. Yep, you actually have to physically memorize a spell. It's silly. My goodness, taunt. Taunt, Waspy. Still huge tech. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no worries. I wouldn't recommend going in there, though, to be honest with you. It's not worth your time and effort. You'll most likely end up dying to some silly stuff, huge trains, etc. And the gear is not really worth it. If you can't find anywhere else in the game to level, then maybe go there. But yeah, it's not really worth it. Any suggestions for Ranger build? Race stats? I saw your previous videos made long ago. Ranger right now hasn't been updated. So we haven't gotten the deep dive on it yet. But supposedly in the future, Ranger is not going to be a spellcaster. It's just going to be a melee martial class. Very much like the Beastmaster is right now. But we found out that the Beastmaster, in fact, still gets spells for healing their pet. And it still does give them wisdom. Or they still need wisdom to cast a heal spell on their pet. So, my guess is Rangers are going to want to have wisdom still for their healing abilities. But they're going to want, more than anything, strength and dexterity. That's going to be their primary stat. Yeah, risk versus reward is absolutely what Isar is saying. Risk versus reward for Sunken Resort is not there. Absolutely not there. Considering a Halfling and using strength dex stats? Yeah, strength dex is going to be good for a ranger for sure. I would go strength first on a ranger because they're going to be mostly physical DPS. And strength is going to increase that damage. So strength is going to be their primary stat. However, very big asterisks on there. I would not recommend on any class right now putting points into strength on your starting character. When you on your character creation, strength is by far the easiest stat in the game to increase. By a huge margin. So you'll be able to max out strength at 255 is the cap, is the cap on stats. You'll be able to max that out much easier than you will any other stat. Now, that said, you will not be maxing out any stat easily. It's going to be hard for you to get 255 strength or anything else. But strength is much easier to cap out. So I would recommend putting your points on a ranger into either dexterity or wisdom, but we won't know for sure until that deep dive comes out. Dexterity will be good for sure, but wisdom might also be good for their healing and spells and stuff. Like the Beastmaster, I would go strength, dexterity, and wisdom as well. But putting in more points into wisdom might be a really smart play for a Beastmaster. Because they're not going to have a lot of wisdom, base wisdom, from their gear. They're going to mostly get strength and dexterity from their gear. But if you're trying to solo on a Beastmaster, you're going to be casting a lot of heal spells. And the bonus wisdom from your heal spells would help you quite a bit with soloing. Like a lot. It would help a lot with soloing. But if you're not going to be soloing, you don't need to heal at all on the Beastmaster, in which case wisdom is pointless. So it depends, again, how you're going to play the class. It's a level 35 to 45 zone, and we were not chill with the zone at 55 plus. Exactly. Like the zone is actually, it's only like a level like 35 to 40 zone. Like I don't even know if it gets up to 45, does it? I mean, maybe it does, and I just don't realize it. But yeah, Yeah, it's a ridiculous zone. Sunken Resort needs to be reworked already. Fighter or Beastmaster for DPS? Beastmaster, by far. Fighter is a tank. It is not meant to be a DPS. Right now, a fighter's DPS is high. It's considerably high for the class. But once they get their rework, I suspect that their DPS is going to come down a lot. Yeah, do not play a fighter if you want to be a DPS. You just don't do it. Have you tried all the Beastmaster pets yet? If so, what's your favorite? The best Beastmaster pet is the Wasp. If you're level 60 Beastmaster, the best pet is a donkey, but it's bugged and needs to be fixed. The Wasp is currently the best pet, though, for all Beastmasters, period. It's just the best pet. They might be nerfing the Wasp in the future. Personally, I feel like maybe a nerf on the Wasp isn't warranted. I think the other abilities might need to be boosted up some, but I really don't know how good the Wasp's slow is. If it's only like 15% stacked up 3 times, like if it's 5% 3 times for 15%, who cares? Like, leave it exactly how it is. If it's 10% stacked up 3 times, maybe nerf it down to 5%. But right now, the Wasp is by far the best pet for a couple of reasons. Main reason is that one ability that the attack speed's slow. Not only is it better for tanking because it slows the attack speed of the enemy, but it also is really good for threat. And what's most important when you're soloing on a Beastmaster is threat. And you want your beast to be taking all of the damage, because you can heal your beast much easier than you can yourself. My favorite part of Sunken Resort, some of the mobs are undead, some of the mobs are not undead, and they are intermingled with each other. Yeah, it's rough. They should all be undead, right? They're all dead beings underwater. They're ghosts and skeletons. Why the heck are they not considered undead? I don't know. Makes no sense. Someone on Discord said low-level dungeon the most contested content. Like Blacktide Bay? Blacktide Bay is not contested at all. The only thing that I would say about contested content in low levels is higher level players going into the lower level dungeons to do the content, which should not make it contested. Higher level players should not go into low level dungeons. They should not have a reason to go into low level dungeons. That's poor itemization. It's simple as that. It's poor itemization. Wormsbane is the only one. Yeah. Yeah, Blacktide Bay is never contested. Nobody's ever in there. Ever. Oh, Kaz made a post on it? Where did he put it at? Like under feedback or... Either slow down early leveling or wait content more at higher levels. Recent Blacktide Bay, now Sunken Resort, and more are far too much low-level content compared to higher levels. It is, I think, reasonable to slow down early game leveling so that it can be enjoyed for a longer period of time, especially with how the game throws lots of power abilities at you fairly early. I think it would be just fine to spend longer in the 10 to 30 range, but as it stands currently, you go to Blacktide Bay for a few, at most, a dozen hours, and you have outleveled and mostly outleveled the pace. What a waste of such a huge and awesome zone. I mean, I agree with everything Kaz is saying so far. It's not even about the loot, although a side note, more interesting loot would be very welcome, especially in the newly added content. It's about the fun of exploring new content. We already have Telekir, which is an awesome zone, already in the same level range. The only thing I would say about this to Kaz is that Telekir is on one side of the current content, and Black Tide Bay being on the other side. Having those two separate dungeons is nice, but it does feel bad that we have Black Tide Bay and Telekir and now Sunken Resort in the level 30 range. All three of those dungeons range in that 30-ish to 40 range. They all have content inside of them in that range. We also have the Grain Cellar. You also have lots of places. You have the Orcs in Vale of Zintar that are also around level 30. You also have the Rats in Fallen Pass that are around level 30. There's so much content in that level range that's just going to be unutilized. And as they expand the game to a larger area, they're going to have more of that content added. It's too much. I agree with that. It's just too much. If the goal is for 10 to 30 to be as fast as it currently is, then a lot of this content needs to be level spread more. Nearly every dungeon should have bigger spread, etc. Yeah, I agree. Don't get me wrong. This game has a ton more grouping content than some competing MMOs in the space. Looking at you, Pantheon. Oh my God. But when I look where the work is happening, it seems like the fundamental disconnect between the creation of the content and an understanding of the leveling pace of the gameplay. So it's more of a sense of disproportionate addition to the content rather than lack thereof. Wasted work, in some ways disheartening. Yeah, I agree. I agree. I mean, there needs to be a lot of content, sure, for a lot of different players. But right now we have so much content out there that people are just not using. And to Kaz's point here, it's work going unutilized, right? It's all this effort being put in for something that people are not going to do, they're not currently doing, and most likely will not do in the future. Fallen Watch would contain higher level content once it's in, given that the level... I think they missed the point. Fallen Watch is one such dungeon with higher level content, yes. The point that Kaz is trying to make, though, and this person is missing, is that there's so much content for level 1 to 30, or even 1 to 40, when you can blast through those levels very quickly. This is an absolutely false statement. The low-level dungeons are far and away the most contested content in the game, and consequently exactly what we need more of. Then why are people not in them? This person has no clue what they're talking about. And it's not even just balance of people just getting started and making alts and whatnot. Mid-teens dungeon named enemies are frequently camped by 20s. The reason this... They're basing it off of higher level players going into lower level content to camp it. That's not what we're talking about. That's not what Kaz is referring to. This person is completely clueless. Especially at the upcoming early access, reset, de facto release, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't, yeah, they're completely clueless. This right here, mid-teen dungeons named frequently camped by 20 pluses, looking to fill slots of magic items while missing leveling. That's because there's not enough. There's not enough gear out there for that level range that people are willing to go out and get. That's not because there's not enough content. That's an itemization issue. Period. It's an itemization issue. I think that leveling is too fast overall. I agree. I think people are used to the faster leveling in World of Warcraft EQ. I don't think we should be able to get 10 to 20 in a couple of hours. Yeah, I agree with this right here. 1000%. Your prayers are answered in the 30 to 40 range. Yeah, 30. Yeah, 30. Like as you get higher level, I would say 45 to 50 and then up. 50 and up definitely feels it's slow and it's good. Yeah. Confused by the above post. Every time I go, places like Black Tide Bay are empty. How are the most contested spots? There's no shortage of content in that range. Yeah, Kaz is absolutely right. There's no shortage of content in that range. I rarely see anybody inside of in Black Tide Bay. I rarely see anybody inside of Grain Cellar. And I rarely see anybody going deeper inside the Orc Caves. Like all the enemies in the Orc Caves. In fact, I rarely see anybody doing the rat content, which is like level 35 to 40. Rarely see anybody doing that anymore. There's so much content that is literally just sitting there with no one doing it. So for people to say that there's content there's not enough content in those lower ranges because it's contested, they're literally confused because Wormsbane is overly camped by high level players that wanted to get the Wormsbane armor. That's it. They're just confused. Yeah, that Zest. Yeah, Zest doesn't understand how the low. Yeah, exactly. He's probably in that level range and just doesn't get that the higher level range. It just doesn't, like, people don't go to him. A lot of people who've been playing 1 to 2 weeks have very strong opinions that shouldn't be holding on to. I agree. Yeah, 34 was rough, but 39 and 44 was so slow. Yeah, I would say starting around 39 because of the hell level there. That's where the game starts to slow down. Absolutely. Orc Caves and Keeper's Bite are awesome. Multiple named. The Orc Caves and Keeper's Bite. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of stuff in there. They're never camped. That stuff's never camped. Nobody ever goes there. I go to Shallow Shoals. What about the Goblins in Shallow Shoals, the Ashira in Shallow Shoals, and the Orcs in Shallow Shoals? Rarely are those actually camped. There's so much content for like the level 20 to 40 range that is never getting seen. People just don't go to it. There's no benefit to it. It's too much of a commitment to go to it. And so people just don't want to go. So what's happening here and what that Jest player is probably seeing is they aren't willing to go to these far off locations to get to do that other content. They're not willing to go to Shallow Shoals. They're not willing to go to Black Tide Bay. They're not willing to travel to these other locations, just like all the other players. So what you have is everybody is highly contested in the 2 or 3 spots that they all go to because they're not willing to go to these other locations. That's 100% accurate. I would agree with that. So it's not highly contested. It's that nobody's willing to do it, which is exactly what Kaz is trying to say. It's not worth it. They see one example and loosely supports their opinion and apply it to every scenario. Yep, absolutely. Hold on to the Spite Mountain evidence against them because they formed their opinion first. Yeah. If 1 to 30 is so fast, there needs to be less content. I agree. There needs to be way less content in. Well, here's the thing. When the server first launches in early access, there's going to be a plethora of people everywhere, right? And all of those low-level dungeons are going to be filled with people. But then 2 months in, 3 months in, 6 months in, all those people are going to continue to move upwards in level, and then the new players are not going to be coming in, so all of that content is going to go unused and unutilized. What are we going to do with all of that low-level content at that point? 2 months into a server, right? What's the point of it? There is no point to it. It's literally not going to be used, especially if people are able to solo as fast as they can, and they're leveling just in general in groups as fast as they can, and they can power level so quickly. Once you have a level 60 and you twink out your level 1 character with all this gear and you're power leveling your level 1 character with all these buffs, there's no point in that low level content. No one will be doing it. I mean, it really sucks, but that's what's going to end up happening. They have to start looking at that now, because if they don't change that by early access, they're going to completely ruin their entire game come early access. 2 months into early access, I would say by January, assuming that early access hits October, by January, I would say all content from level 1 to 30 is not going to be contested. It's just going to be a ghost town. Like, I'm calling it right now. It's going to be a ghost town. Just like Copper is too contested in Night Harbor, where the population is 10 times that of the Elf Starter Zone. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Copper is hard to find in Night Harbor. Absolutely. But probably easy to find in other parts of the world, because nobody's willing to go get it. If it's too much of a pain to go find a camp, then it's tougher to pug. Yes, absolutely, Brent. That's the other reason that I've been saying so much lately is grouping needs to be incentivized way, 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 way more, especially those dungeons that are far off. The Zen modifier, why is my pet just getting wrecked here? Holy moly. He is getting destroyed by this guy. I'm not paying attention. There we go. All right, we should be good. Yeah, like that's why I've been saying that grouping needs to be incentivized way more. Zim modifiers need to be really boosted. Sunken Resort should have a stupidly high Zim modifier. Maybe it does. I went in there on my level 60 character, so I have no idea how much XP you get in there. Maybe it's got a stupidly high Zim modifier. It needs to. It absolutely needs to. Same thing with Grimtide Sanctum. That needs to have a huge Zim modifier to it. Dude, this guy is destroying me. Holy moly. Give me a second, guys. I got to focus here. I may have to run, and I don't think I can run. Flash of ice. Oh, boy. Run away, Arcanist. My gosh. That must have been a high-level Arcanist. Oh, he had a ring. Look at that. Burl, you need that ring? Anyway, let me read some more of this. I've never had trouble finding a group or putting together a pug. I don't belong to a guild. If you are willing to do the work, Burl and I were talking about this earlier. If you're willing to lead a group, form a group and lead a group, it's easy to find a group, to make a group. But the problem is people are not willing to do that. It's a lot of effort. It's annoying to do. You're constantly having to replace party members. You're constantly having to just, do stuff and get them together and actually function. And that needs to be rewarded. Absolutely needs to be rewarded. I hope we keep the game new player friendly so that way people feel okay starting the game 6 months after launch. I do too, John. That's exactly where I'm at. I want this game to be new player friendly to where a new player coming in can turn on their LFG tag and actually have somebody say, hey, you want to join my party? Because it's beneficial to the other players to have more people in their party. Also, we need to have it to where the higher level players aren't just sitting around buffing their low level friends and power leveling them and twinking them and all of that. Because if you can do that, they're not going to want to party with the new people that are coming into the game. They will not want to do it. They're going to look at a new player and go, oh, you got a rusty weapon. You don't have best in slot gear. You don't have a level 60 alt standing outside the group giving us buffs. We don't want you in our party. That's going to feel really bad for new players. So I want them to incentivize adding people to your party. and de-incentivize twinking and de-incentivize buffs so that, you know, I have a druid that's level 10 in my party, and oh, well, why would I have a level 10 druid in my party when I have a level 60 druid friend that can come every hour and just give us buffs? I don't need to get that druid. Let me get another DPS because I already have somebody that's going to come give us buffs. Right? So they're just going to invite people that are going to make their party stronger, but not invite a druid to their party because they don't need the buffs. The whole thing is just going to feel bad. That's why I don't like boxing server. Yes, boxing. That's why I don't want to be on a boxing server, partly. But you're still going to have guild mates, right? You're still going to have players that are going to go, oh, I've got a guild member. They're going to come and help me out. What I did with Burl earlier today, I leveled in my wizard to go and help them camp a mob. Had I not been able to get my wizard on and go and help them out, they would have needed to invite another player that's around level 40, around their level, to be able to do that content. So, you know, it's nice being able to help out your friends, but it becomes broken when they can just buff your party. Like, Gith has come to many of my camps on his level 60 shaman and buffed my entire party. When he does that, the party is 1,000 times more efficient. They're so much more efficient because they have level 60 shaman buffs, level 60 regen, level 60 haste. Huge bust, and level 60 speed of the wild, right? You have 3 buffs right there that are just so strong that it makes a party go from like this level to just skyrockets what they can do and what they can achieve. And I say we need to limit that. Absolutely need to limit that. Anyway. If the game is too tedious and hardcore, most people will quit within the first play session. They will. I think your experience isn't necessarily indicative of the general population. In my experience, well, my experience is literally... Oh, shoot. Hang on. Leave me alone. Hang on. I'm dying here. My experience is literally every experience. Right? I know people don't think that my experience is the same. I get that. But I have played this game on a high level. My gosh, dude. Come on. Taunt. There we go. Finally. I have played this game on a high level, poop socking it with a static group, and I've also done pugs without twinking, without doing anything else. I have done... I've done it all. Like, literally, this character, I'm trying to solo this one. My Spellblade, I was always grouping with pugs, guys. I didn't know anybody. I met people through that. I didn't group with my guild. Well, a couple guild members did join the group, but it was all pugs. And it was all people of that level, not with twinked gear, nothing like that. So I've played it. I have done it all. I promise you. So I promise that my experience does matter. You know, maybe you don't agree with it or whatever, but I try to get a feel for the game from a lot of different players' perspectives. But anyway, I'll continue reading. In my experience, groups often fall apart after 30 minutes or an hour when someone inevitably has to leave, and it's difficult to find a replacement for that person to get replacement. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. I have literally done that. I have sat in a group. I formed the group myself, and I had to work to find replacements for them. They absolutely can fall apart in 30 minutes. It's very possible. But if you are constantly like meeting people and learning new people and all that, it's definitely possible to keep a group going. I did it with my Spellblade recently. I leveled my Spellblade to 36 or whatever I leveled it to, 100% in pugs. All right, let me kill this guy. This guy was rough. I don't know why he was so hard. Oh my god, he's still going to kill me. Dude, don't kill me. Hit him. Jeez, dude. Why was this guy so hard? I don't know why that guy was so stinking hard. All right. That thing wrecked me, dude. I wasn't paying attention as part of the problem there. So, yeah. Depending on how slow people play, I'd rather wait for the initial rush to move on. You're probably going to want to... Well, I don't know. Well, what to see. I think they're just following the current metrics. 90% of the player base in those level ranges, maybe 10% go above level 30. Do you know why that's the loop for most people? The game doesn't even get good until level 30. So speaking on that, a lot of people are getting to level 20 or 30. They're learning their class, and then they are quitting the game for now because they don't want to spoil the game. Again, we talked about this hours ago in the stream, but again, this comes down to the casual player versus the hardcore player. Right now, the casual players are playing the game casually, and they're just leveling up to level 20 or so and giving their impressions on the game based on the first 20 levels. And it changes drastically after that. So they can't really speak on the higher level content. They can't speak on anything else other than level 1 to 20. And they can only speak on where they are. In Night Harbor, going into Wormsbane, going into Ancient Crypt. That's about it. They don't go into Blacktide Bay because almost nobody does. Because they start their character on the Night Harbor side. So it's a problem. I was at Rats for 4 days with Silk and some others in a camp spot with access to 3 easy named. Someone else only showed up on the last day, and they were higher level focusing one named. Luckily, no one had to leave early, but anytime someone did, the group basically fell apart because it was a hassle to get there. Yes, absolutely. That is the problem. It is a pain in the butt to form groups. Absolutely a pain in the butt to form groups and keep them together and stay at a camp. That is why we need an incentive, more incentive on grouping. Absolutely need it. Do high-level buffs cap at low levels? No. They give across the board, let's say 50 strength buff. Yes, it's uncapped, completely uncapped. So like a druid can go up to a level 1 character and get him a 30-point damage shield and a 16 health regen and 30 armor class, right? And and a 60% speed of the wild buff. That basically makes a level 1 unkillable. It makes up to like a level 10 nearly unkillable with just a druid's buffs. It's broken. You've done static, solo, pugs only. Yeah, I've done it all, guys. Like I've done all. I promise you, I try to see this game from every perspective. I really, really do try. I've been in this group for a few hours. Same people. That's awesome. I'm glad that you found a group of the same people. I've done so many pugs at all hours of the day and night. Yeah. But you made the groups, I bet, right? If you've done pugs, if you are not willing to make the group yourself or find replacements and do the actual work, your group will absolutely fall apart. What ring was it that I got? The ring is like 4 intelligence and like 15 mana burl, something like that. I don't know if we got you better from buying Jewel Crafter stuff or not. I kept a group together in Sungreet Strands outside Grain Cellar from 28 to 32 over 8-hour span. That's awesome. That's awesome, yeah. I was just saying that's more difficult to replace people in a group when you are in a very remote location. No, it absolutely is. And I've done it, Brent. I've literally done it. Like I went to we went to the Orcs one day. Actually 2 days. Didn't we camp at the Orcs for 2 days, Burl? And it was myself, Burl was there, Silk was there, but we had to replace our healer, we had to replace our tank multiple times, and we had to replace a DPS a couple of times. It's a pain in the butt. I had to explain to people how to get there multiple times. We had to find them. We had, it was rough. It's super rough. Hey, it's Isar. Yay. It's not easy. I agree with you guys. And that's why I'm trying to advocate to make the process better for everyone, specifically for the casual players that are having a rough time finding these camp locations, having a rough time trying to figure out how to replace people. Why is it so hard to replace somebody in your group? Because people don't want to deal with it. They don't want to. So we need to incentivize it. It's rough out there, man. It's super rough out there. Anyway, in some MMO I played, which I don't remember, there's an accumulated XP buff that increased when the same party members stayed together. That's actually sounds kind of cool. I would totally do that. Where'd my... Oh my god. Is my corpse invisible again? We're going to try something here. Since our pet died, this actually gives us a chance to test something. Do I have wood? I do. I have enough wood. Okay, let's go ahead and put the wood down. The heck? My campfire is also invisible. That's weird. All right, we're going to resurrect my pet with the 20% res, and then we're going to heal it with my Min Companion skill that I got. This is part of the balance that I'm talking about. So, resurrect pet gives him this much health, and then Min Companion. God dang it. Hang on, I gotta dismiss my pet. Bring my pet back. Okay, and then we cast Mend on the pet. Tell me if this is more. This is way more health, right? Granted, it takes a little longer to do. But this is a lot more health than if I were to just res my pet at 40%. Which would have been... So that was like 50% total. Whereas this, 200 mana to go to 40%. Versus 50 mana to go to 20%. And then I cast Mend, which is 120 mana. I got him to 50% health for 170 mana. Versus 40% health for 200 mana. Anyway. That's what we were talking about earlier, and I just wanted to check that. Those numbers. Numbers are off. They're wrong. Completely rebuilt the party 3 times over. Yeah, it's exactly. I have one ring that has stats. The other doesn't. All right, yeah, you can have this ring then, bro. It's this right here. We'll give you that ring. Group fell apart that I put together just because it was difficult to replace due to the location. Yeah, absolutely. So we need to have incentives for joining a group in these remote locations. There's no incentive for it right now. In the higher levels, is there incentive for a group to roam, move around? I find sitting in a corner for hours on end boring. No. No, you don't you don't really want to move around. You pretty much are going to sit in one spot. Gith, do you have any firewood by any chance? I'm completely out. Player summon stones. Yeah, the summoning stones would be nice. Like, I hate that they took away the ability for elementalists to summon players. Maybe if they added in an item, that would be really cool. Have an item that players could buy, kind of expensive, like make it, not super expensive, but like the summoning in World of Warcraft. It takes like 3 players to be able to summon it. Dude, this Arcanist is wrecking. Why are these things wrecking me so much? I'm getting destroyed here. I do think there should be zones or parts of zones where roaming XP is viable. I mean, that's sure. I wouldn't be opposed to that. You guys are going to see the difference here. You saw what I've been doing, right? Since Gith came over here, this is how power leveling can work. The difference between what I was doing, killing like 1 or 2 mobs every now and then, to now doing this power level wise. It's going to be so much faster. It's ridiculous. They really got to tone that down. And I know that the casual players are like, yeah, but it's really nice to get buffs from a high level player. It is. But I promise you, guys, I promise you that this is bad. Promise it's bad. It hurts the casual player more than it does anybody else. And I know that sounds weird, but it hurts the casual player. Because they're not going to have the friends to do this. They're not going to have, somebody with a super high play time willing to do this. It hurts the casual player. Because as a casual player, or as a hardcore player, would I want to join a casual player's group? No, I normally wouldn't. You know? Casual players can make friends and join casual guilds, though. They can, but if everybody's casual, they're going to be low level. They're not going to be able to help each other out. The only reason I'm able to, or Gith's willing to come over here and do this, is because he's played the game so much, he doesn't really need to do anything else. There's nothing left for him to do. So he can just come over and sit here and camp stuff with me and just power level me, right? So anyway, it just all adds up, man. It really all adds up, and I'm really, really trying to help the more casual players. Seriously, I am. You may not think it, but I am. I think the difficulty of forming a group would be one of the biggest challenges to retain casual player base. Back when EQ first came out, there was one time, and it was just expected for the individual to accept group structure. The incentive to form a group was just to get any XP that was available due to the quality of life enhancements over years. In a way, we become spoiled. It's hard to go back, especially when easy grouping and all new players. Yeah, I agree with you, Knuckles. Yeah, I agree with that. New Game Plus. A New Game Plus could be really cool, right? New Game Plus would actually be really neat in a game like this, where you level up your character to 60, and then maybe now you go back and level to all the way up again. Like you can join a friend. Here, Sarah, I'm going to pull 2. Oh, never mind. I just got 1. Yeah, New Game Plus could be a great way to allow players, so like your twinked character at level 60 can go back to level 1. EverQuest 2 did that really well, where you could, what do they call it? I forget what they called it. Mentor. You could mentor other players in your party, and it would downgrade all of your gear to their level. It would still be really good gear because you had like level 60 top-end gear, but you could take it down to that level. And it was a fantastic system. It got players back into low-level areas that they didn't do before. Really, really well done. And I hopefully we can see more of that. Oop, did I not get... I don't think I got experience on that one. Might have killed that one a little too early. Mentor was poorly done. You could pull half the dungeon even con. Well, yeah, what I'm saying is that it was really cool because you could group with your friends at lower level rather than just stand outside their group and power level them. You would group up with them. They didn't balance it very well, and the items, like if you had really good gear at the high level, it made you basically godlike at lower level. So they needed to balance it better. But it was a cool system because it got people back into lower level dungeons. Is kind of where I'm going with that. Just send in your pet? Yeah, just send in your dog pet. That'll probably be enough. I think a fix to over buffing is capping what the buff does to lower levels. If the buff gives plus 10 strength to a level 46 plus, same buff gives. Yeah, exactly. That's what I would like to see, John, is something along those lines. Let the cap it out, right? If it's a mana regen, let's say, just to go even further from what you're saying, let's say an enchanter can give 3 strength at level 10. They have a buff that gives a player's 3 strength. But then at level 60, they can give them 20 strength. So the level 60, casting it on a level 10 might give them 4 strength. So it still gives them more strength. So it's still beneficial to them. It gives them more than what they could get from the equal level player. So it's still nicer, but it's not overpowered nicer. Like, that's what I would like to see with it. To where it just it scales it down to a better buff than what they could get at that level. What about the strength buff is calculated by target level instead of caster? Well, that's what we're saying. So the target of the spell receives like a portion of that. A level 10 should only get 1/6 of the ability of the strength of a spell from a level 60. So they get 1/6 of whatever that spell is, right? If it's a level 60 spell. If it's a level 40 spell and you're level 10, you get 1/4 of the spell's potential. Something along those lines. Sue, do you want to help the casuals by nerfing buffs from higher level players? So that's what I'm saying, right? That's kind of how I'm explaining it. It's hard to it's a hard concept to understand. I get it, and I'm probably not explaining it very well. How that is helping the casual players is because now the hardcore players are not super powerful low level characters that don't need the casual players in their party, don't want the casual players in their party. So those casual players are not accepted into the hardcore players' alts party. So now they will be accepted because there's not as much of a benefit to having the low level. So let's say that I have a level 60 character and I've twinked out my level 10 fighter to the teeth. And I've given him all sorts of buffs. What is my incentive on that character to join a group or to group up with other casual players that are also level 10? There's almost no incentive to that. Right? Because I'm going to get more XP and more loot. Everything is going to be better for me to stay by myself than to join up with a bunch of casual players. So where's the incentive for the casual player? Why would anybody want a casual player in that situation? That's what I'm trying to explain, and that's how it's going to be beneficial to the casual player. It's basically only hurting the hardcore player to do that. If the tank arrives to camp super buffed, it confuses the new healer for sure once those buffs drop. Now tank is upset. Newbie healer couldn't adjust to the... That's another issue, yeah. I agree with that, yeah. Like, oh, we were able to camp this just fine because I have all these buffs and everything, you know, is just super easy. And then now all of a sudden the tank just starts taking crazy amounts of damage because they don't have buffs anymore. And the healer can't keep up, and now everybody's yelling at each other, and it causes more issues, right? Have I experienced that in this game? I have experienced that in every game. I have absolutely experienced that. When you go up to somebody that is soloing, that is, you know, they have the buffs of their friend, they're like an enchanter. I've experienced that in this game with enchanters. An enchanter is at a camp soloing. Hey, we have a group of 3 of us, a healer, a tank, and a DPS. We would love to have you join our party, and we continue to kill these monsters, and we do it all together. Enchanter goes, no thanks, I don't need you. They're going to sit there and solo the content because they can, rather than join a group of 3 other players because they don't need the other 3 players. It has absolutely happened in this game. To me. I have literally dealt with that. And it's going to happen more as more players find out and learn that they don't need other players. Ask a rogue. Ask a rogue how hard it is for them to get a group. They need a group to XP, but people don't generally want the rogue in their group. Why? Because they don't do as much DPS as another class. They don't bring anything to the party that another player doesn't bring better. So yeah, it's constantly happening in this game. But if you don't play those classes, you don't see the problem, and then therefore it's not a problem to you. You've been in both ends of it? Yeah. As a shaman, you can do anything you want. You can. As a shaman are welcome in every group. They can also solo. Shaman are amazing. Should buff scale to the buffers rather than to the buffy? Yeah, I think they should. Sao on a level 8 character should be the minimum speed. 100%, yes. I think that should be the case. Maybe if a level 60 player casts Speed of the Wild on a level 8 player, it should maybe be a 45% run speed rather than a 40% run speed. Slightly better, but it shouldn't be the 60% run speed, right? I don't think it should be 60% run speed on anybody, but that's a different argument. I think it should absolutely it should be slightly beneficial, slightly better than what they could currently get. It will also help the devs with balancing, right? It'll also help out with balancing the game, because killing stuff at level with level appropriate gear, level appropriate buffs is X difficulty. But with outside of level appropriate gear and outside of level appropriate buffs, like that are astronomically higher, it's Y difficulty. It's completely different. So a group of highly buffed and geared out twinks can go and hog an entire area of, let's say, 40 or 50 mobs, and they could literally hold an entire dungeon. A full group of level 10 players in full best in slot gear from level 60s with full buffs of level 60s could probably clear the entirety of Wormsbane by themselves. Just a full group of level 10s with all the buffs and all the gear. The entirety of Wormsbane. But a bunch of level 10s that just started and just hit level 10 and don't have any of those buffs and any of that gear could barely hold down one camp. That is the difference that it makes. It's a huge difference. And then you have people complaining, why are people holding, like, why are these higher level players hogging the low level content? you know, and preventing us from getting XP. That's why, guys. It's because that's literally why. So like players want like this high level, they want all these high level buffs and they want to be twinked and they want to do all this stuff, but they don't realize what they're asking for. They legit don't realize what they're asking for. They don't. It's crazy to me. Like you're asking for the poop sockers to literally camp entire dungeons because they can. And then you complain about it on Discord that high-level players camping entire dungeon. That's not fair. They need to go somewhere else and do something else. And then on the flip side, you're like, I want to have high-level buffs and I want to be able to twink my character. You realize you're contradicting yourselves. I don't get it. I don't get it. I was speaking of the shunning over gear because you're casual. The shunning over gear? Which part? They may be able to clear a whole dungeon, but they certainly aren't allowed to claim it, though. No, they're not technically allowed to claim it, but they can claim more space, and they can keep more space cleared. If you go in on your low-level character and there's literally nothing up to kill, and you just see this roaming horde of level 6 or of 6 people that are super buffed up, they know when a mob's going to spawn, and they're standing on it. They kill it, and it spawns. They move to another spot. They kill it. They just move around together, and they just clear the entire dungeon. There's nothing for you to kill. So, yeah, maybe they don't claim it, but they're there when it spawns. Then it's, hey, I'm here, you're here, we're all here. Kill it. You know, it's what are you going to do about that? At that point, it becomes first to engage. So I promise you guys, it's an issue, and people are literally contradicting themselves, and they're ruining the game for themselves. The casual players are asking for things that are literally ruining it for the casual players. It's not hurting the hardcore poop sockers at all. As a hardcore poop socker, I'm telling you that it's not hurting me in the least. The things that some of these casual players are asking for. I could care less. I couldn't care less. Yeah, I couldn't care less what some of these casual players are asking for, because it literally doesn't affect me. But it does affect them in a negative way. They just don't realize how it affects them in a negative way. So, I mean, I don't know, man. I'm trying to help. May not sound like I'm trying to help, but I promise you I'm trying to help. Any over-leveled buffs you get should be reduced to the current level equivalents. I agree. Yeah, I agree with that. People asking for things that hurt them, that's politics in a nutshell. I don't want to get involved in politics, but you're right. It kind of is. It's crazy to me, man. Because, like, you asking for a high-level buff from a high-level player, and you get that as a casual player, you might get it every once in a while in a blue moon, and yeah, it feels great when you get it. But those high-level poop soccer players, they can have it all the time. 100% of the time. Like, if I really wanted to, I can ask Gith here, hey, man, can you power level me today? And most of the time, he would. He would absolutely come and sit with me and power level my characters, and I could take up this entire Sangreal camp if I wanted to. Right? This camp alone, we could just use this as an example. This camp right here, I would say 2 full groups at level would be getting good XP over here. Or one player twinked out with a power level friend would also clear both of these camps. So either 12 people can have the camp or 1 person can have the camp. And that's just talking about these Sangreal mobs right here. Right? These tents, all of these tents. If I really wanted to, I could twink out my character and have Gith power level me, and I could kill all of these with one character. So, yeah, I'm telling you, it's an unfair advantage that poop sockers have because the casual player would like to have a buff every now and then. I get asked for buffs all the time if I don't go anonymous. Yeah. You said that a casual would be passed over if they had basic gear or if they knew had higher level, say druid. They wouldn't bring in a druid. You experienced this. Okay, so that's what you're talking about. I brought my higher levels to buff group, but I wouldn't not bring in the class over it. But maybe that's just me, which is why I'm asking if you've experienced this. I personally don't do that, right? The things that I'm saying right now, some of the things that I'm saying right now, I personally don't do, no. Because it's a jerk move, right? It is absolutely a jerk move. To hog an entire camp and to not allow other people to come in. When I have made pugs in the past, I go here to the social menu, whatever, right here. I go by level. I find people in my level range, and I ask them if they want to join. I don't care if they're brand new. I don't care if they have all the twinked gear in the world. I don't care anything about that. I don't. However, yes, I have seen people do that. I have seen people that are like, no, I don't want to invite somebody else to my party because why would I? Why? Like they're going to start taking XP from me because they're not, geared up like I am. Like right now, this is an example of what I'm talking about. If a group came over here right now, let's say that a group of 5 players came over here right now and said, hey, Criddle, do you want to join our group? No, not really. I'm going to get more XP solo being power leveled, and I could kill, if I wanted to, all of these Sangreal mobs. So I could literally just take up this entire area. I could, right? Why would I slow down my XP? Why would I choose to do that? The average player is not going to choose to have a worse time for a bunch of people that they don't know. Now, there are probably people in chat that are going, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't either, personally, right? I wouldn't. But that doesn't mean that other people wouldn't. That doesn't mean that other people aren't going to ruin their experience. Like, you got to think about what other people are going to do. There's thousands of people that are playing this game. So you got to look at the law of averages there, you know? And I know what I'm saying is not very popular. I get it. It's not very popular at all. And people are going to disagree with me, but I've been playing MMOs probably longer than a lot of people in this chat have been alive. And I've seen it, man. I've seen it over and over and over and time again. I've been on both ends of it. And it feels bad. It feels very bad. I have literally in this game walked up to a group of like a small group of 2 and 3 players. They don't know who I am, and I just say, "Hey, mind if I join your group?" And they're like, "We don't like, oh, we're leaving in 10 minutes." And then they're there for like 3 more hours, or it happens all the time. All the more reason to put the best buffs on Bard. Well, yeah, best buffs on Bard for sure. I have people DM me asking if they can come to me and pay for buffs. Yeah, all the time. Never exclude anyone from Pug because of their gear. In fact, if I see an undergeared player, I try to find a camp specifically for them. And I try to do the same thing, guys. Like I think a lot of us are in that same boat, right? Especially the high playtime players. But I promise there are jerks out there. I have experienced them. There are jerks out there that do not want to share with you. They don't want to help you in any possible way. Like that group, the whole group that we had just a few minutes ago that came over here, the level 15s that came over here, and they asked me about the named mob. You know, they're like, hey, can you help us out? Sure, I'll help you out. I don't care. I even offered to give them gear. Because why not? Like, it doesn't affect me. You know, people can say I'm the butthead in this whole situation. I'm really not. I gave away 2 good items to people today. I helped out some other people get access quests. Took time out of my day to do that. You know, I don't mind helping people. I love helping people. I think we need more of that. But there's not enough people that do it. Not enough people willing to do it. Also, I would say that it's more likely that somebody that already has everything to help out somebody else. Like, I don't, you know, if my XP is a little bit slower or something, I don't mind joining a group or helping out a group or whatever, giving away some items that I'm not going to use anyway. You know, like, what's the big deal? But when the game is fresh and new, and there's people that are competing, they start competing with each other. It's another whole other issue. So anyway, that's what I do as well. If there's people who do that, I think they don't understand the game. Probability is the journey. Yeah, I totally agree with you, JD. I know where you're coming from, and I personally agree with you. I'm kind of speaking for other people that go against that. Speed leveling is doing nothing but reducing your content. Once 60, chase best gear. Yeah. So my group, Isar can attest to this. I have talked about it many times. I am willing to get slower XP in a group, and we have done this. Like Gith has been there when we've done this. Our friend played a Necromancer when the beta came out, and he grouped with us. My entire static group, we are a static group, and we play together because we know even if we can individually level faster, we still work together as a team, because once you hit max level, what are you going to do? You're going to need that team there. They know that I'm playing the tank for the group, and if they don't help me level up, it's just going to take me that much longer to get to level 60, which is going to take that much longer to kill level 60 targets to get the level 60 gear. So we all know that. So they're willing to help me level. Right? Like I was literally the player that was holding my entire group back. Because Gith could have soloed faster. And our Necromancer could have soloed faster. Our Bard could have soloed faster by charm kiting stuff. Everybody could have soloed faster. But they all grouped up to help me because my fighter couldn't. So everybody basically kind of was like, okay, well, let's just play together, group up together, we'll all level together, and then when we hit level 60, we'll all just go and get all this gear together. We worked as a team to do it. But there's a lot of players that don't do that. A lot of them that don't do that. And groups and friendships and guilds fall apart over that. It happens all the time. I don't think rushing to 60 is a fun way to play. I suspect the game will get boring at 60. No, the game's actually really fun at 60 depending on what you're doing. We will be rushing to 60 as a team, right? So whatever the best way for all of us, my entire static group and anybody else that's part of my guild and whatnot, we're going to try to get to 60 as quickly as possible, but we need to make sure we're helping the people that are going to get there the slowest. So, like, if we need to have a main tank who happens to be a fighter and they suck at solo and they're going to be the slowest XP'er, everybody pitches in to try to make sure that they level up faster. So if it slows them down a little bit to speed the other person up, because at the end of the day, it's the last person to get there that matters, right? If you're going to have a whole guild of people doing raid content, let's say you need 50 people to do the raid content, well, the 49 people can get there. That 50th person we have to have them to do the raid content. Everybody pitches in to get them there. And that's how it should be. But a lot of people don't look at it that way. You fed some sharks your invisible corpse? I probably did. All right, let's see if we can find some more mobs here. Somebody rang my door. Oh, I think I know who it is. They're coming up to pick up our window units. I think that's what that is. Anyway, hopefully you all don't hate me for the things that I'm saying. Like I am not the person that I just said talked about. Like I don't feel like I'm that person. I try to group up with people and help them out and all that. Now, in the beginning of the very beginning when we're all low level, I'm going to try to level myself up as quickly as possible. But once I get there, it's all about helping out as many people as I possibly can. Like my friends and I, we all know that like leveling me up and getting me to max level and getting me some of the best gear in the game. I know this sounds very selfish. It's all me. Getting all that stuff for your main tank of a guild is pretty important in a game like this. So that's why we do it. Or that's why they do it, I should say. Like, I wouldn't... If I were playing by myself in this game, I wouldn't have even half the stuff that I currently have. I would have probably still gotten to level 60, but I wouldn't have the gear. Pretty much all the gear I have is thanks to Gith. Honestly, like... I wouldn't have any of that stuff if not for him. I'd still be trying to camp gear on my fighter and get best in slot. It's a PvE game. Who cares what others do? No, people care. I care, but people, a lot of people care. Whether you bring up the debate on the power level of charm. Yeah. I mean, people care. People absolutely care. Like to find newbies with no backpacks. I've given away so many backpacks, man. I just run around in Night Harbor, West Bank sometimes when I see like low-level players that are just kind of running around fighting the level 1 and 2 monsters and stuff. I just hand them a backpack. Hand them a backpack, walk away. That's why I'm picking up these pelts, by the way. Like, I pick up all the pelts and everything and the leather. All this leather that I get on these low-level characters, I give it to my main character, and I make backpacks and stuff out of it. And I give them away to low-level players at Night Harbor. Have you tested any of the stats at 60 to see how much stat actually matters? Yeah, I've tested a lot of those. Certain stats matter a lot. Certain stats don't matter really much at all. Agility right now for tanks is huge. You want to also have high wisdom or high intelligence, depending on your class, for your damage on your spells. Strength is a pretty big factor. If I were to take all my strength gear off and hit a mob, I'd be doing like half the amount of damage on my main character. Then I get like 200 strength, and I'm doing like double damage. It's pretty significant. You can just be a druid like me and help people with SAO and ports 24/7. I leave that up to people like Gith. I don't run around buffing people all the time. But I do give out backpacks and gear and stuff, and I try to help people. I mean, hopefully my walkthrough videos on how to do like the measuring stick quest and the Night Harbor Sea and Viz necklace and all of that stuff, hopefully those help people. You know, I'm not the type of person that learns something about the game and doesn't share it. But there's a lot of those people in the game that they hoard information. That's another thing that a lot of people do. That right there, people are going to be like, oh, that's not a big deal, blah, blah, blah. It is a big deal. All of this stuff is actually a much bigger deal than you think it is. I actually have the measuring stick quest open now on my computer. Gonna do it when I get off work. Absolutely, yeah, do it. It's a great quest for a great item, a clicky that everybody needs. I need to do it on my Beastmaster. I haven't done it. But it's the only way I can see the buffs on my Beastmaster, which feels bad. But like anybody that comes in and tells me that I don't help people out, I'm like, are you serious? I actually had people get mad at me for making the measuring stick quest and the Night Harbor necklace quest because I was sharing information. No joke. People legit quit my guild over that. Well, here, what actually happened is I came over here to this game on the alpha server, and I was playing my character. I learned about those quests. I made the videos for those on the alpha server while I was... Well, actually, I didn't do it. I didn't make the videos until I did them on the open beta server, on one of the open betas. I learned about them on the alpha server. I made the video after doing it on the beta server because we're not allowed to share alpha information, right? We're not allowed to show a bunch of stuff from alpha. So I did it on the beta server. Showed the quests, made the video. When the alpha server opened back up, I was running around and I was invited to the guild. As soon as I was invited to the guild, one of the players in the guild quit. Immediately. They're like, I don't want that guy in the guild. He's going to share all of our information with everybody. So because I tried to help people and share information that I feel like everybody needs to know, wasn't sharing alpha information. I did it on the open beta server. The devs know about it. I explained it all anyway. It was a whole thing. Yeah, it's just like people like that. Those are the people that I'm talking about. They don't want to share information. They don't want to help you in any possible way. They want you to suffer through everything. And so I do know that those players exist. He took your name. Yes, he even took my name and pretended to be me. He created a character named Criddle on the alpha server and was telling people that he was me. It's a whole thing, man. It's a whole thing. All because I'm trying to help the masses with a measuring stick quest. Seems normal? The guy was unhinged. Have they talked about the zone-specific quest armor anymore? They haven't, no. I'm curious what they're going to do with that. Very curious if they're going to make versions for different classes. I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do with that. Just did the net quest last week. I was annoyed because Cormac got bugged. So one of the admins spawned the placeholder. But after we killed it, still nothing spawned. Cormac is the one that is on the boat. Yeah, that's sad. That's very sad that last week that bugged. I had that bug happen to me on the alpha server 6 months ago. And I told the devs about it. I tried to have them fix it, and apparently they still haven't fixed it. But yeah, I got him bugged as well, where he wasn't spawning. He wasn't respawning. He got bugged in the terrain somewhere. He's stuck somewhere in the game. Feels bad that they haven't fixed that yet. Just annoying because the other 3 heads are no drop, so they took up inventory space, finally spawned after 2 to 3 days. Yeah, that's rough. You gotta wait till like a server reset. But it's gotta be like a full server reset. It can't just be like a quick reboot of the zone or anything, because they reboot the zone, it doesn't respawn the NPCs sometimes. Super annoying. Anyway, I love you all. I really do. I'm trying to help. I promise. I'm trying to make it better for everybody. What is those What is that like when you're younger and you get in an argument with your parents and they're like, I'm really trying to help you. And all you can just see is you're just infuriated at them. That's how I feel a lot of times in this game. Because I'm like, I'm really trying to help people. I'm seriously trying to help people. I'm doing this for your own good. Anyway, I'm getting really hungry. I cannot wait to go get the Mexican food. Woo, buddy. I'm excited for some Mexican. Sorry, that rant was probably too long, but it was a good conversation. I'm glad we had it. It's not really a rant, just a lot of information. All right, let me read this real quick from about my kid. Okay. Sorry, my son is out of town at the moment, and we're trying to make plans and stuff. Man, it is so stinking dark. I don't like having to squint all the time. Daylight's coming, though, I think. Look at that full moon. Woo. Isar, did you not want to camp the... You don't want to get that mask, right? You just don't care to get it? With the full moon situation? Probably gonna get nerfed like a human mask? Yeah. Yeah, Thrasso has killed that named, he said over 70 times. And hasn't seen it yet. I know Hoku got it after like 5 or 6. At least I think he did. He got it fairly quickly, I felt like. Yeah, I agree. It's just a matter of time. I don't know how I feel about that. I feel like I like the items that are any slot clickies. Like the measuring stick being an any slot clicky. I like that, and I kind of wish they would do more of those. I feel like almost all items should be any slot clicky, except for like the the norm should be any slot clicky, and then the exception to the rule should be you have to equip it. But I feel like it's almost flip-flopped of that. I don't know, it might be like a 50-50. There's a lot of items that are any slot. Oh, I have a good topic of conversation for everybody. So, people have asked me quite a lot about EverQuest Legends. I'll probably talk about this more as people find out about it, but EverQuest Legends announced their cash shop yesterday. What do you guys think about that? I personally wasn't planning on playing EverQuest Legends, but that kind of sealed the deal for me. I now have no intentions of playing EverQuest Legends. Like, it went from like a very small chance to an absolutely abysmal chance. Saw that in Discord. It's so sad. It's super sad. Like, the thing that gets me on it, what bothers me the most about that is that they did the pre-orders to get into the open beta. And then after they got a bunch of money from the pre-orders and the open beta, then they announced the cash shop. So they already sold the game to a bunch of people. And then they said, oh, we're also going to have a cash shop, by the way. It's like, are you kidding me? You guys waited until everybody gave you money before you announced it? My goodness, dude. Like, that is just such a slap in the face. Such a slap in the face. You're right on that for sure. Yeah. Is Daybreak? Yeah, Daybreak. Oh my God, I hate that company. They're so freaking awful, man. They're just, oh, they're so greedy. Again, why I support Monsters and Memories so much. It has bugs in it. The game is not perfect by any means. But the main reason I support this game over some of these other games that are being developed is the company. I like Sean. To be perfectly honest, I like Sean a lot, and I feel like he's not trying to take everybody's money and run. Crazy to me. I was blindsided by it. Yeah, it's rough, man. I honestly didn't even consider there'd be a pay-to-win system. Yeah, and it's not. I mean, there really isn't. It's pay to advance faster, and you're going to have all sorts of people are going to have different opinions on it, right? Some people are going to call it pay to win. Some people are going to be like, you're an idiot. But let's be honest, man. It's pay to get there faster. It's pay for convenience. It's pay for a lot of things. The bag slots, right? You pay for inventory space. You can pay for weight reduction bags. You can pay for AA points. It's pay to win in some people's eyes. They've added pay to get there faster, more crits. It's not. It depends on what you define as pay to win. But yes. Yes. EQ as an IP that died, the corpse rotted. They Frankensteined it with TLPs, and now they're trying to milk it for the last drop of nostalgia. Absolutely. I am so far from wanting to play EverQuest Legends at this point. Like, further than I was previously, which was pretty far. But I am so far from wanting to play that game now. Like, I just don't... I'm so mad about it. But honestly, here's the thing. For the audience of that game, it's about right. The audience for that game are the dad gamers that don't have time to play an MMO. That is literally their audience. So they're willing to pay a little bit more money for the convenience because they don't have the time to play the game. I get it, but I don't know. I like the philosophy that Monsters and Memories has, which is anything in-game, you have to earn it in-game. I like that philosophy better. I personally prefer that philosophy. Dev's got some passion for this game. I just hope they get their vision from paper to code. Me too. Yeah. All massive quality of life upgrades, and they aren't necessarily cheap. They aren't. They aren't cheap. Like, it's crazy. To me, it's like what Path of Exile has done and Path of Exile 2 has done, right? Is you have to spend money on Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2 if you plan on playing those games seriously. You got to buy like the inventory tabs and all that. I spent money on both of those games to get the inventory tabs that you can put in your different enchants and all that, whatever those things are called. I haven't played that game in so freaking long. But I paid for all those extra tabs because the convenience is so nice to have. It's a pain in the butt without it. And that, I think, is what EQ Legends is doing. So, yeah, it's not required, right? You're not really paying to win, but it sure as heck, family friendly, sure as heck is nice, right? And it's worth it. It really bothers me. EQ Legend is mostly solo duo, though, so who are you winning against? Well, yeah, we talked about that so many times, more crit. It's a PvE game. Who are you competing with? It's a solo game. Who are you competing with? Those people are all competing with each other. Path of Exile is mostly a solo game, right? Diablo 4 is mostly a solo game. Those people compete with each other all the dang time. Constantly. Who's going to kill the mob first? Who's going to kill it the fastest? Who's going to be able to do it at the lowest level? You know, PvE players, look at Elder Scrolls. You know, can I go through Elder Scrolls and beat every boss naked with a dagger? You know, people are competing. They find ways to make it a competition. Whether it's a solo game or not a solo game doesn't matter. The point is it's a solo game in a larger MMO world. Those people, a lot of them are competing to see who can clear Nagafen D4 first. Oh, I'm the coolest kid on the block because I cleared Nagafen D4 first. That's literally what's happening with a lot of these people. Like they're competing with each other. It's mostly content creators, which is probably mostly the hate for content creators. But, you know, they're still doing it. I mean, I get a lot of hate for being a content creator just because I'm a content creator. It has nothing to do with trying to do it first or anything like that. But with that said, a content creator that does it first absolutely gets more views. They get more views, they get more money, they become more popular, etc., etc., etc. So, there's something to be said there. I understand the angle for sure, just hate the option. Yeah, I hate the option too. I wonder if they added a cash shop when they realized they didn't get enough interest in the paid beta. Maybe they think the subscription alone won't cut it. I don't know. I have no idea. $20, not a huge ask to play that game. Basically, you get the trial for free as long as you want. I mean, $20, yeah, 20. It's not a huge ask. It's not a huge ask, but it still feels bad that you're paying $20 for the game, $10 a month, and they have microtransactions. Like, come on, man, really? Do you really need all three of these things? I don't think so. Always going to be people who compete, but the general player base can instance everything. Yeah, they can. I feel companies have to offer quality of life, pay upgrade with the game, or else it will die. Oh, yeah. That game absolutely will die much, much sooner if they don't add quality of life upgrades. Like, this game doesn't have quality of life, a lot of quality of life upgrades to it on purpose. Some of them I disagree with. We've talked about that quite a bit. Some of them I do disagree with, but yeah, like the player base for EverQuest Legends, they want all of the quality of life. They want basically, and I hate to put it this way, and somebody's probably going to get offended, and if you get offended by this, you're part of the problem. But the people that want to play EverQuest Legends want everything basically handed to them. They literally want cheat codes. And I'm like, why do you want it? Why do you want the game to be so stinking easy? Like, do you want to ruin the game? Like, do you just want it to not last? I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense to me, but. Put quality of life in a game by default. You won't kill your game by offering it via cash shop. Yeah, well, yeah. Talking about PoE 2. Oh, PoE 2, got you, yeah. Is it a big ask for a 27-year-old game? It is a big ask for a 27-year-old game. Yeah, I think it is. Because you won't need to offer it via cash shop. I'll stay with a game that's quality of life built in. If they offer it in the cash shop, I'll bail on the game for the disrespect. Yeah, I get you there. More crits. You can make a game with quality of life that doesn't remove difficulty. Yeah. I think that we need more quality of life in Monsters and Memories. But if Monsters and Memories started to charge for the quality of life, I would absolutely... at first, I would say, don't do that. Please fix it. Please change it, etc., 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 right? We're in beta. Please don't do that. Please just put the quality of life in the game. Remove the cash shop. That would be what I would say. If they didn't remove the cash shop, if Monsters and Memories releases Monsters and Memories in early access or later with a cash shop for quality of life, I will quit the game. So I'll say it now. I will quit the game. I just don't want it anymore. Like, put quality of life in because you want quality of life in the game. Like, they'll lose my $15 a month. They might make more by charging for the quality of life, and they may not care, right? A company in general may not care, but I would be a player that would leave. Yeah, I will absolutely quit the game. And I don't know if that would mean anything to them. Like, would that mean anything? I'd have to ask the devs. Sean, would you care? He's asleep at this point, probably. But yeah, would any of the devs care if I left? Probably not. In fact, some of them would probably be, oh, thank God that Criddle guy is gone. I got tired of hearing him talk. He won't shut up. But yeah, like I'm to the point now where, like that's another thing that kind of, because we talked about this earlier with people streaming games and all that kind of stuff. I have been asked many, many, many times if I plan on playing EverQuest Legends and plan on streaming EverQuest Legends because people would like to get my take on it and all that. That's not going to happen now because of what's happening. And I'm not, even though I could probably go stream EverQuest Legends and gain a lot of viewers and gain a lot of, and gain some money over that and make content for it. And I could probably get some subs and I could probably get some views on YouTube and all that. And I could make myself a bigger content creator. I'm not willing to do that. I don't want, and I'm not picking on anybody of the other content creators that are doing that. If that's what they want to do and they like that game, by all means, go for it, do it. But I feel like I want to have some integrity and say, I'm not playing the game for the views. I'm not playing the game for the money. I'm not playing the game for any other reason other than I actually like the game. And I can't say, if I were to go play EverQuest Legends right now, it would be for the views. Let's be honest. It would be for the views. Because I just don't really want to play it. If your Who design idea is minimum quality of life equals hard content, then you need to reevaluate your design. Oh, yeah, you're holding... Yeah. I agree with you, more crits. And that's kind of what they've done in this game, and I don't like it. They've done a lot of things in this game that are just... Let's take away quality of life and add tedium. And it's like, why? Like, they've literally added things to this game that make it tedious on purpose. And I'm like, I don't understand. Why would you do that? Like, we can easily swapping of weapons and have better ways to deal with harvesting and all of that kind of stuff. Like, why would you not have that? I don't understand it. I really, really wish that they would not do that. But I still love this game and I love this team, and that's why I continue to support them. But hopefully we continue to look at some of the tediousness and the quality of life. All right, hang on one second. I don't know. I hope that people recognize that with me. I know that Helter Smelter, for example, came in here yesterday. I don't know if he's in here right now. But Helter Smelter came in here yesterday, and he said something to me that has really stuck with me. And he said, I appreciate your... what is the word? I don't remember exactly what he said. But he said he appreciates my dedication and consistency, I think is the word that he used. He appreciates my consistency with coverage of this game. And that hit me pretty hard. Like, more so than somebody coming in and subbing. And I appreciate the subs because the subs give me some money that allows me to keep the channel going. I appreciate the views. I appreciate all the things that people do. But that when Helter Smelter said that he appreciates the consistency of me covering this game and playing this game, it was a different animal. I was like, man, that I felt noticed, you know? Like, that's what I'm trying to do. I play this game every single day, not because it gets me views, not because it makes me money, because I genuinely enjoy it and I genuinely want this game to be successful. All right, hang on. My biggest gripe, if a train goes... Hang on, let me pull another mob here. You appreciate my consistency, you can complain. Yeah. People think I'm complaining a lot, and I know yours is sarcasm, Doozle, but people think I complain a lot, and I'm like, I don't feel like I'm complaining. I get where they're coming from. I don't disagree with the statement, but I'm not trying to complain. All right, I'll talk about that in a second. Like, do it like EQ. If it aggroes you on the way back, yeah, that's your fault. But if you run by a mob on your way out, I shouldn't be bent over. What it was say? My biggest... Oh, the train thing. Okay, I was like, what does that mean? If a train goes by on your way to the zone line, they auto-aggro you on the way. And once the person who had the train zones out, they beeline back to you. The response I got was just log out to reset the aggro. Yeah, I mean, to some extent. You got to be careful with that. This game won't necessarily aggro you on the way out. And then, so like if a train runs by you, those mobs will not necessarily always aggro you automatically. They will aggro you on the way back if they see you. The only way that they will aggro you on the way out is if you are fighting a mob that is social to them, or if you heal somebody that has aggro on them. But if they just run by you, like if a train literally just would like run by right now, that's not a Drake. Let's say a train of Sangreal were to run by right now, they wouldn't come back and attack me. Or at least in my experience, they haven't done that. So, but I get what you're saying with that though. Yes. Appreciate your consistency. The complaint thing, yeah, we talked about that. Just kidding. I like listening to your critiques of the game. It's good feedback. Thank you so much, Doozle. I appreciate that, bud. I know a lot of people don't like to hear my ranting and complaining and whining. I don't think I whine. I mean, I like to drink some wine, but I don't think I whine. I think it's hilarious when people say that I'm whining all the time. It's like I can't say that I don't like something without sounding like I'm whining. I don't get it. Anyway. Gith has been reduced to a pocket healer. Oh, Gith has been reduced to a pocket healer for a long time. He was my pocket healer when I finished leveling from 56, 57 to 60. I had to go, well, long story short, I had to leave for some family emergency situations, and Gith was able to level up to 60 while I was gone. He had a buddy, another friend of ours, power level him up to 60. So when I came back, he became my pocket healer. Gith has always been kind of a pocket healer of mine. Isar is a good dude. He's a good friend of mine, and I appreciate him for being around. I don't think you're complaining. I think you're providing feedback and constructive criticism. Thank you so much. I appreciate I really do appreciate the ones that recognize that. I really do. I don't mean to come across as complaining or whining or whatever people think that I'm doing. I think what it is that people that disagree with my criticisms, I think those people feel like I'm whining. And, you know, like, you may not agree with me, and that's fine. You don't have to agree with me. But hopefully you just recognize that it's just, that's just my opinion, you know, and it's just my critique. You're the voice of the voiceless. Most of your gripes are shared, just others don't voice it. Well, thank you so much, Jen. I appreciate that. I've always had them aggro my group, even if we did nothing, just by being in proximity. Yeah, Isar says only undead do that, so I don't know. We could test it out. We have to test it out. You have to fight something, so they can't have social aggro. So, like, if I'm fighting a Sangreal and a group of Sangreal run by, then yes, they will all come back to me. But if I'm fighting a Forest Drake and a group of Sangreal run by, they shouldn't come back to me. If that's not how it works, then that should be how it works. And I think that is how it works, but maybe I'm wrong. Guess it was always the first dungeon and everything is undead. It definitely is undead, yeah. All undead are social with all other undead in this game, I've noticed. Well, that is an incorrect statement. I take that back. Because there is, quote, an undead rat that you can pull in the undead rat cave, and it will not aggro the skeletons. However, if you pull a skeleton, it will always pull the undead rats. So aggro is a little bit wonky sometimes, and it's something you got to learn for sure. Beetlejuice! Hey, Beetlejuice, how are you? I've always loved your content. You're also knowledgeable and also a great gamer. Thank you so much, Beetlejuice. I appreciate you. You're amazing and swell. Beetlejuice has been watching my channel for years, and prefers my horror gaming, but I don't really do much horror gaming anymore. But yeah. and has also helped me out with getting a cosplay. I bought a Charizard costume for Halloween years ago, and Beetlejuice was able to get me that Charizard costume so that I could. My son wanted to be Pikachu. I was going to be Charizard, and my ex-wife was going to be Eevee. This was, anyway, before the ex-wife, all that situation. But, so we all went out as Pokemon characters and helped out with that. So, thank you. Do appreciate that. I remember you. You're awesome. I love you. Keep being great. Anyway. Let's see. You can also like something while being critical of it, shortfalls, and have ideas of how I feel it could be improved. Yeah, absolutely. I love this game, guys. I absolutely love this game. It may not sound like it sometimes with the things that I say, but I love it. This is the only game right now that I'm excited for coming out. This and the next game that Hideo Kojima is making. He's making a horror game that I'm super excited for, and I know nothing about. But I'm super excited for it. He announced it or talked about it or something recently on Twitter that has said what his next game is. Adrenaline Online Adventures. I haven't played it yet. Maybe I'll play the next whatchamacallit, the next playtest of Adrenaline Online Adventures. Because I have not played it yet. It looks very charming. It looks very good, but I don't think I'm going to like it. I'm kind of going into it with a negative attitude. Knowingly, I'm going into it with a negative attitude. But it does look good. The whole devs are making a game we want to play. If you don't like it, leave mentality will be the downfall. I hope it's not. Oh, dude, I hate that. I hate that so much. Like, I say it sometimes, like, maybe this isn't the game for you, but I don't mean it in the way, like, if you don't like it, leave. I can't stand that. This is the only thing I'm going to say politically right now. It's not really politics, but it is politics. These people right now that are like, you don't like America, get out. Jesus, dude. Like, come on. We can have some preferences, okay, without being told to leave the game or leave the country or leave the whatever. Like, you guys are stupid. I will call every single person that says that stupid, and I don't care. If you don't like that, gladly leave the stream. Like, I don't know what else to say to you, but that is the most, like, childish thing to say. Anyway. Yeah, like, I don't want to tell people to leave the game. Like, please tell me why you don't like the game, but the only thing that I say about that is if you want to play if you're playing a platformer and you don't like it because it's a platformer, the game's not for you. Like, play a different game. I'm sorry, but this is a platformer. You know, this is an MMORPG. It's a social, group-focused MMORPG. That's what this game's about. If you don't like that, then I don't know what to tell you. That's what this game is. So, maybe either learn to like it or don't, but that's what the game is. I hate Minecraft graphics, but once you're playing it, you forget the graphics. Yeah, I don't like the graphics, but that's not the reason I wouldn't play Adrenaline Online Adventures. The things that I don't like about Adrenaline outside of the graphics are, I keep hearing that the game is very soloable. And I'm fine with a game being soloable, but I want my MMO to be group-focused. And right now, Monsters of Memories is the only MMO on the horizon that looks like it's going to be a group-focused MMO. Hang on one second. Hey, honey. Did you want to leave? I sent you a text. Did you respond, I guess? Probably did. No, you didn't. You ignored it? Okay, that's okay. You ignore me a lot. It's allowed. Did you want to leave at 5:30? Or do you want to... Like, it looks like you are not ready to do anything, so that's why I'm asking. But you look beautiful, honey. Like 5:45 now? Yeah. Okay. That just gives me some time to figure out, because I want to take a quick shower before we go. Are you going to take a shower or anything, or are you just going to Stink it up since you're gonna be on a plane all day.
Think it up, and I'm gonna take a shower.
You're gonna take a shower tomorrow? Oh, tonight. Okay. All right, sorry, we're trying to plan for our dinner tonight. We're going to get some Mexican. She's going out of town. She's gonna be gone for a week. 10. You're gonna be gone for 10 days? I thought you were only gonna be gone for a week. She's gonna be gone for 10 days. So I'm gonna spend time with her. We're gonna go to get some dinner. We're gonna watch some TV shows. Hang out. We're gonna go to bed early because she's gonna wake my butt. Well, actually, we don't need to go to bed that early because we have to get up early. But you can sleep. You won't sleep on the plane though, would you? Yeah, you won't. Well, anyway, she wants to get me up at 4-ish in the morning and leave. Got to take her to the airport super early. Anyway, thank you. I always be here. We've always been my favorite streamer. Thank you so much. Much love to you as well. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm the only streamer you know, honey. The girl's like, you're my favorite streamer. And I'm like, you didn't even know what Twitch was before me. It's like Subnautica 2. Go play Sons of the Forest if you want violence. Dude, Subnautica is a creepy, creepy, creepy game that I loved. Loved that game. But yeah, Sons of the Forest is way more violent. Yeah. I love both of those games. I would love to play more of those games and stream more of those games. I'm just afraid that we're not going to have an audience for them. I know that Beetlejuice will be here. She just said she would. So I know she'll be here. But the rest of you, I don't know if y'all will be here if I play other games. Criddle needs a replacement at 3:30 a.m. Yes, I do. I do need a replacement at 3:30 in the morning because I got to take my girlfriend to the airport. Good call on that. Good call. We'll go ahead and put that in the books. I'll tell people this isn't the game for them if they want a fast travel system in it. Yeah, I mean, I just don't want to say like go play a different game. I'll take your critique. Let's talk about the fast travel. Like their critique is probably being able to get around in the world easier and faster. Cool. I like your feedback. I don't disagree with that necessarily. It would be nice to be able to get around and travel faster in this world. However, traveling faster in a world like this makes the world feel a lot smaller. And if you add that in, it definitely changes the feel of the game, and that is not what this game is about. It's not about having, being able to just bounce around and be exactly where you want to be in, less than 5 minutes. You might have to travel 30 minutes to get somewhere. And that is part of the experience of this game. And if you don't like that, then maybe this game isn't for you. That's how I would probably approach that, right? That's how I definitely approach it because I just approached it that way. So, but I wouldn't say go play a different game. No, that's here's why it's like that. Here's the reason I prefer it to not have crazy fast travel everywhere. Is because it opens up the world and makes the world feel a lot larger. Did anybody play Ultima Online? I feel like Ultima Online with a brand new server was so much different than after everyone had runes to be able to teleport literally anywhere they wanted. Because you could, with Ultima Online, you could literally make binds. This game has an ability called Bind, Soul Bind. And you could gate to those locations. But Ultima Online is literally you bind it to a rune and you can gate anywhere you want. You can literally have binds every 5 feet if you wanted to. It was crazy. Very, very different feel in those games. Anyway. 5-minute boat rides. Yeah, I don't want a 5-minute boat ride. Do I think it needs to be a 36-minute boat ride? No, probably not. Could they speed up the boat ride a little bit? Yes. I would probably be okay with them speeding up the boat ride a little bit. But 5 minutes would be ridiculous. Guild Wars 3 is a co-op game I'm looking forward to, but it'll be hard to call an MMO. I'm looking forward to Guild Wars 3 as well. I actually do want to play it, and I'm hoping to be able to get some friends to go play it, and play it, like you're saying, as a co-op game. Guild Wars 3, to me, is going to be or even Guild Wars 2 was. It's kind of like a mixture, something between a World of Warcraft and a Diablo. It's, you know, it's not single player, but you can play it solo, but it's made to play in like small groups and just kind of explore and do your own thing. And, you know, it's a co-op game. I really like that. So yeah, I'll probably play that. Anyway. Soloability for sure. They have been tweaking things, making it less easy, you know, kind of like you soloing right now. Oh, this game is very soloable, but I prefer it to be grouping. I'm honestly, I'm kind of doing this right now. Again, the same thing that I did for the Wizard. People kept saying that this game is not solo friendly. It was way better to group, etc., etc., etc. They kept saying that to me, so I made a Wizard and I leveled it to 60 in less than 200 hours. And those people literally they don't come to the channel anymore. They just disappeared. Like all the naysayers that this game was not solo friendly have vanished. I guess, I assume it's because I proved them wrong, but I have no idea. What's wrong with that bear? Who knows? I would be there for that. My boyfriend also said he'd play with you if you did play. Wait, if I played what? Which game are you talking about, Beetlejuice? Your boyfriend will play with me if I play all sorts of games. Cool. I love that. I like people to play games with. I think you should be able to solo like this. The XP per mob, though, needs to be the same solo, maybe slightly less, but group XP needs to be higher. Yeah, I agree, Doozle. That's how I am. Like, I think you should be able to play this game solo, but being in a group should be better. It should be more XP, more loot. It should just all around be better to play it in a group. I'm free if you ever want to do some Helldivers 2. I actually wanted to play some Helldivers 2, but I never bought it. I never got that game. I would have totally played Helldivers. But I want to play more games. I want to stream more games. I need an audience. I really need an audience. So we need to start expanding. I need to pick like one day a week maybe and do variety games and then slowly build that out. Of course, Monsters and Memories is going to be my main game. It's not going anywhere. But yeah. Just bought Cyberpunk 2077 on the summer sale. Ooh, I bought that game when it first came out. Paid full price for it. Played it for 5 hours. Never played it again, and I haven't played it since. And I need to play Cyberpunk 2077. I have not played it. That might be one of those games now that I could probably get an audience for. Like, I could probably play that game, and people would actually want to watch me play it and stream it. The only reason I say this, by the way, this is my job. This is, you know, like, if I don't have viewers, I don't make any money. And if I don't make any money whatsoever, I can't continue to do this. So I kind of need to, I kind of need that. I mean, I could play games, but I'd have to go get a job and I wouldn't be able to play them nearly as much. So it'd become a problem. But yeah, anyway. So I appreciate you all being here. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Do appreciate it. They still got new content coming out. Truly amazing how much content they do without asking for money. You talking about Cyberpunk or Helldivers? Helldivers 2? Yeah, I keep hearing that game keeps getting better and better. They fixed everything according to the Steam comments. That's what I've heard. I've heard that Cyberpunk, after the Liberty update or the Liberty DLC, is like an amazing game. Maybe we can start doing a playthrough of like Cyberpunk once a week or something, and I'll spend, you know, a couple hours of my stream time once a week playing a single player game and play through it. I mean, Cyberpunk's a long game. That would take a while. Did you play Baldur's Gate 3? I did. I played Baldur's Gate 3 and I streamed it, and I had a lot of fun with it. So yeah, like but I didn't get very much viewership from that. So You can always go the other side and do pools, hot tubs, and bikinis. I could. My dad is actually a pool contractor, so I could build a pool, and I can wear a bikini. I'd look good in a bikini. Don't you guys think? I'd look amazing in a bikini. I wouldn't. You all would not want to see that. I don't know. Somebody, that's the weird thing, is somebody would want to see that. My friend streams for a living. It's hard to branch outside your niche game. What I've gathered from interactions, it's extremely hard to branch outside of your niche game. Yeah, I played Fortnite Save the World specifically when I first started streaming, and that's what got me kind of on the map. That's what got me viewership. That's what, got me partnered and all that. And then when Fortnite Save the World started to die off, I tried to transition into more variety games, and it just didn't work. I played a lot of variety games. Now, I will say that I've met some amazing people through my variety games. How I met Beetlejuice, who we were just talking to just a minute ago, I found her because I was playing variety games. I was playing Resident Evil. I think Resident Evil 3 Remake, when she first came to my stream. So, some people do stick around. It's just it's building that relationship, I guess. Yeah, it's building that relationship. By the way, Beetlejuice, that's awesome that I'm assuming it's still the same boyfriend, if you're still here, the same boyfriend that you told me about a little while back, and you said you had a new boyfriend. That's awesome. I'm glad that you two are still together, and that's happening. It's fantastic news. Love to hear it. I've been trying to get a beta. By the way, thank you so much, more crits for the sub. I appreciate that. I've been trying to get a beta invite for over a year. Me and two other friends signed up a year ago, and none of us have gotten lucky. There was a person in here earlier by the name of Stearns, Stearns, asking if I know anybody that is really jonesing to play this game, and I said, I bet you somebody in chat is. I don't know if they had a key to give away or not. They didn't say anything else. But every once in a while, we'll have somebody pop in the chat that has a key to give away. Maybe they can hook you up. I don't know. But they're going to be doing the giveaways tomorrow, or access tomorrow happening. So make sure you are signed up for the beta key access thing, opted in, because they're doing it again tomorrow. I came in when you played Resident Evil 2 Remake. That's what it was, back in 2019. Loved it. Always rewatched. Then watched the rest. You played Here I Am. Yeah, we played a lot of horror games back then. Played Resident Evil 2. I played the Resident Evil 3 Remake. I played just the Resident Evil. I played a lot of the Resident Evil games back then. I even started a channel. I started a horror YouTube channel that I never did anything with. So I need to do more with that. It's the same boyfriend. Well, doing really well. Love him so much. Thanks for asking. Awesome. That is great to hear. I love it. October will eventually be here. October will eventually be here. It will. How many horror fans do we have in chat that would like to see horror games? Because I love playing horror games. I'm a very family-friendly streamer, but I'll play some horror games, even though they're not family-friendly. But I'll play some Resident Evil, some Silent Hill, some Sons of the Forest, some Forest. What else have I played recently? I love all those games. Man, I love horror games. If we have enough people, like maybe that, I don't know. I need to play some Cyberpunk as well. We'll pick a game. I'll try to do it. Maybe if I don't get viewers, I don't get viewers. Who cares, right? It doesn't matter. We'll see if we can make it work. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I have had a blast chatting with you today. I really have. But my girlfriend wants to go eat some Mexican food in 20 minutes. And I want to take a shower before we go do that. So I think I'm going to call it there for today. I will... Me. I'm still subscribed to Criddle House of Horrors. I rewatch all the time. I don't even have anything finished on Criddle House of Horrors. I really need to do more horror games. Good discussion today. Absolutely. Fantastic. I really enjoyed discussing all these things with you guys. I know some people don't like to hear all of this. Some people do. It's a whole thing. But thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for the support. All of that. I'm going to start looking at playing some more horror games and maybe getting that second channel going, my second YouTube channel going, and try to get some stuff posted on there. But yeah, tomorrow is Friday. I'm dropping my girlfriend off at the airport, and I'm picking my mom up from the airport. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. I think I will stream for a little while in the morning, but it won't be a long stream like it was today. So I'll probably stream for a couple hours, but I might be late. So hit or miss tomorrow. Put on those notifications. Hit the little bell or whatever the heck it is to let you know when I'm streaming. I will definitely be streaming on Saturday morning for a little while and Sunday and whatever. But yeah, just going to throw that out there. Horror, yes. Beetlejuice, I'm going to try. I really will. I promise I will try. I need to plan a day. I need to plan a day of the week and try to spread my wings and stream and make content of other games. Anyway, thank you again, everyone. I do appreciate it. And hopefully I see you all next time. Bye.